What the Wolf Carries by Void and Velvet. Chapter 1. Everything in its place. The bookshop opens at 9, but Felix is always there by 7. It is not a compulsion, or at least he has stopped calling it one. It is simply the best part of the day, the hour before anyone else arrives, before the bell above the door begins its small announcements, before the world outside remembers to be loud. He unlocks the front door, silences the alarm, and stands for a moment in the dark of the shop with his key still in his hand. He does this every morning. He is not sure what he is waiting for. He does it anyway. The shop is called Tidal, which he chose because it implies something that returns. He had a different name first, something clean and literal, and then he'd thought about what it meant to open a place every day and fill it with things other people had made. All those accumulated words, all that survived feeling. And he'd changed the name before the sign went up. Nobody has ever asked him about it. This is fine. He knows why. He turns on the lights in sections, the way he always does. Back room first, then the main floor, then the window lamps last, because the window display deserves its own reveal even when there's no one watching. This morning's display is 7 books arranged with their spines facing outward, titles visible to the street. He changed it last night, after close, when the arrangement that had been there for 2 weeks started feeling finished. He stands behind it now and looks out at Marceline Street through the layered glass. The titles reversed from this angle, the early morning light doing something particular to the pavement. The street is still mostly his. A delivery truck idling at the corner. A woman with a dog moving quickly, like she has somewhere to be before she's fully awake. The coffee cart that appears on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7:45, the man who runs it never speaking above what's strictly necessary, which Felix appreciates. Next door, the tattoo parlor is dark. Incrite it is called. Black lettering on a frosted glass door, a stylized geometric bird logo that Felix has studied more times than is probably warranted. The windows are thick enough that nothing shows through from inside. He knows the outline of it from the shared doorway in the back, the hallway that connects through to the parlor storage, but he has not been inside the front room. He knows this the way he knows other things about the parlor, without having sought the knowledge, without intending to hold it. The music that comes through the shared wall in the mornings. The smell of green soap that drifts sometimes under the door they've never fully closed. The sound of other people's voices, warm and indistinct, gathered around something. He turns away from the window. The fiction section needs attention. This is not true. The fiction section was perfect when he left last night, but he walks to it anyway, letting his fingers trail along the spines as he goes. There is something about the weight of books against his hand, the particular give and resistance of a well-made spine that settles him in a way he couldn't articulate to someone who hadn't felt it. He touches them the way other people press their palms to warm radiators. Just contact, just the evidence of something solid. He pulls a novel from the middle shelf, one he hasn't shelved quite right, the title at a fractional angle from the others, and slides it back into place. Pulls another, slides it back. He is not rearranging. He is simply ensuring. The distinction matters to him. The shop has been his for 4 years. Before that, he worked at a chain bookstore downtown, in the department that nobody asked for help in, reshelving other people's misplacements. Before that, he was somewhere else entirely, in a different city, and he does not think about that with any regularity. The shop is the start of the story as he has chosen to tell it. He opened it when he was 25 with money he had saved working jobs that had nothing to do with books, and he has not regretted it in the way he has regretted most things. He regrets the hours sometimes. He regrets the margin on new releases. He does not regret the thing itself. The walls are bookshelves. Not all of them. There are windows, a door, a section near the register where he's hung a few prints, small things, a botanical illustration of a plant he couldn't identify, a map of a city that doesn't exist anymore. But mostly walls of books, the shelves build out to exactly the depth of a standard paperback, painted a dark green that took him 3 tries to get right. He got it right eventually. He gets things right eventually. This is the only approach he knows. The back section is different from the front. The front section is alphabetical, organized, accessible to anyone who knows how to read a spine label. The back section is his, organized by a logic that lives only in his head, shelved by feeling and association rather than author or genre. He calls it the essay section in his head because the arrangement is a kind of argument, a point of view expressed in the placement of books against each other. A customer once spent 40 minutes back there and emerged looking slightly shaken and asked him who organized it. He said, "It's just a browsing section." She bought 4 books. He counted that as a success. He makes tea in the back room. He will forget to drink it. This is understood, this is accounted for, this has happened every morning for 4 years, and he makes the tea anyway, because the making of it is the point, not the drinking. He puts the kettle on and stands looking at the small window above the sink while it heats, the window that faces the alley, the narrow gap between his building and the parlor, running back to where the dumpsters live and beyond that to the next street. The alley is quiet at this hour. Concrete, brick, the metal overhang from his side that keeps off the rain if you stay close. He knows the alley better than anyone would expect him to. This is not something he examines. The kettle clicks off. He pours the water over the leaves. He uses loose leaf. He has opinions about this, and sets the mug on the counter where it will sit until it goes cold, and he will carry it back to the kettle and start again. He does not look at this as a flaw in his character. It is simply what happens. At 7:30, he goes back to the front of the shop and looks at the shelves. The fiction section is fine. He rearranges it anyway. Not in any way that would be visible to a customer. Not by color, not by size, not by anything as obvious as mood. He shifts 3 books 3 inches to the left because something in the grouping had been almost right, and now it is exactly right. He moves a novel from the mid-century shelf to the contemporary shelf and then back again. He picks up a story collection and holds it for a moment, thinking about where it lives, what other books it needs to be near, what conversation he wants it to be part of, and then slots it in with an authority he doesn't feel about much else. This is the thing nobody sees when they come into the shop and say, "Oh, how charming. What a great curation. You must love books." He does love books. He loves them in the specific, curated, arrangement in proximity way that most people reserve for relationships. He tends them. He introduces them to each other. He thinks about what they need to be understood. Nobody asks him if he needs to be understood. This is fine. This is the arrangement as he has chosen it. He has friends in the loose and manageable way that he allows. People he sees at the shop, a woman from his building he sometimes runs into at the laundromat, a customer who started coming in once a week and who he knows by reading order, if not by name. This is sufficient. He does not have a family he calls. He has a phone with a number he could dial if he chose to, and he does not choose to. He has a shelf in the back section that has no logical neighbors. 3 books that live together purely because they each contain a particular kind of grief that he has never found words for, and he does not show it to anyone. The shop is fine. His life is fine. He has constructed it with care, and it holds. At 8:55, 5 minutes before open, he stands at the front window one more time. The street is waking up. The coffee cart has materialized on the corner. 2 people are consulting their phones outside the bar 2 doors down that also does brunch on weekends. A courier on a bike navigates the delivery truck with irritated precision. Marceline Street is not a beautiful street in the postcard way of beautiful streets, but Felix has come to believe that it has a quality, a particular mid-morning light that hits the brick across the way at a certain angle, a rhythm to the foot traffic that changes by the hour in a pattern he now knows by feel. He looks at the parlor. Still dark. It is not yet 9. The parlor opens at 10, sometimes 10:30. The people who work there keep different hours than he does. He knows this without having established it deliberately. He knows the hours of the music. He knows which days run late. He does not think about why he knows these things. He reaches out and touches the window glass. Not the street side, the interior, the cool, smooth expanse of it, his shop looking back at him in reflection. His own face superimposed over Marceline Street outside. His dark eyes, his hair fallen across his forehead in the way it does at this hour. The bookshop behind him all green shelves and warm lamps. He exists in 2 places at once in the glass. The street and here. Outside and in. He pulls his hand back. He turns the sign from closed to open and steps back behind a register. At 9:03, the first customer of the day pushes through the door, and the bell announces them. And Felix puts his hands on the counter and says, "Good morning," with a warmth that he has practiced until it no longer feels like practicing. He is good at this. He is very good at this. The customer wants something for their sister who likes mysteries, but not the violent ones, and Felix listens and recommends and wraps the book in the plain brown paper he uses for gifts, and the customer leaves satisfied, and the bell says goodbye. The shop is his. The shop is fine. At 9:47, there is a sound through the shared wall. Low. The bass register of a speaker warming up, the first bars of a playlist, something with a heartbeat underneath it. Muffled through the brick, but present. Warm, textured, unmistakably alive. Someone on the other side of the wall, moving around in there with their coffee and their music, beginning their day in the particular way that the parlor begins its days. Felix is in the middle of shelving a new delivery. He has a novel in each hand. He does not put them down. He does not cross the room. He does not do anything, in fact, except go very still for a moment. The kind of stillness that isn't frozen, just contained, a body of water not moving on the surface, and register the music through the brick. Then he shelves the novels and goes to the register and starts on the delivery log. He does not think about the music. He does not think about the wall. He makes another cup of tea later and forgets to drink that one too. Chapter 2. The Man Next Door. The client's name is Petra, and she wants a moth. Not a generic moth. She has a reference image, has had it for 8 months, has been carrying it in her phone with the careful reverence of someone who understands that a thing lives on your body differently than it lives anywhere else. She sits in Ezra's chair now, the reference pulled up on her screen, turned toward him while he examines it. The moth in the image is enormous and detailed, its wings a study in geometry and dust, the pattern at the center of each wing like 2 watching eyes. "You want the eye spots," Ezra says. "That's the whole thing," Petra says. "The eye spots are the whole point." He takes the phone, tilts it to look at the image at a different angle. In the outer office, he can hear Dre giving someone a tour of the flash sheets. Hear him doing the voice he uses for prospective clients, a slightly more edited version of himself, which means the swearing only happens once or twice per sentence instead of continuously. Ezra has learned to monitor Dre the way you monitor background music. Not listening, but always aware. "I can get them," he says. "The trick is going to be the gradient on the lower wings. You want it to read as dusty, not smudged." Petra looks at him with an expression he recognizes. The cautious hope of someone who has carried something precious for a long time and is now in the process of handing it over. He gets this look frequently. He sits up. This is his favorite part, if he's honest with himself, which he tries to be in the particular limited way of a person who has done the other thing and knows what it costs. The setup is the thinking part, the planning, the laying out of intention before action. He mixes his inks with the methodical pleasure of someone working through a problem they already know the answer to. He places the stencil 3 times before it's right. He adjusts the angle of the lamp. These are not perfectionist gestures. He doesn't think of himself as a perfectionist. Not exactly. They're simply the natural actions of a person for whom precision is a language. The needle starts. For the next 2 hours, there is the client and the design and the work. This is the most honest he is probably. When he's tattooing, the management of things, the careful administration of how much he lets in, of what gets through, of where he puts the feelings he doesn't have time for, all of that quiets. It's the quality of concentration, or maybe it's the quality of his hands doing the thing they were built to do. Whatever it is, he doesn't examine it. He just lets himself be in it. The parlor is his. He built it 7 years ago, when he was 25, with the conviction of someone who had survived something difficult and emerged needing something real to hold. It had not been easy. It had been specifically and exhaustingly hard in the way that good things are sometimes hard, the way that involves staying with something through the parts where it doesn't look like what you thought it would look like. But exists now. It has walls and chairs and a schedule and a reputation. Incrite is the kind of parlor that people drive to, that people save up for, that people recommend to their friends the way they recommend a doctor they trust. He had known, building it, that this was the goal. He had built it anyway and been surprised, when it arrived, how much the surprise had cost him. He'd expected to feel more settled by now. He does feel settled. He feels it in the way that something true feels that's sitting on top of something more complicated that you've decided not to lift the lid on. He is 3 years clean. He is 32 years old. He has his work and his parlor and a group of people he would call family if someone pointed a gun at him and demanded the word. He has his grandmother's tarot deck in the top drawer of his station, where it has lived since she died, which he doesn't read and doesn't examine. He has all of this, and the weight of it is real, and he has decided that the weight is enough. "How are you doing?" he asks Petra. He checks in every 20 minutes, not just because it's professional, but because he means it. "Good," she says. "It hurts, but like, the right kind." That's the spot. In the outer office, Dre has moved from his client voice to his regular voice, which means the tour has concluded and the prospective client has either booked or fled. Ezra hears the drawer of the front desk open and close. Dre looking for something, probably the good pens, which have migrated to wherever good pens go in environments that contain Dre. The scheduling board is visible from here. Ezra can see it through the glass partition, and he can see that 2 appointments have been moved from their original slots in a way that he didn't authorize. He notices this. He does not stop working. Later, he will look at the scheduling board and think about whether it matters. It will matter in the sense that the logic was wrong, not in the sense that anything important was lost. This is something he has learned to do over years and considerable internal argument. The distinction between what matters and what is simply not the way he would have done it. The second category is Dre's entire professional relationship with the scheduling board, and Ezra has decided to let that be true. "You know what your problem is," Dre says. He has materialized in the doorway of the station room. This is a thing Dre does, not knocking, not announcing, simply appearing in the way of a person who treats all spaces as continuous with himself. Petra opens her eyes. Ezra does not look up. "I'm working." "I know you're working. I'm just saying." "You moved the Hendricks appointment again." "The Hendricks appointment was in the wrong place. It was in the place I put it." "That's what I said." He finishes a line on the lower wing, checks the saturation, continues. "You can go." I'm going. But Dre doesn't go. He leans against the door frame with the comfortable entitlement of someone who knows he won't be removed. Petra, who has been here before and knows this dynamic, closes her eyes again. "You know what your problem is," Dre says again, "is you act like needing something is the same as losing it." Ezra goes quiet, not a pointed quiet, not the silence of someone choosing a response, just the natural settling of someone who has heard a thing and is letting it pass through. Dre says things like this. He has been saying things like this for 4 years, since he was 26, and first walked into Ezra's old studio with a portfolio and an overabundance of confidence and an entirely correct read on his own talent. He says the true thing at full volume, and then he moves on, without apparent need for acknowledgement or response. This is either a generous quality or an aggravating one, depending on the hour. Ezra has mostly made his peace with it. "The Hendricks appointment goes on Wednesdays," Ezra says. "The Hendricks appointment goes wherever I put it, because I'm the one who books." Dre. A pause. Then, "Wednesday got it." The door frame is vacated. Petra says, without opening her eyes, "He's right, you know. You're a client," Ezra says. "You don't get an opinion." He can feel her smile without looking at her face. He works for another 40 minutes, and then they take a break. He cleans the area, checks her face with a particular gray that means she's done more than she thinks, gets her a juice from the small fridge behind the front desk. She sits up carefully and looks at the moth in progress in the mirror, the back of her shoulder, the half-completed wings. "Oh," she says. "It's going to be right," he says. "The eye spots still need the full detail pass." "I can already see it," she says, and she says it the way people say things when they mean more than the literal content. When they mean, "You understood what I was trying to say." He nods, takes a drink of his own water. Through the partition, Tomas is at the front desk, handling something on the phone with the specific efficiency of a person who could run an entire organization and has, for reasons of their own, chosen to run a tattoo parlor's front desk instead. Tomas has been with him since the beginning, walked in 6 months after the parlor opened, said, "You need someone who could talk to nervous people. Your current front desk person is making them more nervous, and Ezra had thought about it for approximately 15 seconds and said, "When can you start?" He has never regretted it. There are not many decisions in his life that he can say that about without asterisks. After Petra's session, finished, cleaned, wrapped, the moth complete and perfect, and already a little bit hers in the way tattoos become immediately and irrevocably a person's thing. Ezra stands in the back of the parlor and does the end-of-session clean with the focused pleasure of someone who doesn't mind a routine. He breaks down his station. He soaks the tubes. He wipes the chair with the specific care he always takes, because the chair is where people come when they've decided to put something permanent on their bodies, and that deserves care. His phone vibrates on the counter. He doesn't look at it immediately. He finishes the wipe down. He recaps the inks. He washes his hands at the sink in the back, watching the water carry the color off his fingers, and then he picks up the phone and looks at it. The name on the screen is one he hasn't seen in 3 months. He puts the phone back down. He finishes drying his hands. He picks up a sketching pencil and turns to the paper pad he keeps at a station for client consultations and begins drawing a moth. Not Petra's moth, a different one, just the shape of it, the way the wings articulate at the body, the engineering of a creature designed to look like something it isn't. He puts the pencil down after a while. He picks up his phone and does not call back. He goes to the front of the parlor instead, to where Tomas is finishing up the last booking of the day, and says, "Go home. I'll lock up." Tomas looks at him for a moment. That unhurried assessment that Tomas deploys so sparingly that it carries more weight than other people's direct questions, and says, "Okay." He doesn't ask. He gathers his things and goes, and the door closes behind him, and Ezra stands in the front room of his parlor in the late-day quiet. The flash sheets on the wall are his design, and the designs of everyone who's worked here, layered over years, a kind of collective record. He made the first ones himself 7 years ago, when he was 25 and the parlor was raw and new, and he was raw and new in a way he hadn't been since before the transition, when he'd been 24 and building himself out of language and small daily choices. The sheets cover 3 walls. He knows every design. He knows who drew them, what they were thinking, what it was like on the day. He thinks about Kieran the way he sometimes does, not constantly, not with any particular drama, just with the quality of a fact he hasn't fully metabolized. Kieran, who had been there for all of it, who had known him before and after and through, who had said, "I need you to choose," and Ezra had thought he was calling a bluff that wasn't a bluff. He had been wrong. He is clean. He is 3 years clean, which is something, which is a real thing, which sits in his chest like a stone that is also a foundation. He got sober. Kira didn't come back. These 2 facts live next to each other, and he has learned not to try to reconcile them. He steps out the back door. The alley is quiet, the evening just beginning to go soft. He leans against the brick with the kind of tiredness that isn't about the day's work, the other kind, deeper, the one he carries. The shared wall between his building and the bookshop runs along his left. He does not think about this. He looks up at the narrow strip of sky above the alley, the specific dark blue of sky that hasn't decided to be night yet. Through the bookshop's small back window, one lamp is on. He can see, from this angle, the faintest shape of someone inside. A silhouette, movement, the suggestion of shelves reorganizing in the late daylight. Someone in there, working after hours, in the particular way that people work in spaces that have become extensions of themselves. He watches for longer than he means to. He goes back inside. He locks up. He does not examine how long he stood in the alley or what he was thinking while he was standing there. He goes home. He is fine. He is completely fine. Chapter 3, Yolanda, in the rain. The rain starts at 6 and doesn't look like it's planning to stop. Felix is in the back section when he hears it, that particular shift in the sound of the shop, the ambient street noise contracting, the way the city sounds when it has remembered it has weather. He comes to the front and looks out the window at the street. The pavement is already dark, the gutter already running. The coffee cart man is long gone. He leaves at 4, as reliable as a tide. Marceline Street has emptied in the way that streets empty when the rain comes without warning, shops swallowing their awnings, people making decisions about umbrellas. It is 10 minutes to 8. He should close soon. He is still deciding this. Closing, the mechanics of it, the sign turned, the register balanced, the specific sequence he follows every evening in the same order because the order matters when someone knocks on the glass door. He goes to open it because there is someone on the other side of the door and they are knocking, and he is not, whatever else he may be, the kind of person who does not open a door. The woman outside is in her late 50s, he guesses, with the particular composure of a person who has gotten wet before and not been diminished by it. She is wearing a light jacket, which is soaked, and carrying a large paper bag that she has managed to keep mostly dry by holding it against her chest. She has the face of a person who knows something you don't and has decided not to make an issue of it. "I need somewhere dry," she says. "My car is 3 blocks over, and this came out of nowhere." Felix steps back. "Come." She does, with the ease of a woman who expected to be let in and is not performing gratitude for it. She stands inside the door and looks around his shop with the particular quality of attention he recognizes from the customers he likes best, the kind who are actually seeing it, not just processing it as scenery. "What is this?" she says, and she says it with the intonation of something being confirmed rather than something being asked. "A bookshop," Felix says. "I know it's a bookshop." She is looking at the back section now, the essay section, the shelves he doesn't explain to people. "I walked past it for a year and never come in." She turns to look at him directly. Her eyes are dark and unhurried. "That's interesting. The shop. That I haven't come in. I go in everywhere. I'm very nosy." She says this with complete equanimity, as if nosiness were a credential. "Yolanda Salas. I have the alteration shop on Catter, 2 blocks over." "Felix Ardea." She nods, the nod of someone filing the name. She begins to move through the shop. Felix watches her the way he watches people who are really looking, who are actually reading the spines, actually following the through line of the shelves, actually engaged with the argument the arrangement is making. Most people look. Yolanda is reading. She pauses in front of a small section near the back that he's arranged around the idea of return. Books about people who go back to places, people who go back to themselves, a somewhat loose thematic that tightens if you stand there long enough. She runs her finger along the spines without touching them, the way you wave a hand through heat to feel where it's coming from. "Who did this?" she says. "Did what?" She gestures at the shelves. "The section. The whole back room, maybe." "I did," Felix says. She looks at him again. That direct, unhurried assessment. "You're the one from next door," she says. "The bookshop. I didn't realize you were. I thought it was someone older." He is not sure what to do with that. "I'm 29. I know, I can see that." She is looking at him in the way of someone who is reading him the way she read the shelves, the same quality of attention, and Felix goes very still in the way he goes still when he's being seen more clearly than he expected. "You remind me of someone," she says, and then doesn't say who, and moves on. She spends 20 minutes in the shop while the rain continues outside. She doesn't need Felix's help. She navigates without asking, pulls books and considers them, replaces most of them. She ends up in front of the small literary fiction display near the register with a novel Felix restocked 3 days ago. She holds it by the spine, reading the back. "I'll take this one." He wraps it. He wraps everything, because a book as a gift to yourself deserves the same treatment as a book as a gift to someone else, which is a principle he's never stated out loud, but practices consistently. She watches him wrap it with what seems like approval. "Cash or card?" he says. "Card." She passes it over, and while the machine processes, she looks at him again with that quality of seeing that he is finding increasingly difficult to be comfortable with. Not because it feels bad exactly, because it feels like something. "You know the parlor next door?" Is not quite a question. "We share a wall," Felix says. "Mmhm." She takes her card back when he offers it. She picks up the wrapped book. She does not appear to be in any hurry, despite the fact that the rain is still going outside, and she has a car 3 blocks away. "We eat on Thursdays. Next door starts at 7. "You're expected." Felix looks at her. "I haven't said yes to that." "I know you will." She says this without arrogance, with the simple certainty of a woman who has been right about people often enough to have earned the confidence. "I'll tell Ezra you're coming. He's the one who runs the space. It's the parlor's kitchen, Thursdays. You can park behind the building if it's raining." She picks up her bag, resecures the strap, and moves to the door. You'll come because you're curious about what it's like in there, and you'll stay because we're good people. Good night, Felix. She opens the door. The rain comes in for a moment, that smell of wet pavement, that sound of something happening, and then she closes it behind her and she's gone, moving through the rain toward Catter with her rap book and her bag, not hurrying, already absorbed back into the wet evening. Felix stands at the register. He does not think about Thursday. He does not think about the specific shape of the invitation, the specificity of it, the fact that she had said you're expected rather than you're invited, as if his attendance were a matter of logistics rather than his own decision. He does not think about the ease of her. He turns off the front lights and goes to the back to close up properly. He locks the register. He tallies the receipts. He does the sequence in its right order, the things that need to be done, and each step is a small, ordinary act of stewardship over something that is his. This is the best feeling he knows. He is good at this. He knows how to do this. He is reaching for his coat when he stops. Through the shared wall, the bass register of a playlist. Different from the morning playlist, slower, later, a different kind of alive. He stands in the back of his shop in the dark with his coat half on and listens to it move through the brick. Someone on the other side, working late, the way he works late, sometimes the specific texture of a person who stays in their space after hours because the space is also a form of shelter. He doesn't decide to do it. He just does it. He crosses the room and presses both palms flat against the shared wall. Cool plaster, solid brick behind it, 14 inches of building between him and the music. The bass comes through as vibration more than sound. He can feel in his hands, in the base of his wrists, something warm and steady and regular as a heartbeat. He stands like that for longer than he intends. He does not examine it. He goes because he said he'd think about it, and he has. And this is what he thought. He doesn't have anywhere else to be on a Thursday at 7. This is not the real reason. The real reason is that Yolanda said you're expected with the particular authority of someone whose expectations come with gravitational pull. And Felix has found, in the days since the rain, that declining a thing is easier when you don't keep thinking about it. He has kept thinking about it. So he goes. He brings a bottle of wine because it would be rude not to, and he was raised to believe that wine is the proper language for entering someone's home for the first time, which applies even if the home is the back kitchen of a tattoo parlor. He did not ask Yolanda what kind of wine to bring. He chose it himself from the shop 2 streets over, and it is probably too good for a casual Thursday dinner, and he knows this and brought it anyway. The back door of the parlor opens from the alley. He has stood in this alley. He knows this alley. He goes through the back door at 7:02 and emerges into a hallway that connects through to the kitchen, and the noise finds him immediately. Voices, multiple and overlapping, the specific sound of a room that has been full long enough to have forgotten it was ever empty. He stops in the hallway. He does not retreat. He is simply orienting, learning the dimensions of the sound, where it's coming from, how it's layered. There are more people than he expected, which is a failing of imagination on his part. He had envisioned something small, contained maybe 4 or 5 people around a table. The kitchen is running a larger operation than that. He can smell garlic, something long cooked, the specific warmth of a space that has been feeding people for hours. He rounds the corner into the kitchen. There are 8 people in a space designed for about 4. Someone, a woman he doesn't know, small and precise looking, has taken over a section of the counter with what appears to be a side dish enterprise. A man with broad shoulders and a calm expression the size of a continent is sitting at the end of the kitchen table reading something on his phone, one long leg crossed over the other, entirely undisturbed by the chaos around him. 2 people are arguing loudly and with evident pleasure near the stove. A younger man, mid-20s, with the look of someone who operates at approximately 1.5 times normal human speed, is narrating the argument for the benefit of a woman across the table who is laughing. In the center of all of it, Yolanda, standing at the stove with a wooden spoon in her hand and the authority of someone who has been here before all of them and will be here after. She looks at Felix when he comes in. "You came," she says. "You said I was expected," Felix says. "I did." She reaches across the narrow space with a wooden spoon and points at the bottle. "That's too good for a Thursday. We'll save it for a Sunday. Cam, find him a glass." The precise-looking woman at the counter, Cam, produces a glass from the cabinet above her with the efficiency of someone who knows the geography of this kitchen the way Felix knows the geography of his shelves. She fills it from an open bottle already on the table and holds it out. Felix takes it. He says thank you. She says, welcome, and means it in a way that is simple and not demanding anything from him, which is not what he expected, which destabilizes him slightly. Felix, says Yolanda, from the stove, with the ease of someone introducing a known quantity. This is Cam, who keeps track of things. Rhea, who is the one laughing, Cam's partner. Marco, who is a disaster. Dre, who is worse. Hey, says Dre, the fast-moving young man, without apparent offense. Tomas, Yolanda continues, gesturing at the man at the end of the table, who looks up for his phone long enough to nod at Felix, and then goes back to it. And Ezra, who lives here. Felix turns. Ezra is across the room. He is leaning against the doorframe between the kitchen and the hall with a beer in his hand, and the expression of a person who has been watching Felix navigate the introduction from the beginning. He is, in person, the specific kind of person that Felix has been aware of through walls and music and brief alley proximity without ever having fully accounted for. He is taller than Felix, broader, with the kind of quiet in him that has weight, the stillness of a person who takes up their space deliberately rather than by accident. He nods. Felix nods back. You're the bookshop, Ezra says. That's what everyone keeps calling me. Felix, Ezra says. Not a question, just the name, said once, with a quality Felix clocks immediately. Attention. The word used as if it means something. The same. Felix looks at his glass. Looks back up. You have a good kitchen. It's mostly Yolanda's kitchen at this point. There is something in his voice when he says Yolanda's name. Affection so embedded it doesn't announce itself. She's been cooking Thursday dinner here for 3 years. I mostly provide the square footage. And the beer, Yolanda says from the stove, not looking at them. And the beer. Someone calls Ezra's name from across the room. Marco, pulling a dish from the oven with theatrical effort. And he pushes off from the doorframe and goes to help, and Felix is left with his wine glass in the kitchen and the specific sense of having walked into the middle of something that has been running for a long time without him, that will keep running the same way whether he's here or not. He finds a place at the edge of the room and watches. This is what he's good at, the watching, the understanding of a room's architecture, who is central, who is peripheral, how the relationships run, which connections are the load-bearing ones. He watches Cam and Rhea navigate the kitchen side by side with the easy geometry of two people who've been in love long enough to share spatial instincts. He watches Tomas make the transition from reading to eating with a serenity that seems untouched by the noise around him. He watches Dre and Marco achieve a level of mutual chaos that ought to be catastrophic and is somehow only funny. And he watches Yolanda absorb all of it with her wooden spoon and her declarative silences. He watches Ezra. Ezra moves through the kitchen the way he leans against doorframes, with a completeness, a decision behind every action. He puts things on the table. He asks someone a question and listens to the answer with the same quality of attention he'd given Felix's name. He touches Marco's shoulder briefly when Marco nearly drops the dish, a natural contact, nothing performed about it. Felix tracks this from the edge of the room and thinks about the wall between their buildings and the music that comes through it, and does not think any further than that. Okay, here. Dre materializes at his elbow. He has the specific energy of a person for whom standing still is a purely theoretical concept. He is holding out a bread roll. Felix looks at it. You look like you needed something to do with your hands, Dre says. Felix takes the bread roll. I'm Dre, Dre says. Ezra's apprentice originally, but now I'm just the best person at the parlor, including Ezra, although I'll deny saying that if he asks. You're the bookshop. Felix says for the 3rd time tonight. I know, Dre says easily. Yolanda's talked about you. Said you had a good shop and strange shelves. I was curious. He says this with the transparency of someone who has decided that being straightforwardly nosy is simpler than pretending otherwise. What's the strange shelves thing about? Felix considers the question. He gets asked about the shelf sometimes, but usually in the sideways way of people who feel they're encroaching, or in the dismissive way of people who think a bookshop organized non-alphabetically is a personal inconvenience. Dre asks it the way you ask about something you're actually curious about, which is different. It's organized by, he starts, and then doesn't know how to finish the sentence without sounding like a person who organizes bookshelves the way other people manage relationships, which is accurate, but not something he leads with. Association, he says. What books need to be near each other? Dre thinks about this. Felix does not leave, which is the thing he's most aware of for the next 2 hours. He almost leaves twice. Once when the conversation gets loud enough that it starts to feel like a physical pressure. Once when Rhea asks him a question with such genuine interest that he doesn't know how to be small enough to answer it safely. And both times he looks at his bread roll or his wine and decides to stay one more 10 minutes. He is sitting across from Tomas, who has not demanded anything from him for the entire evening, who has, in fact, done nothing more strenuous than pass the salt and answer a direct question about his mother's health with 2 sentences. When Dre says something at the other end of the table that makes Rhea laugh so hard, she covers her face. Felix looks up from his plate. He laughs. Not loudly. He doesn't do things loudly, as a rule, but genuinely a real laugh, surprised out of him by the particular ridiculousness of the moment. He is aware, in the silence after, that the laugh happened. He is aware of being aware of it. He goes still the way he goes still, not frozen, just contained, and looks back at his plate. He looks up, and Ezra is watching him from across the table. Not staring, not making a thing of it, just watching with that quality of attention that Felix has been cataloging in the alley and through walls and across this kitchen all evening. Ezra's expression doesn't change when Felix catches him at it. He just picks up his fork and goes back to his food, and the moment closes. Felix finishes his dinner. When people start to leave, Rhea and Cam first, making rounds of the table the way couples make rounds when they leave together, efficiently and with warmth. Felix retrieves his jacket from the hook near the door. He says goodbye to Yolanda, who squeezes his arm once and says, "Same time next week." He says, "We'll see." She says, "I know." He goes out the back into the alley. He is standing in the dark retrieving his crate. He'd left his jacket on it earlier, or he is pretending he had, when he hears the back door open behind him. He turns. Ezra, hands in his pockets, looking up at the sky with the air of a man who came out for air and found himself in the presence of someone else's air. "Good night," Felix says. "Good night," Ezra says. He glances over. There is a pause that is not quite empty. The pause of 2 people in close proximity who are both aware of the proximity, but neither of whom has decided what to do about it. "You came." "Yolanda," Felix says. "Yeah." Ezra nods. He is quiet for a moment in the way of someone letting something settle before they respond to it. She does that. Does she always say you're expected? Before you've agreed? With Yolanda? Ezra's voice carries the dry edge of a joke in it. That particular quality of humor that disappears before you can fully catch it. That's just how she understands tense. Felix laughs once, short, genuine. He didn't expect to. He picks up his jacket and shakes it out. "Good night," he says again. "Yeah," Ezra says. He is still looking at the sky, or at the alley, or at something between them. "Good night." Felix goes back into the bookshop through the shared door. He stands in the dark of his storage room for a moment, jacket in his arms, listening to the sounds of the parlor's kitchen still winding down. Voices, the clatter of dishes, Dre saying something that makes someone groan. He does not examine the evening. He hangs his jacket on its hook. He goes through to the front of the shop and stands in the dark for a while, looking at the street through the window display, and does not think about Thursday. Chapter 5, Reasons Not to. The reasons enumerated. 1. They are loud. Not unpleasantly. Not in the way of a bad party or a conference or any of the other organized human events Felix has learned to exit cleanly, but in the baseline ambient way of people who exist in natural proximity and have stopped moderating themselves. Thursday is 8 people minimum. 8 people produce a particular decibel level that Felix has established in the days since is the upper limit of his comfortable range. He functions better in quiet. He prefers his own company. He has arranged his life around these preferences specifically and with care. 2. He doesn't know any of them well enough to trust them. He knows what trust costs. He knows what it costs specifically in the shape of specific people, in the specific quiet of a room where the door is just closed and won't be opening again. He knows this in the way that you know things that happened in your body rather than your head, in the chest, below rational argument. The found family at the parlor is warm and large, and from the outside, uncomplicated in the way of something that has been running long enough to have settled into ease. But ease is not the same as safety, and warmth is not the same as reliability. And Felix has enough case studies in the gap between the two to know that both things can be true. It can be real, and it can still end. 3. Ezra looks at him like he's reading something, and Felix does not want to be read. This is the one he turns over most carefully, the one he takes out and examines and puts back and takes out again. He knows what it looks like when someone is paying attention to you, the quality of attention itself, the way it lands differently than being seen by someone going through the motions. He has, for reasons he doesn't examine, been aware of Ezra for months through the wall between their buildings. He has been aware of the music in the shared door and the silhouette moving in the alley. He does not know what to do with Ezra's attention directed directly at him. He does not know what to do with the fact that he went still under it, and it did not feel entirely like the kind of stillness that is retreat. He rearranges the fiction section, not randomly. There is never nothing behind a rearrangement, even when he can't articulate what the logic is. He starts by moving the contemporary literary fiction 3 inches to the left, which he has been meaning to do for a week and which now feels urgent in a way he doesn't examine. He pulls 3 novels from the shelf and holds them for a moment, thinking about their relationship to each other, what they're doing next to each other, whether the conversation is right. He puts 2 back in different positions. He holds the 3rd for longer. The book is a novel he has read twice. It is organized by a structure that looks chaotic from outside, but is, when you're inside it, a very specific kind of logic, a geography that only makes sense if you trust the author enough to stay through the parts where you don't understand what's being built yet. He put it in the contemporary section 3 years ago because that's where it technically lives. He moves it to the back, to the essay section, to the shelf that he thinks of as the architecture shelf. Books about the construction of things and the courage that requires. He considers this decision for a moment. Then he leaves it there and keeps going. He spends a morning arranging the fiction section by color. He has never done this. He is aware that it is a thing he has never done, that there is a standard, alphabetical, sensibly navigable order that this section has maintained for 4 years, and that he is dismantling it for no operationally justifiable reason. He knows this. He keeps going. By noon, the section looks extraordinary. It looks like a quilt, or a gradient, or someone's mood board. It will be completely disorienting to any customer who knows the previous arrangement. This is fine. It can always be changed back. He stands in front of it and counts the reasons not to go back. He has already counted 3. There are more. He is running out of the kind of reasons that sound like arguments and moving toward the kind that are just feelings, which are worse because feelings are not persuadable. He does not want to become someone who attends a weekly dinner at a tattoo parlor. He does not want a found family. He does not want any of the things that come with becoming embedded in other people's rhythms. The obligation, the visibility, the slow accumulation of knowing and being known. He has a shop. He has his shelves. He has his alley and his tea and his patterns, and the patterns hold, and that is enough. He is looking at the color-organized fiction section when the bell rings. He turns. Dre comes in at 12:15 on a Tuesday, which is not a Thursday, which means this is not an officially sanctioned social obligation. He is wearing a jacket with the parlor's logo on it, and carrying his phone with the slightly distracted air of a man who had a purpose and has already partially forgotten it. Gift, he announces. For Rhea. Birthday. She likes books. Obviously, everyone likes books, but she likes specific books, the kind that make her cry. I need something that will make her cry in a good way, not a devastating way. There's a difference. Felix comes around the counter. There is a difference, he agrees. Do you know what she's read recently? She's been talking about this one book with the... Dre makes a gesture that could mean anything. The long title, 2 women. One of them is a scientist, I think. She talked about it for 2 whole weeks, and then she was sad for a week after, and then she was fine. It was a whole thing. Felix thinks about this. Has she read Piranesi? I don't know what that is. It will make her cry in exactly the way you described. He goes to the back, retrieves it, brings it to the front. It's short. It's a book about memory and identity and what home means, and it has a reveal that recontextualizes everything before it. She'll want to start over immediately. Dre holds it, reads the back, reads it again. This is about a man in a palace with infinite halls and tides. That's the starting point, and this will make her cry in a good way. She will also be slightly undone. In a good way. Dre looks at him, then at the book. I'll take 2. 1 for Rhea, 1 for me. I'm not being left out of whatever this is. He puts them on the counter. Then he puts his elbows on the counter, which is a physical position Felix associates with someone who has not finished yet. Also, I have a professional inquiry. Felix waits. We do a tattoo and book pairing sometimes. Like a client comes in with a concept or a tattoo they already have, and we recommend a book that goes with it, and we post it to the shop social. People love it. It's very thematic. He makes the gesture again, the one that means approximately everything. We've been working off Ezra's personal library, which is good, but limited in the ways that personal libraries are limited. We were wondering if you'd want to collaborate. Like, we bring the concept, you recommend the book, we post it as a collab. Felix is quiet for a moment. He runs the calculation, the visibility, the complication, the degree to which this is the kind of entanglement he's been actively reasoning himself out of. He is aware that his reasoning has produced, over the past 3 days, a color-organized fiction section and a developing anxiety about a weekly dinner that a woman named Yolanda has already determined he will attend. Sure, he says. Dre's face does the thing it apparently does when he's pleased about something. Achieves a new level of brightness, as if he was already on a high setting and has found more range. Excellent. I'll text you details. Can I have your number? Felix writes it on a receipt and passes it across the counter. Also, Dre says pocketing the number, gathering the books, already moving toward the door the way he moves everywhere, with forward momentum and no visible braking mechanism. You're coming Thursday, yeah? Not a question. The same intonation as Yolanda's you're expected. Family resemblance immediately clear. Probably, Felix says. Cool, Dre says and leaves. Felix stands at the counter. He looks at the fiction section. The gradient of it, the way it goes from pale white spines to deep black through every shade of green and blue and brown. It is genuinely beautiful, objectively, in the way of color arrangements that aren't trying to be beautiful. They just happen to be, because color is patient and doesn't need permission. He starts putting it back, not all at once. That would be a statement, and he is not trying to make a statement. He is simply correcting an impractical indulgence. He works his way through the section methodically, restoring the alphabetical, the logic that serves the customers who need to find things. He does it carefully. He does it right. When he's halfway done, he stops. He is holding a novel whose author's name begins with K, which means it belongs on the 3rd shelf from the left, between 2 other novels whose authors' names also begin with K. He knows where it goes. He has put it there before. He stands in the middle of his bookshop on a Tuesday afternoon, holding a novel and thinking about how Dre had said that's the whole thing when Felix explained the logic of the back section, and then had immediately understood it. Like a playlist, Dre had said. Yes, Felix had said. Exactly like that. He puts the novel back, not where it belongs alphabetically, back in the color arrangement, where it was 20 minutes ago, in the gradient between green and blue. He steps back and looks at the section. He leaves it. He will change it back. He will. He will change it back before the shop opens tomorrow, when it needs to be navigable by people who don't know his organizational logic and shouldn't have to. He will change it back because the fiction section has been alphabetical for 4 years, and there is no reason to break a 4-year system because someone came in and bought 2 copies of Piranesi. He goes to make tea. He does not, in the end, change it back. Not that afternoon, and not the next morning before open. He leaves it for 4 days, and 3 customers ask him what he's done to the shelves, and he explains the logic, briefly, not the full logic, just enough, and all three of them stay longer than they intended, moving through the color gradient the way you move through something you want to understand. Two of them buy books. One of them says, "I never would have found this on my own." On Thursday, Felix puts on his good shoes and goes next door at 7. He doesn't bring wine. He brings a plant cutting from the succulent on the register shelf. He has been meaning to repot it for months, which means he has a cutting that has been waiting for a new pot, and a kitchen counter at a Thursday dinner seems like a reasonable place for it to go. It is not a gift exactly. It is more like the redistribution of something that was already looking for somewhere to be. He goes through the shared door in the back and follows the noise to the kitchen. He is earlier this time. Times he stays. When he goes back through the shared door at the end of the night, the bookshop is dark and quiet and exactly as he left it. He stands in the back room for a moment, listening to the sound of the parlor still audible through the wall, voices, then the sound of the kitchen being cleaned, then quiet. He goes to the front of the shop and stands at the window. He does not think about the reasons. He looks at the fiction section. He can see it from here, in the dark, the gradient of colors visible even without the lights, the pale spines against the dark ones, the whole long argument of it. He leaves it. Chapter 6. What he left in the circuit. The message comes in on a Wednesday afternoon while Ezra is in the middle of shading a geometric sleeve, and he doesn't see it until close. He reads it at his station after the last client has gone, in the particular quiet of the parlor after hours when the hum of the machines has stopped and the silence has that specific quality of something that has been full recently and is still settling. The message is from a number he recognizes even without a contact name attached, because some numbers you don't delete even when you should. You just stop calling them and let them sit there in the log, present and deferential, as if they know better than to push. The message says, "Hey, big reunion happening next month. Solaris is doing a throwback night, all the old crew. You should come. I know it's been a while. Will be good to see you." He reads it twice. He puts the phone face down on the station. He finishes breaking down his setup with the focused patience that has become, over 3 years, less of an effort and more of a practice. The same way running becomes a practice, or sleep hygiene becomes a practice, or any of the things that you do deliberately for long enough that they start to feel like just things you do. He cleans the tubes. He caps the inks. He wipes the chair. He picks up the phone. He reads the message a third time. Then he opens the contact, not to call, just to look at the name he never deleted, the Lagos area code that has been in his phone for 6 years. Marcus. Not the worst part of those years. Not the best part either. Just a person who was there, who was part of the shape of that time, the way an object occupies space and becomes associated with the feeling of that room. He puts the phone back down and does not respond. The circuit scene. He thinks about it the way you think about a country you visited and left, with the complicated emotional geography of somewhere that was real, that had good weather and bad infrastructure, that you're glad to have been and glad to be gone from. He was 26 when he found it, 3 years post-transition, 2 years into the parlor, running on a specific cocktail of exhaustion and euphoria that he now understands was just himself, just his body, but that at the time had felt like something he needed to maintain with chemical assistance. The circuit gave him a container for that. It gave him community, physicality, the relentless forward beat of a place that was built for a body that wanted to keep moving. He hadn't anticipated how much he needed that specific thing, a body that was his, moving through a space that was also his, among people who took that for granted. He had not been careful with any of it. He had been careful with the parlor. He had been careful with the craft, with his clients, with the people who worked for him. He had been careful with everything that had walls, and he had not been careful with himself, which is a specific kind of carelessness, the kind that looks like confidence from the outside and feels like abandon from the inside and only reveals itself as neither when the consequences arrive. The consequences arrived at 29. Not dramatically. There was no single moment of revelation, no rock bottom with a clean narrative shape. There was instead a Tuesday. A specific Tuesday in October, 3 years ago, when Kieran had sat across from him in the apartment they'd shared for 2 years and said, "I need you to choose." And Ezra had thought, in the specific arrogance of someone who believes their own performance of fine, "He won't mean it. He's saying this to get my attention. If I just hold still long enough, this will resolve." It had not resolved. Kieran had left on a Thursday. Ezra had gotten sober. Not dramatically, not all at once, but with the deliberate, unglamorous incrementalism of someone who has decided to do a thing and is doing it in the only way that actually works. He had called Tomas, who had said, okay. He had gone to meetings, which he still attends, not because he needs them the way he once needed them, but because the discipline of showing up is its own kind of practice. He had rebuilt, steadily, the things he'd let slide. The parlor, the craft, his body's relationship to itself. He had gotten good. He picks up his sketch pad. The sketch is something he's been working on for 2 weeks. A personal piece, not a client commission, not the kind of thing with a brief or a reference image. It's a wolf. He's drawn wolves before, flash sheet stuff, the standard mythological associations, but this one is different. This one is running, and it's carrying something. He hasn't figured out what yet, which is the reason the piece keeps stalling. The wolf is clear. The carrying is clear. What's being carried is the question. He draws the chest of the animal with the particular attention he gives to things that resist him, carefully, without forcing it, waiting for the image to tell him what it wants to be. His phone buzzes. He looks at it. A text from Dre. Staying at Marco's tonight. In case you're wondering why I haven't locked up. I locked up. Don't check the supply closet. Ezra looks at the supply closet. He does not check it. He thinks about Felix. He does this in the way he started doing it. Not like a problem he's solving, not with any particular agenda, just with the neutral quality of registering a thing that has become part of the landscape. Felix has been at 4 Thursdays now. He sits across from Tomas and peels things and answers questions when asked and does not demand anything from any space he occupies, which is unusual in a specific way that Ezra has been paying attention to. Most people who are quiet because they're managing something, performing indifference, running an internal argument, waiting for a pause to insert themselves. Felix is quiet in a different way. His quiet has presence. It occupies space the way a body occupies space, fully, without apology, which is strange in a person who otherwise seems to be working very hard to take up as little room as possible. He had watched Felix laugh on Thursday. The way it arrived, without warning, and the way Felix had caught himself at it. That moment of self-consciousness, the small retreat, the look down at the plate. As if the laugh were something he needed to account for. As if joy required a debriefing. He had watched that and thought something he hasn't fully named yet. He finishes the wolf's chest, starts on the shoulders. The animal's posture is not aggressive. It is simply in motion, moving through something, carrying something. He'll figure out what eventually. He gets up. He turns on the lamp. He goes to the kitchen and finds the leftovers from Tuesday, which Tomas had stored with a label and date that Tomas always puts on things, neat as a filing system, because Tomas knows that Ezra will eat whatever is in the fridge if he knows it's there and will not eat at all if he has to make a decision about it. He heats the food. He eats standing at the counter, the way he often does when it's just him in the space. Through the connecting hallway, through the storage room and the shared door that they prop open with a brick, he can hear faint music from the bookshop. Not the morning playlist. Something slower, something that sounds like Felix has been in there alone for hours and has let the music get quieter with the evening. It moves through the gap in the door, low and warm, the specific sound of another person's solitude reaching across the space between buildings. He stands at the counter with his food and listens to it. He is not, he notes, going to go through the door. It is late, and Felix is clearly in his own space, doing his own thing. And there is no reason to cross the threshold, just because there is music, and he has been thinking about someone all evening, without quite finishing the thought. He does not go through the door. He finishes eating. He washes his dish. He goes back to his station and picks up the sketching pencil and sits with the wolf for another 20 minutes. And at the end of those 20 minutes, he knows what the wolf is carrying. And it is both obvious and not something he is ready to write down. He closes the sketch pad. He turns off the lamp. He goes home. He tells himself, fine. Chapter 7. The shelf he wasn't supposed to find. The client's name is Rosario, and she wants something to read while the tattoo heals. This is not an unusual request. Ezra has clients who come back for multiple sessions, long pieces that require several hours across several weeks, and some of them bring things to fill the healing time, and some of them don't, and he has never once thought to recommend a book. He is thinking about it now, because Rosario had described the tattoo, a full back piece, botanical, months of work still ahead, and had said, "I need something long, something I can get lost in for a while." And the thing that had occurred to him, without intention, was not the books on his own shelves, but a specific quality of recommendation he had watched Felix make at Thursdays. Attentive, precise, arriving with the particular authority of someone who has read the person as much as the question. He thinks about this for approximately 30 seconds before he decides to just go ask. It is 11 in the morning. He has a client at 2 and nothing immediately pressing before that. He goes through the connecting hallway, through the storage room, and knocks twice on a shared door before pushing it open. Felix is behind the register, making a note in the small ledger he keeps there. He looks up. "Sorry," Ezra says, not moving from the doorway. Are you with someone?" "No." Felix sets down the pen. "What do you need?" Ezra steps inside. He has been in the bookshop before. Technically, he's been through the back, through the storage room, past the door, but he has not been in the main floor. He hasn't crossed this particular threshold. He does it now, and the shop resolves around in the way a space does when you're finally inside it rather than extrapolating from what you can see through a window. Bigger than it looks, the ceiling's higher, the walls of green shells going back further than the proportions suggest. The lamplight is warmer than the light outside, and something about the quality of it, amber, low, the specific warmth of a place that has been full of people and books for a long time, settles him in a way he doesn't immediately parse. "I have a client," he says. "Full back piece, botanical, long healing between sessions. She wants something to read." Felix looks at him with the quality of attention that Ezra has been cataloging for weeks now. Not through the wall, not across a kitchen, but directly, close enough to watch his eyes process the question the way you watch someone read. "What kind of reader?" "I don't know. She said something long. Something to get lost in." "Does she like difficulty?" He thinks about Rosario, the precision of her reference images, the way she had sat through the intake, the way people sit through things they have been preparing for, and says, yes. Does she want to come out the other side changed or satisfied? Ezra pauses. Is there a difference? Often. Felix comes around the counter. He moves through the shop with the ease of someone navigating their own home in the dark. No hesitation, no calculation, just direction. He goes to the back section, the one that Ezra has heard described but not entered, and Ezra follows. The back section is different from the front in a way that takes him a moment to locate. It's not disorganized. Everything is on shelves. Everything is labeled, but the organization is not alphabetical. It's something else. The section labels are phrases rather than categories. The architecture of grief, what water does, people who go back. He reads them as he moves through the space, tracking them with the same part of his brain that tracks flash sheet arrangements. The logic behind the placement, the argument the composition is making. What is this, he says? The essay section. Felix runs a finger along a shelf without looking at the titles, feeling for something. It's organized by what the books are doing rather than what they're called or who wrote them. Ezra reads the label on the shelf Felix is touching, the long interior. And that means what, specifically? Books that take place mostly inside someone's head. Consciousness. The sustained first person. He pulls a novel, turns it over in his hands, puts it back. Pulls another. Your client. She's a person who lives in her body, yes? The tattoo process, the deliberateness of it. Does she seem like someone who wants to also live in her head for a while? He thinks about this honestly. Yeah, he says. Actually, yeah. Felix hands him a book. It is thick, substantial, the kind of book that has weight when you hold it. He looks at the cover, which is spare, mostly type. He reads the title. Is this the one that takes place over a single day? Many days. But it moves like one day. It's a book about a woman building a life out of small things, small deliberately chosen things, after something catastrophic. It's long. It's not easy, but it earns the difficulty. She'll come out the other end satisfied and changed. He pauses. Both. Ezra turns the book over, reads the back. He has the sense, standing in the essay section of this bookshop in the lamplight with a book he didn't know existed 30 minutes ago, of being shown something. Not performed at, not given a tour of a curated space, but actually shown something, a genuine thing, the way you show someone a piece of work you're proud of. "I'll take it," he says, for the client. Felix nods and turns back toward the register. "Is there another one?" Ezra says. Felix stops. "Not for Rosario. Just, you made a second one in your hand before you gave me this one." You put it back. The pause is brief. Felix's tell, that particular quality of stillness, the settling, is very slight, and Ezra has been learning to read it the way he learns clients, without looking like he's reading them. Then Felix turns back to the shelf and retrieves the other book and holds it out. It is shorter, thinner, with the same sparse design sensibility as the first. He reads the title. "Also botanical," he says. The primary image is botanical, but it's actually about a man who spent 30 years cataloging something beautiful that nobody else thought was worth cataloging, and what that cost him, and what he found at the end. Felix says this without editorializing, not recommending with enthusiasm, just describing with accuracy, the way a doctor describes a diagnosis. You don't have to take it. Ezra takes it. He buys both. Felix wraps them in the brown paper he uses for everything. Ezra has noticed this, the wrapping, the principle implicit in it, and Ezra carries them back toward the connecting door. He stops in the middle of the main floor, not because he needs to, but because there is something he wants to look at. The window display. 7 books, spines out, titles visible to the street. He has looked at it from outside. He looks at it from inside now. The reverse of the view, he knows, the titles right way around from here, the afternoon light coming through from the other side. The display, he says, with the chapter titles, the one before this one. I saw it from the street. I try to guess the books. Felix is behind the register. He is not looking at Ezra, or he is pretending not to, in the way of someone making a deliberate choice about where to direct their attention. I remember. You got 2. You set it up for that. For people to guess. I set it up so the titles could be read out of context. What someone does with them is their business. But you wanted someone to try. The pause again. Longer this time. I wanted to see if anyone would. Ezra looks at the current display. 5 books, covers forward this time, selected by some logic he doesn't have yet. Has anyone else? No, Felix says. He looks back at Felix, who is now looking at him, with that quality of attention that Ezra has understood over the past few weeks is not surveillance. 6 weeks of Thursdays, and Felix has stopped counting them. This is the thing he notices, that he has stopped counting, that he can no longer tell you, with the precision he'd maintained in the first few weeks, exactly how many times he has gone through the shared door and followed the noise to the parlor kitchen. He had counted at first, a thing he does with situations he's uncertain about, tracking the accumulation the way you track anything that could become a problem, monitoring the rate of change. But somewhere between the 3rd Thursday and the 5th, he'd lost the count. Not because he stopped caring, but because he stopped needing it as a measurement. At some point, the thing he was counting became just a thing that happened, and then just a thing he did, and then just a Thursday. This is information about himself that he is not ready to look at directly. He looks at it sideways instead, the way you look at something that will disappear if you stare. The table fits 11 if 2 people are willing to sit on the cooler. Tonight, Marco is on the cooler without complaint, because Marco will sit anywhere if it means being in a room, and Dre is next to him because Dre has been next to Marco at every Thursday for the past month in a way that nobody has commented on, which is a specific quality of the group Felix has cataloged. They do not comment on the things that are in the process of becoming. They wait until a thing is, and then they absorb it. He finds this generous. He also finds it, given his current situation, faintly terrifying. Yolanda is at the stove. She is always at the stove, even when she is technically a guest, which she is most Thursdays. The parlor's kitchen belongs to Ezra and Tomas, the lease and the history, but the cooking belongs to Yolanda, and she moves through the space with the authority of someone who has installed herself so thoroughly that ownership has become irrelevant. She had told Felix once, while making him peel garlic, that she started cooking Thursday dinner because Ezra was eating cereal for every meal that wasn't a client-adjacent obligation, and she decided that was a problem and inserted herself into his schedule. He had asked her how long ago that was. She had said, 3 years ago, and kept cooking. He He had thought about that for a long time. Cam and Rhea are in the doorway between the kitchen and the hall. This is where they often end up in the last half of the evening. Not in a fight exactly, or not only in a fight, but in the low-register conversation of two people who are comfortable enough to have their disagreements in front of other people, because the disagreements are not danger. They're just weather, a thing that passes through and doesn't leave structural damage. Tonight, it is something about a trip they're planning. Felix has learned not to listen closely, not out of disinterest, but out of a decision made early in his Thursdays, not to know more about any of them than they choose to tell him. He is working backward from this position. He watches Rhea touch Cam's arm in the middle of whatever she's saying and watches Cam's whole body orient toward her the way a plant orients toward light. Automatic, unconscious, the evidence of something settled so deep it doesn't require thought. He looks at his plate. Tomas is across from him, which is where Tomas always is now. Something has settled in the table's geometry over these Thursdays that has put Felix and Tomas reliably across from each other, which Felix has come to understand is one of the better arrangements the universe has managed on his behalf. Tomas does not require anything from him. Tomas has a quality of presence that is restful in the way of large, gentle things, not passive, just low demand. He is currently eating with the focused application of a man who has been on his feet for 11 hours and has earned this food, and he is not talking, and Felix finds this deeply comfortable. "You did the display with the letters," Tomas says, without looking up from his plate. Felix pauses. "The maps." "No, before that. The letters. Envelopes. You put them in the window." He had, 3 weeks ago, a display built around books told in letters, in correspondence, epistolary novels, mostly, plus a few collections of real letters, plus one artist book that was entirely correspondence between two people who never met, which he'd found in an estate sale and acquired for less than it was worth. He had not thought anyone had noticed it. He had put it up at 7 in the morning and changed it 2 weeks later and never mentioned it. "You saw that," Felix says. "I'm usually on the street by 7:30. Tomas takes a drink of water. The envelopes looked like something someone had actually sent. Real stamps. They were real stamps. Tomas nods. Not in appreciation exactly. In recognition, the nod of someone who has identified a fact and has filed it. He goes back to his food. Felix looks at his plate and feels, without wanting to, something warm. Across the table, Dre is telling a story that involved a client and a flash design and a very specific misunderstanding about the word subtle that escalates comically through 3 retellings. Felix has heard the beginning of it before. He watches it from his end of the table, watches Marco laugh with his whole body, watches Rhea turn from the doorway to catch the punchline, watches Yolanda shake her head at the stove with the specific expression of a woman who is not going to comment on that. He watches all of it, and he is present. Not performing presence, not monitoring himself for the signs of overstay. He is simply there, in the middle of this particular Thursday, at the table he's been coming to for 6 weeks without counting, and something about the word middle registers in him and makes him look up to understand where he is in the room. He is not at the end of the table. He had started at the end of the table, that first Thursday, pressed against the wall with his wine glass and his watching. He has migrated Thursday by Thursday, without noticing, toward the center. He is next to Tomas. He is within easy speaking distance of Yolanda. He is not at the end. He doesn't know when that happened. He picks up his fork. He eats. He says something, a small thing about a customer, an incident from Tuesday that is funny only in the specifically absurdist way that retail incidents are funny. And he says it without deciding to, without preparing it, without managing it. He just says it. Everyone laughs. The laugh fills the room in a way the room fills with sound, naturally without edges. Dre is the loudest, which is standard, but Rhea laughs with her hand over her mouth, and Tomas makes a sound that isn't quite a laugh but is doing the same job. And even Yolanda from the stove says, "Oh Lord." Felix hears himself say. There was also a man who wanted the entire complete works of Steinbeck in hardcover for a trip to the coast and was devastated to learn he'd need to check a bag. Dre says, "How many books is that?" 32, Felix says. The table loses it. He is talking. He is in the middle of talking, in the middle of the table, and nobody is watching him with assessment or expectation or the particular quality of attention that requires him to manage himself. He is just saying things that are occurring to him, and the table is receiving them the way the table receives everything, fully, without inventory. He looks up. Ezra is across the table. He is looking at Felix the way he looks at Felix. That quality, that attention, but there is something else in it tonight, something that Felix catches only because he's been cataloging it for 6 Thursdays and has learned to read the register. It is not an assessment. It is something warmer than assessment, quieter, the look of someone who is watching a thing and thinking. There you are. Felix feels it land. He still goes. Not the retreating, kind of still, the other kind, the one that happens when something arrives that you don't have an immediate response to, the kind that is actually a form of paying attention. Ezra drops his gaze first. He picks up his glass. He doesn't make it a thing. Felix does not make it a thing. Dinner continues. The arguing and the laughing and the food that Yolanda has been making for these particular people long enough to know exactly what they need on a Thursday, in the right quantities, in the right order. Felix eats. He contributes, occasionally, to conversations he has enough context to contribute to now. He lets Rhea tell him about the physiotherapy patient she's been worried about this week. He lets Dre draft him into an argument about whether a certain filmmaker's later work justifies the earlier work. An argument Felix has genuine opinions about and says so, which surprises him and apparently surprises Dre, who points at him with fork and says, "You are correct, and I respect it." At the end of the evening, he is the second to last to leave. Tomas has fallen asleep on the couch. He doesn't answer that. He says goodnight to Tomas, who does not wake up, and goodnight to Yolanda, who squeezes his arm and says, "Next week," not a question. He goes through the hallway, through the storage room, through the shared door. He stops in his own back room. Through the wall, the sound of Ezra moving around in the kitchen. The last of the cleaning up, the quiet rituals of someone ending their night in a familiar space. Felix stands in his back room, in his jacket, with his keys in his hand, and listens to it. He does not press his hand to the wall. He thinks about it. He goes through to the front of the shop instead and stands in the quiet for a moment, breathing the particular smell of his shop at night. Paper, a little dust, the faint green paint smell of the shelves, something that is just the accumulated presence of many books in a small space. His shop, his shelves, his life, constructed with care. He looks at the table in the essays section, a small reading table he put there 3 years ago that has, in the past 6 weeks, begun to feel like a table he might actually sit at rather than a table that exists to suggest the possibility of sitting. He has been standing on the threshold of every Thursday and deciding to walk through it. He has been moving toward the center of the table without counting the distance. He is not sure what to do with this. He is not sure what the right way to hold this is, what container is appropriate for the specific feeling of something working, after years of things being fine rather than working, after years of fine being enough. He does not know if he trusts it. He does not know if trust is the right word or if trust is even a question. He sits down at the reading table. He takes off his jacket. He sits in the back of his bookshop in the quiet, past midnight, and he does not reach for a book. He just sits. After a while, he hears the click of the parlor's lights going off through the wall, the specific sound of space settling into dark, and then quiet, and then the distant sound of the back door opening and closing, Ezra going home. Felix sits in the dark for another few minutes. Then he locks up, turns off the last lamp, and goes home too. Chapter 9, Ink and Spine. It is Ezra's idea, technically, which means it arrives the way Ezra's ideas arrive. Not as a proposal, but as a condition that has already been assumed. He is in the connecting doorway on a Wednesday evening, leaning against his side of it with his coffee, the way he does sometimes now, both of them aware that neither of them has closed the propped open door for weeks, when he says, "Rosario's back tomorrow." She wants to know about the next book. Felix looks up from his receipts. She finished it 3 days ago. She said to tell you the revelation made her put it down and walk around the apartment for 20 minutes before she could pick it up again. That's the correct response. She also wants to see the section it came from. She asked me to ask you. Felix sets down his pen. He is aware of the shape of this. The specific way that Ezra is not asking him anything directly, but is creating the condition in which the thing might naturally occur, which is a method Felix has spent the past 7 weeks learning the grammar of. He finds it, unexpectedly, the least invasive form of wanting something from a person that he has encountered. There is no pressure in it. There's just the door propped open and the question of whether you'll walk through. "You could bring her in," Felix says. Ezra nods. Not satisfied nod, just noting. He drinks his coffee. "You've never been in the front room," Felix says. "Of the parlor. You've never been in mine." This is true. He has been as far as the connecting hallway. He has been in the back. He has not been in the room where the work happens. "Do you want to come?" Ezra says. He says it the way he says most things, simply, without editorial, with the quality of someone who is comfortable asking for a thing and equally comfortable being told no. Felix has been noting this. He has been noting that Ezra never makes his wants into demands, never makes refusal into a cost that Felix has to pay. He asks, and he lets the asking exist without needing it to be resolved quickly. After close, Felix says, "Whenever." He closes the shop at 6. He goes through the connecting door at 6:15. The parlor's back hallway is familiar. The smell of green soap, the row of hooks where jackets hang, the storage shelves organized with the same precision that runs through everything Ezra does. The front room is different. It is bigger than Felix expected, which shouldn't be a surprise, but is. The proportions of the building from outside don't suggest the generous interior. There are 4 stations, 2 along each wall, each with its own lamp and mirror and the specific organization of a workspace that belongs to the person who uses it. The flash sheets cover 3 walls from floor to nearly ceiling. Panels of designed imagery, botanical and geometric and figurative and abstract, arranged in a pattern that has its own logic. Felix stops in the middle of the room and looks at the flash sheets. "Did you design all of these?" he says. "Mine are the ones on the back wall and the left." Ezra is leaning against the nearest station. His Felix understands, from the arrangement of inks and the sketch pad visible on the tray. Dre has the upper right. The lower panels are older, artists who worked here before. Felix moves to the back wall. He reads the flash sheets the way he reads bookshelves, not image by image, but as a whole, looking for the argument the arrangement is making, the logic of what has been placed near what. He sees it almost immediately. The back wall is not random. The pieces are in conversation with each other. There's a recurring motif, something about motion, things in transit, animals carrying, water running. He follows it across the panels. "There's a wolf," he says. "Unfinished design," Ezra says from behind him. "I've been working on it." "What's it carrying?" A pause. "I haven't decided yet." Felix turns to look at him. Ezra's expression is the particular neutral that Felix has learned is not vacancy, but the opposite, something present, contained, the water not moving on the surface that is also Felix's own tell. He looks away first, back to the flash sheets. "You organize these like the essays section," he says. "Not by category, by conversation." There's a silence. Then, from behind him, "I didn't think about it that way." It's the same logic. Felix touches the panel nearest him, the edge of a botanical piece, a flowering vine that recurs on 3 different designs in slightly different forms. These all come back to each other. You can read the whole wall as one thing, or you can read it as 20 separate things. "Yes," Felix says. "That's what makes it work." He turns away from the wall and finds Ezra closer than he expected. Not invasively close, just in the natural vicinity of someone who moved while Felix was looking at something else. There's maybe 3 feet between them. Ezra looks at him with that quality of paying attention and does not step back. Felix does not step back either. "Come see mine," Felix says. Ezra follows him through the connecting door and into the back of the shop, through the storage room, into the main floor. Felix turns on the lamp at the register, and then the lamp at the reading table, and the shop fills with its particular amber quality. Ezra stops just inside the floor, looking at the shelves the way Felix had looked at the flash sheets, taking the whole thing in first before resolving it into parts. Felix lets him do this. He goes to the back section and waits. Ezra moves through the shop the way he moves through spaces, with the ease of a person who is comfortable in any room but does not treat every room as his. He looks at the front section, reads a few spines, tilts his head at the shelf labels, and then follows Felix to the back. He stops at the essay section. He reads the labels. He reads them all, slowly, moving along the shelf like Felix moved along the wall. Felix watches him do this and has the experience he sometimes has with readers in this section. The slight anxiety of having shown someone something, the waiting to understand what they make of it. People who go back, Ezra says, reading a label. Books about return. Different kinds. Geographic, emotional, temporal. Ezra reads the next one. The Long Interior. Consciousness novels. People who live mostly in their own heads. What water does. Water as metaphor, water as literal force. Books where water is doing something structurally important. There are more of those than you'd think. Ezra looks at him. Something in his face has shifted. The particular shift that Felix has been learning, the one that happens when Ezra is actually engaged rather than simply present. He looks less contained, more inhabited. The difference between an empty room and a room with a lamp on in it. The architecture shelf, Ezra says. Books about building things, Felix says, and what that requires. You said that before. When I ask, I know. Ezra looks at the shelf, runs his finger along the spines the way Felix runs his fingers along spines. Not reading the titles, just contact, just the evidence of solid things. What's on here? He says. Specifically, Felix comes to stand beside him. He goes through the shelf. A novel about a woman who builds her own house after her marriage ends. A memoir about a cathedral under construction for 200 years. A collection of essays by architects about the relationship between structure and feeling. A novel about a lighthouse keeper whose lighthouse is also an argument about isolation. A small anthology of poetry about rooms. And one more, at the end, which he reaches past Ezra to pull out. It is a very short book. A pamphlet, almost handbound. Felix had found it at an estate sale the same year he opened a shop and had been unable to classify it as fiction or nonfiction, as memoir or essay, and had put it here because it was about, in the most fundamental sense, building something you live in. He holds out. Ezra takes it and reads the first page, standing in the back section of Tidal with his shoulder 3 inches from Felix's shoulder and his coffee gone cold on the station tray through the wall. He reads the whole first page without moving, which is unusual. Ezra reads the way he talks, economically, quickly, not lingering. This one he lingers over. He closes it. He looks at Felix. Can I borrow this? Yes. He does not hand it back. He holds it, and they are still standing near each other, and the shop is quiet and warm, and the lamp is on at the reading table, and outside Marceline Street is doing whatever Marceline Street does at 6:30 in the evening. Felix is aware of all of this peripherally. He is more immediately aware of the 3 inches between them and the way Ezra is still looking at him, that quality of attention directed fully and without apology, nothing managed about it. The window display, Ezra says. The chapter titles. That was the first one I saw. It was up in November. I saw it in the rain. I almost came in that day. He says this easily, not with weight, just stating a fact. Why didn't you? Felix asks. The corner of Ezra's mouth does something. Not quite a smile, the dry version of one, the disappearing kind. I told you. I didn't have a reason yet. And when you came in, for Rosario's book, that was a reason. Felix looks at the handbound book in Ezra's hand. He looks back up. Do you want to go back through? He says, meaning the door, meaning the parlor, meaning we've been standing in this shop for 40 minutes, and you have things to do, and I have things to do. Not particularly, Ezra says. The quality of the quiet changes. Not dramatically. Nothing lurches, nothing shifts with announcement. It is more like the quality of a room when the ambient sound of the street outside stops. A small subtraction that makes everything else louder in its absence. Felix is aware of his own breathing and of the book in Ezra's hands and of the 14 inches of wall they share every day of every week on opposite sides, and of the fact that they are not on opposite sides right now. Do you want some water? Felix says. My coffee machine is broken, but I have. Yeah, Ezra says. Sure. They end up in a back room. Felix filling a glass from the tap, and Ezra sitting on the edge of the supply shelf in the way of a person who has decided to be comfortable wherever they are. They talk about Rosario's next appointment and what the healing schedule for a full back piece actually looks like, weeks between sessions, the way the skin changes, what Rosario will need for the long stretches. Felix asks questions he didn't know he had. Ezra answers them in the way he answers things, directly, without condescension, with the patience of someone who genuinely doesn't mind explaining. They talk about the tattoo-in book pairing Dre had proposed. Felix has been doing his recommendations by text, which works, but Ezra says it would be better in person, and Felix agrees, which is the first time he has said he agrees with a thing that will require him to be in the parlor more rather than less. He notes this and does not retract it. They talk about the shared wall and whether there is in fact a gas line issue that needs addressing, or whether the reason the door has been propped open for years is just that both of them propped it open and neither has unpropped it. Felix says, "I think it's just that neither of us closed it." Ezra says, "Yeah, I think so too." The shared door between them is 3 feet away and open. They are in the doorway for over an hour. Technically, Ezra on the supply shelf and Felix on the step stool. He keeps in the back for reaching high shelves, both of them drinking water, both of them talking in the careful, unhurried way of people who are not in a hurry and are aware that they're not in a hurry. When Ezra finally slides off the shelf and says he should close up the parlor's front, Felix walks him back through the connecting door and says, "Come see the next display when I put it up." Ezra says, "When?" Felix says, "Friday." Ezra says, "Yeah, okay." He goes through the door. Felix hears his footsteps through the storage room, and then the front of the parlor, the sound of the locks, the lights. He leans against his side of the doorframe, the shared door between their buildings, between their spaces, and listens to the parlor go quiet. After a while, he pushes off and goes back to the register. He has Ezra's grandmother's book in his hand. He'd picked it up to shelve it back and then not shelved it. He turns it over, reads the first page, the same page Ezra had read. He does not know what Ezra found in it. The thing about Ezra is that he is, under all the competence, a terrible liar. Dre has known this for 4 years, since the day he walked into Ezra's old studio on Van Street with a portfolio case and the specific confidence of a 26-year-old who knows he is talented but not yet how much, and spent 45 minutes getting the most honest technical critique of his work he had ever received. Ezra had sat with the portfolio for 20 minutes in silence, turning pages with the patient attention of someone who is reading something important rather than just looking. Then he'd said, "You have 3 weaknesses," and named them with the particular directness of someone who doesn't think honesty is unkind, just accurate. And then he'd said, "Your instincts are good and your hands are better, and if you're serious about this, I have space for an apprentice." Dre had been serious about it. He'd been in Ezra's orbit long enough now to map him the way you map a landscape you know well. The high points and the low ones, the places where the terrain is reliable and the places where it drops. He knows when Ezra is actually fine and when he is performing fine, which is a subtler distinction than people think because Ezra performs fine very convincingly. He knows when Ezra's hands are still, which means something is wrong. He knows when Ezra uses names, really full names, not man or hey, because that only happens when something matters. He has been watching Ezra use Felix's name for 3 weeks. It is a Wednesday, 11 in the morning, and Dre is at the front desk with his coffee and his sketch pad and the scheduling board that Ezra keeps moving to Wednesdays and Dre keeps moving back. He is technically working. He is also watching through the glass partition as Ezra rearranges the supply tray at a station for the 3rd time this morning. Ezra never rearranges the supply tray. Ezra has a system for the supply tray that is as fixed as the cardinal directions and that Dre has learned to navigate without disturbing, the way you navigate around a person's superstitions. The inks go in a specific order. The caps go in a specific drawer. The sketch pad lives at the top right. The tray has been arranged the same way for 3 years, and Ezra has now moved it 3 times in 40 minutes. Dre drinks his coffee and watches. The front door opens. It is not a client. The first client of the day is at 12, a touch-up, 15 minutes. It is a delivery driver with a supply order that Dre signs for, which takes approximately 90 seconds, during which Ezra comes to the doorway of his station and says, "Did the inks come?" And Dre says, "Yes," and Ezra nods and goes back. He rearranges the tray a fourth time. At 11:30, the connecting door opens. This is not unusual. Felix comes through the connecting door several times a week now, mostly to drop off the tattoo and book recommendations Dre has been texting him about, sometimes just to use the hallway, because the shared door is still propped open, and apparently they have all collectively decided that that's just how buildings are now. He usually comes through, says something to whoever is nearest, and goes back. Today he comes through with a book and brings it to Dre's desk. For the pairing, he says, "The client with the semicolon piece." Dre takes the book and looks at it. He has not read it, but he immediately understands, from the cover and the weight of Felix's recommendation, what it is doing. "The one about staying," he says. Felix says, "The one about all the different reasons people stay. She'll love it." "I know." He says this with the matter-of-fact confidence that Dre finds, consistently, one of Felix's most unexpectedly appealing qualities. The man knows when he's right about a book the way Ezra knows when a design is right, from somewhere below opinion. He says it and doesn't wait for the compliment. He's about to go back through the door when Ezra comes out of his station. This is the moment. Dre, who has 4 years of Ezra mapping under his belt, watches the moment with the specific attention of someone who has been watching two people circle each other for 7 weeks and has a lot invested in how this goes. Ezra stops when he sees Felix. Not in a surprised way. He knew Felix was in the building. The connecting door is not subtle, but in the way of someone encountering a thing they've been anticipating and not anticipating at the same time. There's a half second of recalibration, and then the recalibration resolves into a specific quality of expression that Dre has never seen on Ezra's face before. He's going to need a moment to classify it. Felix nods. "Is that?" Ezra stops. He starts again. "Is the ending what you intended when you put it on that shelf? Or did you put it there and then find the ending was doing what the shelf does?" Dre, who is ostensibly focused on his sketch pad, holds very still. Felix looks at Ezra for a moment. "The second one," he says, "I put it there because I thought it was about building. I reread the ending after you borrowed it and understood that it was about what happens after you've built something and you have to live in it." Ezra is quiet. Not the managing something quiet. The other kind, the one Dre knows means things are actually landing. His jaw is not tight. His hands are still in his pockets, but the way he's standing has changed by some fraction of a degree that Dre would not be able to describe if asked, but knows is real. "Yeah," Ezra says. "That's what I thought too." Felix says goodbye. He goes back through the connecting door. Ezra watches the door for a beat longer than the conversation required, and then turns back toward his station. He stops. He is standing in the middle of the parlor floor with an expression that Dre has now classified. It is the face of a person who has just realized something and is in the process of deciding what to do with the realization. It is also, Dre notes, the face that Ezra has never made in the 4 years Dre has known him, which means it is new, which means it is happening now, in real time, in the middle of a Wednesday morning in Inkwright. Dre puts down his pen. He does not say anything. This is a rare exercise of restraint on his part, and he is aware of its rarity. He says nothing because this particular moment has a quality to it that it doesn't want to disturb. The specific delicacy of something that is in the process of being understood, like a flock of birds on a wire that will scatter if you come too close. Ezra goes back into his station. He does not rearrange the supply tray. Dre picks up his pen. At 12:15, during the touch-up client, Dre texts Tomas. "Okay, so Ezra just stood in the middle of the parlor with a face after the bookshop guy left, and I need to talk about this." Tomas responds 4 minutes later. HM. Dre stares at the message. Tomas. I just watched Ezra not rearrange his supply tray after looking at Felix Ardea for 6 seconds, and all you have is, Tomas. I've known for a while. Dre, what? 3 minutes pass. Tomas. He used Felix's name when he was telling me about the book recommendation. Like the actual name. Not the bookshop guy. Dre, when was this? Tomas. Couple weeks ago. Dre. Tomas, you didn't tell me. Tomas. It wasn't my information. Dre stares at the screen for a long moment. Then he types, That's infuriatingly reasonable, and I hate it. Tomas, I know. Dre puts his phone in his pocket. He goes to the supply closet under the pretense of getting more paper towels and stands in the supply closet for 2 minutes not getting paper towels, thinking about 7 weeks of Thursdays and the way Ezra says Felix's name and the way Felix, for all his careful distance keeping, has moved from the end of the Thursday table to the middle of it without anyone asking him to. He comes out of the supply closet with the paper towels. He goes back to the front desk. Through the glass partition, Ezra is working, focused, fully present with his client in the way that Ezra is always fully present with his clients, which is one of the things Dre respects most about him. The tray is in its right arrangement. His hands are doing the thing they were built to do. Dre opens a new page in the sketchpad and begins drawing, without a plan, the way he sometimes draws when something is working through him that needs somewhere to go. He draws fast, loose, not caring about the quality of the line. He draws what he sees when he looks at the Thursday table. The configuration of it, the people in it, the way they've settled over time into something that has weight and warmth and the specific gravity of accumulated shared meals. He draws the shape of what he's been watching for 7 weeks. The sketch is not good. It is entirely honest. Somewhere in the middle of it, in the space between things that have started and things that haven't declared themselves yet, he becomes aware of something that he has been feeling as excitement and that he now understands has another texture underneath it. Something quieter, a low-register frequency that he's been ignoring because it didn't fit the mood of watching two people find each other. The feeling is this: the family they have is about to change shape. He knows this the way he knows when a composition needs adjustment, not from argument, not from logic, from feeling. Something is shifting. The shape that Thursday has been for years, the shape that has had a particular weight and configuration that he has come to rely on without noticing that he relies on it. It is going to be different, maybe better, almost certainly better, if he's being honest, which he tries to be, but different. He sits with that for a moment. Then he draws Ezra's expression, the one from the middle of the parlor floor, the one he's never seen before, and he draws it with more care than the rest of the sketch, because it is the evidence of something beginning, and beginnings deserve care even when they cost something, and especially when they do. He adds it to the sketch. He looks at the whole thing. He tears it out of the sketch pad. He puts it in the drawer under the desk, where he puts things he's made that are not for anyone else. The private record of what it's like to be in a life he didn't plan, but turn out to be exactly right. He closes the drawer. He gets back to work. Chapter 11, The Alley at Midnight. It starts, as things between them tend to start, without announcement. Felix is in the alley at 2 in the morning because the bookshop has been doing that thing again. The thing where the quiet has a texture to it, a particular pressure that is not restful, but the opposite of restful, a silence with teeth. He has been sleeping badly for a week, and he cannot trace the cause to anything specific, which is worse than having a cause, because a cause can be addressed and a general atmospheric unease cannot. He has tried reading. He has tried rearranging the poetry shelf. He has made tea and forgotten to drink it twice in one evening, which is a new record. So he is in the alley. He has his milk crate and the novel he has been trying to read for 4 days, and the overhang is keeping the damp off as long as he stays close to the wall, and the alley at 2 in the morning has a quality of permission to it that he has come to rely on. Nobody is here. Nobody needs anything from him. He is just a man on a milk crate reading a novel by the light of the single alley lamp, and the city is somewhere else being the city, and it is enough. He hears the back door of the parlor open at 2:17. He knows the sound of that door, the slight resistance it gives before it yields, the soft drag of the bottom corner across the threshold. He has been listening to it peripherally for almost 3 months now. He looks up. Ezra steps out with a cup of something, sees him, and stops. They look at each other. "I was going to be out here alone," Ezra says, not accusatory. "You can still be out here alone," Felix says. "I'm not part of the alley. You're a little part of the alley." Ezra looks at the overhang, at the lamp, at the milk crate arrangement with the practiced assessment of someone who has already decided to stay. "You do this often. You've asked me that before. The first time I met you." He leans against the parlor's wall, a few feet from Felix's crate, his shoulder against the brick. He is in the clothes he works in, dark trousers, a Henley pushed to the elbows that shows the full length of his forearms and all the work on them, the accumulated record of years. You said often enough. It's still often enough. Ezra looks at the book in Felix's lap. He doesn't ask about it. This is a thing about him. Felix has noticed. He doesn't ask about things the way other people ask, doesn't immediately need to have named and categorized whatever he's looking at. He looks, and he waits, and eventually the thing becomes clear to him or it doesn't, and both outcomes seem equally fine. The alley settles. A car passes on the street at the far end, its headlights moving across the concrete for a moment and then gone. The city sound is low at this hour, not absent, just reduced to its fundamentals. The distant pulse of it, the specific frequency of a mid-sized city that never fully stops but slows to something bearable. Can't sleep? Felix says. I can sleep. I just wasn't. Ezra drinks from his cup. Coffee, which at 2 in the morning means either he doesn't sleep as a rule or tonight is a particular exception, and Felix is not going to ask which. Sometimes the parlor is the right place to be. I know that. I know you do. He glances over. How long have you been out here? Felix checks his phone. Since 12:30. Ezra nods. Not in judgment, just acknowledging the fact of it. They are alike in this. Felix has been slowly understanding. In the particular quality of their insomnia, in the way that their respective buildings call to them at wrong hours, in the fact that neither of them has, apparently, a reliable relationship with the early morning. My grandmother gave me her tarot deck the week before she died, Ezra says. Felix looks up from his book. Ezra is looking at the sky, or at the narrow strip of it visible between the buildings, the specific dark that the alley makes between two structures. His voice has the quality it gets when he's decided to say something he doesn't always say. Careful, unhurried, the words chosen with intention rather than habit. She was 83, he says. She read cards her whole life. Started when she was 16 in Puerto Rico, and she took the deck everywhere. I used to watch her do readings when I was a kid at the kitchen table, and she always had this quality of listening while she did it. Like the card were telling her something she was trying to hear. He drinks his coffee. She read me the week before she died. With that deck, the one I keep in my station drawer. Felix closes his book. He is not looking at it anymore, but he keeps it in his lap, something to do with his hands. What did she say? He asks. Ezra is quiet for a moment. The particular quality of his silence, the one Felix has learned to read as settling rather than withholding, holds the alley for a few seconds. She said I was going to lose something I loved before I understood its value. And then I was going to build something that would last. He pauses. She said the two things were the same thing, the losing and the building. She said I wouldn't understand that until later. Did you? Not until I did. Something in his jaw shifts. That tell, the near imperceptible tightening. I didn't start believing in the cards until after she died. I kept the deck because it was hers. And then one day I took it out and thought about what she'd said, and I thought, well, she wasn't wrong. Felix looks at his hands, at the closed book between them. He is aware of the weight of being told something real, the specific gravity of a person handing you something true about themselves, not performing it, not calculating its effect, just placing in your hands and leaving the response to you. I've been doing window displays since I opened the shop, he says. Ezra looks at him. 6 of them a year, roughly. I change them when the current one starts to feel finished, like an argument I've made and don't need to keep making. He doesn't look at Ezra while he says this. He looks at the brick wall opposite, the way the lamp makes shadows in the mortar gaps. Nobody has ever mentioned them, not in 4 years, except you. And Tomas, the one with the letters. He said he saw the envelopes from the street. The chapter titles, one was the first I noticed. Ezra says, I stood outside for about 10 minutes. You told me. You said you almost came in. I did almost come in. He shifts against the wall. Not restless, just settling into a different position. The ease of someone who has decided this alley is fine for as long as he wants to be in it. Before that, before the chapter titles, there was one with, what was it? Annotated maps. Felix stills. You had these old maps, Ezra says, with the handwritten notes in the margins. pressed under glass in the window, and books around them. And I thought, whoever did that understood something about the relationship between knowing a place and belonging to it. I almost came in that day. Why didn't you? I didn't have a reason yet. He glances over, and in the low alley light his face has the quality Felix has learned to look for. The expression that means Ezra is not performing and not managing, just present. The chapter titles were a reason. They felt like someone talking to me personally, which is probably what you'd say about all of them. Yes, Felix says. That's exactly what I'd say. A pause. Not uncomfortable. The inhabited kind, the kind that belongs to two people who have been talking for a while and don't need to fill all the space. There was someone, Ezra says, before. Someone who? He stops. Starts again. Someone who was with me through a lot of it. The transition, the early years of the parlor, all of it. Who knew me well enough that I never had to explain context. You know that feeling, when you don't have to explain context. Yes, Felix says carefully. He's not. He didn't die or anything. He's just gone. The way people go when you make choices they can't live alongside. His voice is even. Not performing evenness. Actually even, the kind that comes from having held something long enough that it no longer shakes when you pick it up. I got better, eventually, made the right choices, actually meant them. And he didn't come back. And I've spent 3 years not being angry about that, which I think is its own kind of work. Felix doesn't say I'm sorry. He doesn't say what a loss or how hard or any of the things that get said as filler for the actual silence of not knowing what to do with someone else's grief. He just holds the information the way you hold something handed to you, with both hands without putting it down. My window displays, he says after a moment, are the things I can't say out loud during the day. The ones I make for 11 at night when the shop is closed and nobody needs anything from me, and I can just make the argument. In books, in arrangement, in the thing that I can say with my hands. Ezra looks at him. The annotated maps, Felix says, that one was about belonging to a place you didn't make. Having a claim on somewhere you arrived to, rather than grew up in. He pauses. The chapter titles one was about reading things out of context and still understanding them. Still finding the through line. What's the current one about? Felix thinks about the current display. 7 books, all with titles that are also questions. He'd changed it 3 days ago, at 10 at night, after staring at the previous arrangement for an hour and understanding it was done. Questions I don't have the answers to, he says. Books that ask rather than answer. The alley is quiet. Somewhere, distantly, something falls, akin a crate, the ordinary physics of a city at 2 in the morning. Neither of them startles. I keep the deck in the drawer, Ezra says, because I think there's something in what she believed, that things could be read, not predicted. She was clear about the difference. She always said, the cards don't tell you what will happen. They tell you what's already happening that you haven't looked at directly yet. He drinks the last of his coffee. I don't read them. I don't know how. But I keep them because she handled them for 67 years, and you can feel that. The worn edges. The ink that started bleeding at the borders. He looks at the cup in his hand. She read me and said the losing and the building were the same thing. I think she was right. Felix turns that over. The losing and the building as one motion, not sequence. He thinks about the bookshop, about what he built and what it cost, and whether the cost and the building were two separate things or whether they are, as Ezra's grandmother seems to have understood, inseparable. He thinks about the shelf in the back section that has no logical neighbors. The 3 books that live together purely because they contain a particular kind of grief, and about whether that shelf is about loss or about something he is still in the process of constructing. My displays, he says. The annotated maps. Did you understand it? What I was asking. I thought I did. Ezra looks at him. I think the question was whether you can arrive somewhere and have it be yours. Whether belonging is inherited or made. Felix looks at the parlor wall, at the shared wall between their buildings, where it meets the alley. He is aware of it the way he is always aware of it, as a fact, as a constant, as something he has pressed his hands against. Yes, he says. They stay in the alley for another hour. The conversation moves and doesn't move. Threads picked up, set down, returned to. Ezra talks about his grandmother's kitchen, the specific smell of it, the way time moved differently in that space. Felix talks about a book he read at 20 that he has been recommending to other people ever since, a book about impermanence and why that doesn't preclude beauty, and Ezra says, I think I need to read that. And Felix says, I know you do. I've been thinking about which moment to give it to you. Ezra goes quiet after that. Not the withholding kind, the settling kind. The kind that means something landed and he's taking the full weight of it. The city lightens, barely, the specific quality of 3 in the morning that is darker than 2, but carries the first intimation of later. Felix is aware of time and also not aware of it, in the way of a thing that has stopped being the relevant measure. I should go in, Ezra says. Not urgently, with the quality of someone noting a practical fact. You should. He doesn't move immediately. He looks at Felix with that quality of attention, the one that Felix has stopped cataloging and started simply receiving. And something in the set of him is different from the Ezra of 3 months ago, or Felix's understanding of it is different, which may be the same thing. The deck, Felix says. She said the losing and the building were the same thing. Do you believe that now? Ezra thinks about it honestly. Felix can see him thinking about it. I believe the losing is what you build with, he says finally. That's not the same thing as thinking it was okay to lose. Felix nods. Ezra peels off the wall. He takes the empty cup. He pauses at the parlor's back door with his hand on the frame. Not the way someone pauses when they're deciding something, but the way someone pauses when they know what they're going to do and are simply taking a moment before they do it. Good night, Felix, he says, and he says it the way he says names, once deliberately, as if the word means something. Good night, Felix says. The door closes. Felix sits in the alley for another 10 minutes, not reading, not doing anything in particular. He presses his hand to the parlor wall, not leaning into it, just contact, just the evidence of something on the other side. Through the brick, faintly, the sound of Ezra moving around in there. He takes his hand off the wall. He goes inside. In the front room, he turns off the last lamp and stands for a moment in the dark. He goes to the shared wall and stands in front of it, and he does not press his hands to it this time. He doesn't need to. He knows what's there. He goes upstairs. He sleeps. Chapter 12. The Sunday reading. The Sundays have their own rhythm, separate from the Thursdays, but adjacent to them, like a key change in the same song. The Thursdays are the main event, the noise, the dinner, the full table chaos. But the Sundays are quieter, smaller, a handful of them gathered in whoever space has the most room, and Yolanda reads. She does not advertise this. She has never announced it as a standing event. It simply happens, and has been happening for years, the way certain things in this family happen, because one person started doing it and the others arranged themselves around it until the arrangement calcified into tradition. Today they are at Cam and Ria's apartment, which is on the 3rd floor of a building 2 blocks from the parlor and has the quality of somewhere that has been loved into its current shape. Rugs over rugs, prints layered on walls, the specific accumulation of a home where 2 people with different tastes have been negotiating for 9 years and have arrived somewhere neither of them would have chosen alone and both of them would die for. There are 7 of them. Dre is on the floor with his back against the couch, apparently deeply invested in a game on his phone despite having been told twice that game time is over when Yolanda reads. Marco has arrived with Dre, which is the pattern now. Marco arrives with Dre, and nobody comments, and the family is expanded by one the unannounced way it does. Tomas is in the good chair that Tomas always ends up in despite never explicitly claiming it, which is the kind of thing that happens around Tomas. Cam is in the kitchen making the coffee that her guests will drink whether they said they wanted coffee or not. Ria is on the window seat with a novel she set down when people arrived and has been pretending not to want to pick back up. Felix is on the couch. This is, he is aware, a thing that has happened over several months without his fully deciding it. He is on the couch at Sunday. He is present, without having specifically authorized his presence. He is here because Yolanda said come Sunday last Thursday, and he had said we'll see, and then he had found himself this morning thinking about it with the specific frequency of something he was going to do. Ezra is beside him, not touching. There is space between them, a civilized few inches, but beside him, settled into the couch with the ease of a person who is comfortable in this apartment, and in this proximity, his coffee on the arm of the couch, his hands loose in his lap. They have been beside each other at various tables for months. This is not different in kind. It is different, somehow, in degree, in the particular way that every accumulation eventually tips the scale, not by adding anything new, but by being the same thing one more time. Yolanda comes out of the kitchen where she has been helping Cam and takes her usual spot, the ottoman, which she has turned to face the coffee table, the deck already in her hands. She handles the cards the way Felix handles book spines, with a familiarity that has become automatic, the contact of someone who has done this 10,000 times and has stopped registering the action and only registers the result. "Who wants a reading?" she says. This is not a question. Everyone who wants a reading will sit forward slightly or meet her eyes, and she will begin. Dre, without looking up from his phone, "Do me. Put that away, Mijo." Dre puts the phone away. She reads Dre first. A quick pull. 3 cards. Something that makes him say huh and nod slowly, and then look at Marco with an expression that contains more information than Felix is positioned to interpret. She reads Marco next, briefly, and then Rhea, and then Cam at the kitchen doorway, who receives whatever Yolanda says with the particular calm of someone who is not going to be surprised by the universe. Tomas declines, as he always declines. Yolanda accepts this without comment, as she always does. Felix has never had his cards pulled. He had arrived at his first Sunday after 6 weeks of Thursdays, and the reading had been in progress, and by the time there was a natural opening to include him, the afternoon had moved on. He has watched from this seat, or similar seats, at similar Sundays, with the quality of attention he applies to things he hasn't yet decided whether to engage with. He watches how she handles it, what she says when the cards are good, what she does when they aren't. He notes that she never frightens anyone. She manages information the way a doctor manages it, with care for the patient's capacity to receive it, without withholding the truth. She is looking at him. "Felix," she says. Not quite a question. He looks at the deck in her hands. He looks at the window, the afternoon light coming through the glass at the specific angle that means it's after 2. He looks back at Yolanda. "All right," he says. She nods. She pulls the ottoman closer to the coffee table. He leans forward, and then, after a moment, Ezra leans forward too. Not into the reading, just into proximity, elbows on knees, the way he sits when something has his genuine attention. She does threshold readings, Ezra says, not to Felix specifically, just noting for people who are standing at an edge of something. "I heard." Yolanda doesn't look up from the deck, which she is shuffling with the automatic ease of decades. "You don't have to believe in it," she says. "You have to be honest. With you. With yourself." She looks up then briefly. The cards just help. She lays out 5 cards, one by one, face down in the arrangement Felix has watched her use before. A cross pattern, something personal to her, something she arrived at over years and has not explained. She turns them over one at a time, starting from the left. Cups. Several of them. He doesn't know the deck well enough to read them, but he can read Yolanda, and Yolanda's face when she looks at the cups is the face of someone noting an expected thing. The lovers. From across the room, Marco says "oh" and makes a sound, and Dre elbows him, hard enough to be felt. Yolanda ignores this. The High Priestess. She pauses on this one, studies it in the particular way she studies the cards that are doing something structural in a spread, not just meaning in isolation, but meaning in relation to what's beside it. She turns the 4th card, then the 5th. At the center of the spread, the Tower. Upright. Yolanda is quiet. Not the way she's quiet between cards. This is a different quality of quiet, the kind that has weight. She looks at the spread as a whole, not at any individual card. The way you look at a composition to see what the arrangement is saying rather than what the parts say separately. Her face doesn't change. Something moves behind it. Felix looks at the Tower. The image on the card, he knows the image, has seen it in books, has a general cultural understanding of its meaning. Is a structure being struck by lightning, figures falling, the edifice coming apart. He looks at it with the neutral quality of someone trying to be honest with himself, which is what Yolanda asked for. "What?" he says. "Give me a minute." "Yolanda." I said, "Give me a minute, baby." Her voice is very level, not frightened, Something more complicated than frightened, the expression of someone who has seen a thing and is deciding how to carry it. The room has gone quiet in the particular way rooms go quiet when something true is being held. Not silence exactly, just the ambient noise stepping back from whatever is happening at the center. Dre's phone is in his pocket. Marco has stopped fidgeting. Ria has set down the novel entirely. Felix looks at Ezra, who is already looking at him. Ezra's face is not blank, that would be wrong, contained. Watchful in a way he is watchful when something matters. He meets Felix's eyes and doesn't look away, and there is something in the meeting that is neither reassurance nor alarm, just acknowledgement. Yes. I'm here. Yes. I see it too. Your turn, Yolanda says to Ezra. Ezra turns to her. He doesn't hesitate, or if he hesitates, it is the hesitation of someone who has thought about this before and has arrived at a decision. He leans the few inches closer to the table. She gathers the first spread to one side, not disturbing Felix's cards entirely, just making room. She shuffles again. She lays out 3 cards in a line, a shorter spread, the kind she uses for people she knows well and doesn't need the full architecture to read. She turns the first card, the second, the third, the tower again. Same position. Center. The silence in the room sharpens. It is the quality of silence that has specific weight, the kind that is made of something, not the absence of sound, but the presence of understanding, the particular atmosphere of a room in which everyone has arrived at the same point simultaneously, and nobody knows yet what to do with the arrival. Yolanda looks at both spreads. Felix's 5 cards on the left, Ezra's 3 on the right. The tower twice in the center of both, separated by a few inches of coffee table. Well, she says, not to either of them, to the room, to herself, to something she is turning over privately. That's not nothing, Dre says carefully. No, Yolanda says. It's not nothing. No one asks her what she means. Everyone in the room, even Marco, who is new to this, who has been at 2 Sundays, understand what she means. The tower does not require explanation. The tower twice in 2 readings, for 2 people whose lives have been threading through each other for months, requires even less. Felix looks at the card. He looks at it with the honesty Yolanda asked for and finds that what he feels is not fear exactly, or not only fear. It is also a peculiar clarity, the kind that comes when something you have been half aware of for a long time is finally named by something outside yourself. He has known, somewhere below thought, that whatever is happening between him and the man beside him is not manageable in the way that he has managed everything else. He has known that it is the kind of thing that does not resolve quietly, that will require him to be in it rather than beside it, that carries the specific risk of becoming something his careful architecture is not built to contain. He has known. He has been not looking at it directly. The cards are not telling him what will happen. They are telling him what is already happening that he hasn't looked at directly yet. He looks at Ezra. Ezra is looking at the cards, at the tower in his spread, specifically with the expression of someone making a decision. Something in the set of his jaw. His hands, usually moving or at rest in the easy way of a person not managing anything, have gone still. Not the tightened jaw and still that means he's holding something back. The other kind of still, the considered kind, the kind that precedes a choice. He doesn't look afraid. He looks, actually, like a person deciding not to be afraid. There's a difference. Felix, who has been performing the absence of fear for 7 years, recognizes the active version of it. The choice, made deliberately, not to retreat. Not defiance exactly. More like, I'm not going to let this scare me into retreating. It scares Felix instead. Both of them. The cards and the way Ezra looks at him across the table. As if he has decided something, as if the tower in both their spreads is information he is going to carry rather than run from. Felix does not decide to retreat. He simply finds, when he looks at the card and then at Ezra, and then at the room full of people who are watching this with the careful love of a family watching too of its own navigate something, that the space between him and the thing he has been not looking at has become too small to maintain. The management is no longer available. The card is upright on the table, and Ezra is not retreating, and the room is full of people who would catch him if he fell, and Felix. Felix is afraid. "Excuse me," he says, and the words come out in the careful, even tone of someone who has spent years making performed calm sound like real calm. And he stands, and he goes to the kitchen on the pretext of refilling his coffee, and he stands at Cam's kitchen counter for a full minute and a half with his hands flat on the tile and his coffee untouched. He can hear the murmur of the room continuing. He can hear Yolanda saying something in a quiet voice she uses for things that are not for everyone. He can hear Dre, with unusual restraint, not saying anything at all. He refills his coffee. He goes back. The cards are gathered. The spreads are done. Ezra is on the couch in the same position, elbows on his knees, coffee in his hands, looking at the middle distance with the expression of a person who has filed something and is deciding where to put it. He glances at Felix when Felix sits back down. Not the loaded glance, not the one that requires a response. Just, "You came back." Felix did come back. He sits. He drinks his coffee. He does not make a thing of this. The afternoon continues. Rhea finds a reason to put music on, which breaks the specific quality of the post-reading quiet. And Marco, who is apparently incapable of sitting in a room without eventually saying something that makes people laugh, says something that makes people laugh, and the day refills itself around the space the cards made. Felix stays for another hour. He watches Cam and Rhea in the doorway between their kitchen and their hall, the low-register back and forth of two people in the middle of a long conversation. He watches Tomas fall asleep in the good chair and nobody wake him. He watches Dre and Marco sitting too close together on the floor, their shoulders touching, both of them pretending not to notice. He is aware of Ezra beside him, of the few inches between them, of the fact that Ezra's breathing has the quality of someone who is present and not managing his presence. When Felix finally leaves, earlier than the Thursday pattern, with the excuse of delivery he needs to be up for, Yolanda walks him to the door and squeezes his hand once, briefly, the way she does, and says nothing. Her silence has the quality of something she has decided to let him find on his own. He goes back through the shared door. He goes to the front of the bookshop and stands at the window for a long time, looking at Marceline Street in the late afternoon light. He does not rearrange anything. He picks up a book, the one about impermanence, the one he's been thinking about giving to Ezra, and sits with it for a moment, its familiar weight in his hands. Then he puts it in a specific spot on the architecture shelf, at the end, where he can find it when he's ready to give it. He is not ready tonight. He goes home. He goes through the motions of the evening. Food, a book he will not remember in the morning, the attempt at sleep. He does not press his hand to the shared wall before he leaves. He is not sure what the gesture would mean right now. He lies in bed and thinks about the card, the tower upright. He has thought about it before, in the abstract way you think about familiar imagery, the cultural shorthand. Disruption, rupture, the thing you built falling. He lies in the dark and thinks. Maybe it falls because it was built for one person when it needed to be built for two. Maybe that's the whole thing. Maybe the structure was never going to hold alone, and the collapse isn't punishment, it's just the natural consequence of a design that was wrong from the beginning. He does not find this comforting. He does not find it not comforting either. He turns over and eventually, much later, he sleeps. On the other side of the wall, through the bookshop, through the building, in the parlor where the last lamp is still on, Ezra is at his station. He is not drawing. His hands, for once, are completely still. He is looking at the top drawer of his station, which is closed. He does not open it. He sits with his hands still in the quiet of his parlor for a long time. Chapter 13, Threshold. It happens on a Thursday that isn't Thursday. It is a Tuesday in November, which shouldn't matter except that Tuesdays have become, quietly, their own kind of rhythm. Not the full apparatus of Thursday, not the entire family around the table, just the smaller version of proximity that has developed on its own since the Sunday reading, since the slow return to something that was almost there before and is now more than almost. Felix has been in the parlor twice in the past week for the book and tattoo pairings. Ezra has been through the connecting door 3 times, not for the pairings, just because the door is still open and there's always a reason, and neither of them is pretending otherwise. The delivery is a stock order that came in heavier than expected. 4 boxes instead of 2, dropped at the bookshop's back entrance in the narrow alley space. Impossible to manage alone without either dropping something or doing something unfortunate to the lower back. Felix opens the first box in the storage room and does the geometry of the thing and then goes through the connecting door without particularly deliberating about it. Because Ezra's hands are better suited to this, and Felix's pride has come to some accommodation with that fact. "Help," he says, which is not a word he uses frequently, and he's aware of this. Ezra looks up from the consultation he's doing at his station, reviewing a design with a client via tablet, a preliminary review, nothing that needs the machine. He looks at Felix, then past him toward the storage room, then back. "The delivery?" he says. "4 boxes. Give me 5 minutes." Felix goes back and opens a second box while he waits. He starts unpacking. Novels first, then the small press run that he'd been waiting on for 3 weeks, then the local author collection he'd ordered specially and which has been backordered since September. He lines them up on the supply shelf in the order they'll need to be sorted, his hands moving with the particular efficiency of a person who knows this process down to the muscle. Ezra comes through the door at the 5-minute mark. They move the boxes without ceremony. 2 trips each, Ezra taking the heavier ones without being asked to, and without making a gesture, just the practical decision of a person with more physical leverage doing the thing that their physical leverage makes easier. Felix has been learning to let this happen without qualifying it, which is harder than it sounds, and is, he understands, a small continuous act of trust. The last box is shelved. Felix tallies the delivery manifest against the order, running his finger down the list, Ezra standing beside him at the supply shelf with his hand braced against the shelving above and reading over his shoulder in the easy way of someone who has decided that Felix's space is also a space he can be in. Felix is aware of the proximity, the warmth of him, the specific quality of someone standing close and not performing the standing close, just being there because there's where he is. "You're short a Tidal," Ezra says. Felix looks at the line he's just passed. "The Hanya Yanagihara. It was on backorder. Is that the one, Dre?" "Yes." Felix makes the notation. "He'll survive." Ezra makes a sound, the dry amusement, the one that disappears before you've fully caught it, and Felix looks up and finds him closer than expected. Not dramatically closer. Just the specific closer of 2 people standing over the same piece of paper who have both, at some point, stopped tracking the exact measure of the space between them. They are in the doorway. He doesn't know when they migrated here, from the supply shelf to the threshold between the parlor storage and the bookshop's back room, where the propped open share door makes its perpetual offer. It's where they tend to end up, he has noticed. The gravitational center of both buildings expressed as a doorframe. Felix looks at Ezra. Ezra looks at him. Something has shifted in the quality of it. Not the studied attention of someone who is carefully not acting on a thing, but the attention of someone who has stopped studying and started simply looking. His jaw is not tight. His hands are not in his pockets. He is, in the particular language Felix has been learning for months, as open as he gets. "The reading," Felix says, not as a question. "Yeah," Ezra says. "You didn't retreat." "No." A pause. "You did." Felix doesn't deny it. "I came back." "You did." Something shifts in Ezra's expression. The smallest softening, not vulnerability exactly, but the absence of the thing he usually keeps between himself and the world, the careful management. "Felix." He says the name the way he always says it. Once, deliberately, as if it means something. But this time there is nothing after the name. Just the name and the quality of his looking and the 2 or 3 inches that remain between them in the doorway. Felix makes the decision. He makes it, he understands, which is the difference between this moment and the many managed moments before it. The ones where he held himself at the edge of the thing and let the edge be the answer. And he closes the distance. Ezra meets him there. The first kiss is brief. Not tentative exactly. There's a certainty to it that surprises Felix, or that surprises the part of him that had been preparing for uncertainty, that had been braced for the awkwardness of 2 careful people colliding. But there is no collision. There is instead the specific quality of something that was always going to happen arriving at the time it was always going to arrive. Inevitable, unhurried, its own kind of right. They pull back, look at each other. Okay, Ezra says quietly. Felix exhales. Okay. Ezra's hand comes up to Felix's jaw, brief and careful. The particular touch of someone who wants to be sure the contact is welcome before committing to it. And Felix, without deciding to, leans into it. Just slightly. Enough. The second kiss is not brief. It is the kind of kiss that happens when two people have been circling each other for months and have finally stopped circling, unhurried, deliberate, each of them taking their time with it, learning the other's particular quality of stillness and motion. Felix has his hand at Ezra's collarbone, not holding, just placed, feeling the warm, steady pulse at the base of his throat. Ezra has one hand at Felix's jaw still, and the other at the small of his back, and the whole thing has the quality of something that knows exactly what it is. They move out of the doorway, through the storage room, into the back of the bookshop, which Felix locks behind him out of habit, the deadbolt sliding home with a sound that feels like a punctuation mark. What happens after is, it is not the first time for either of them, which should make it less charged and doesn't. It is the first time for this, for these two specific people in the amber-lit back of a bookshop on a Tuesday night while Marceline Street does whatever Marceline Street does, and the parlor is dark next door, and the shared wall is the thinnest it has ever been. Ezra is careful in the way he is careful with things he values. Not tentative, not slow out of uncertainty, but thorough, attentive, the same quality he brings to work he wants to do right. Felix, who has been careful in a different way for a long time, who has been careful in the way of someone protecting something fragile, finds that the carefulness he's practiced does not help him here, and then finds that he does not need it. That there is something Ezra's directness makes possible that carefulness can't. He stops being careful. He lets it be what it is. Afterward, in the particular quiet of a back room that now has a quality it did not have before, they're in the reading couch together, Felix pressed against Ezra's side with Ezra's arm around him, and the blanket Felix keeps for customers pulled over both of them. The lamp is on at the low setting. Somewhere outside, the city continues. Felix is looking at the ceiling. He is thinking about the architecture shelf and the books on it, specifically about the one at the end, the one he put there on Sunday, after the reading, the one about impermanence. He is thinking about whether he has constructed something here that will hold or something that will need to be rebuilt, and he understands, slowly, that those two things are not as different as he has always believed. The deck, he says. Your grandmother's. Did she ever tell you what the tower meant? Ezra's hand, which has been moving in an absent, easy way along his shoulder, stills briefly, then continues. She said the tower is not about punishment. She said it's about the structures we build when we're afraid. That they look solid, but they're not. They're built for fear, and fear is a bad foundation. A pause. She said you can't always see that until something breaks. Felix thinks about his bookshop, about the fortress as she has come to understand it from the outside, from the years of watching himself construct a life at the distance of a window. He thinks about the shelf organization and the managed relationships, and the way he has always known, just below the level of articulation, that the life he built was built for one person and one person only, built to not need anything, which is the same as being built to keep everything out. I haven't told you everything, he says, about myself. I know. Ezra doesn't say this with any edge, just the steady acknowledgement of someone who has been paying attention. I haven't told you everything either. Felix turns his head to look at him. I know. A beat. Are you going to? Ezra asks. Eventually, the word comes out more certainly than he expected. He means it. He stops. Starts again. I'm working my way to it. Take your time. Ezra's arm tightens, fractionally, briefly. I'm not going anywhere. This is the moment that will divide Felix's life, although he does not know this yet. He doesn't know the weight of it. He only knows that Ezra has said, I'm not going anywhere, and that something in his chest has shifted, not opened, not yet, but turned toward, oriented, the way a plant turns toward light without knowing it's doing it. They stay like that for a long time. Ezra falls quiet in the way of someone going to sleep or going somewhere adjacent to sleep, his breathing slowing, his arm heavy and warm. Felix does not sleep. He looks at the ceiling and at the shelves, and at the window of the back room, the specific dark of the alley visible through the glass. He thinks, so. It's you. It's been you. He has thought this before, in the early morning, in the cold coffee, and the bass line through the wall. But this time he thinks it with the full weight of it, without the management that has always softened it before, without the footnote that said, and you should be careful. He is not careful tonight. He is lying in the dark of his own bookshop with a man he understands slowly, in love with, and he is not careful, and nothing has broken. Nothing has broken yet. In the morning, they wake with the light, the specific thin November light that comes through the back window and means it's past 7. Ezra wakes the way he does everything, fully, without gradation, present immediately. He looks at Felix and smiles, not the public smile, not the performance, the real one, the one that changes the whole architecture of his face, the one Felix has been watching for since the first Thursday and is still not prepared for. Felix takes in the smile and the morning light and Ezra's arm across his chest and the way the bookshop looks in the early light, green shelves and warm wood and the shapes of books he knows by feel, and thinks, this is the best morning I've had in years. He thinks, this is the moment to be afraid. He is afraid. He lets it be both things. Coffee, Ezra says, sitting up, untangling himself with the natural grace of a large person in a small space. Felix stays. He hears Ezra go through the connecting door, hears him in the parlor's kitchen, the sound of the coffee machine, the specific ambient sequence of a person who knows a kitchen well and moves through it without thinking. He stares at the ceiling. He has not told Ezra about the drag. He has not told Ezra about Glenn, about the night he packed a bag, about the 7 years of performing someone who doesn't need anything and the cost of that performance. He has said, eventually, and he has meant it, and he is holding that intention with both hands and trying to understand what it will require of him. It will require everything. He knows this. The eventually will have to become a when, and the when will have to become a now, and the now will require him to hand over the things he has been keeping with the most care, the things that live on the shelf with no logical neighbors, the grief without clean edges. He is not ready today. He is more ready than he has ever been. Ezra comes back through the connecting door with 2 coffees and sits on the edge of the reading couch and hands one over. And Felix takes it, and they drink in the morning quiet of the bookshop, and nobody says anything about last night or the tarot reading or the tower or the asterisk they are both carrying, and it is enough for this morning to be here. Thursday, Ezra says. Thursday, Felix says. He will go to Thursday. He will sit at the table, his place now, in the middle of it where he ended up, and it will be the same and different in the way that things are different after something has been said between 2 people and cannot be unsaid. He will go through the day and the evening and the week, and it will be fine, and it will be better than fine, and there will be asterisks, and the asterisks will eventually need attending to. Not today. Today the coffee is warm, and the light is coming through the window, and Ezra is on the edge of the couch with his hands around his cup, and Felix is looking at the architecture shelf and thinking about the book at the end of it, the one about impermanence and the things that stay anyway. He will give it to Ezra when he is ready, when he eventually becomes a when. He drinks his coffee. He lets the morning be the morning. He does not think about the cost of this. He does not think about what he hasn't said. He will. Chapter 14. What he doesn't know. The voicemail arrives on a Wednesday at 10:47 in the morning, while Felix is with a customer. He doesn't see it until after the customer has found what they needed, after the bell has made its small goodbye, after he's had a moment alone at the register with his phone. He picks it up and sees the notification and the name on the screen and puts the phone face down without listening. He goes to the back and straightens a shelf that does not need straightening. He comes back out and serves the next customer, a regular who wants something for a long flight, and he gives her 3 recommendations with the precision that comes from having read her for 2 years, and she laughs at his description of the second one and says, "Perfect, I'll take all 3, and the transaction is clean and good and requires nothing from him that he isn't currently able to give." He goes back to the storage room. He picks up the phone. He plays the voicemail. Glenn's voice. Of course, Glenn's voice. He knew that before he played it. From the moment he saw the name, he knew. But there's a difference between knowing and hearing, between the abstract fact of a person and the actual quality of their voice coming through a speaker in a small storage room in the back of a bookshop on Marceline Street. Felix. Hey, I know it's been a while. Mama's been asking about you. She asked me to reach out, so here I am. I'm actually going to be passing through your city next month. Not to see you specifically, just a work thing, but if you wanted to grab coffee or something. No pressure. Just, she misses you, Felix. We all do. Okay, take care. He plays it again. He plays a third time. Glenn's voice has the specific quality of someone who is accustomed to being reasonable, who has learned, possibly in the years since Felix left, possibly always, to deliver information in the measured tone of someone who expects to be understood on the first try. He mentions their mother. He mentions missing. He does not mention what he did. He does not apologize. He does not indicate in any way that there is anything he might apologize for, that there's an event in the history of their family that constitutes a before and after, a moment when a choice was made that cannot be unmade. He just calls, as if the absence between them is weather, something that happened to both of them equally, an impersonal natural event that neither of them caused. Felix puts the phone in his pocket. He goes back to the floor. For the rest of the day, he works, receives a customer, makes a recommendation, wraps a purchase, restocks 2 shelves that needed restocking, takes delivery of a small order, records the inventory. He is good at this. He has always been good at this. The shop makes sense in a way that other things do not. Here is a problem, and here is its solution, and the solution requires his hands and his attention and his knowledge, and he has all three in reliable supply. He does not think about the voicemail while he is working. He is, in the particular way he has practiced for years, fine. At 4:15, Dre comes through the connecting door. He does this, now, with the ease of someone who has been doing it for months. Knocks twice as a formality, and then comes through because the knock is a courtesy and not a question. He is carrying a design brief on a tablet, which he holds out. New client, he says. She wants a running wolf, small, shoulder blade. She's an avid reader. She mentioned she has 3 tattoos, already from other places, and they're all literary references. Felix looks at the brief. The wolf design is clean, simple, in motion. Something about it catches him. The posture of the animal, the forward momentum of it. He doesn't examine why. What has she read? He says. I asked. She said mostly contemporary fiction and some poetry. She has a Dickinson quote on her wrist, she said. Felix thinks. The Hour of the Star, he says. Clarice Lispector. It's about a woman who is both ordinary and entirely singular. And it's structured so you can feel the author's hand on the back of your neck the whole time. If she loves language as a form of intimacy, she'll love it. If she's more interested in story as structure, something else. Dre types the recommendation into his notes. He looks up. He looks at Felix. Felix is aware of being looked at. He is, in the particular way of someone who has spent decades managing their own surfaces, aware of what he is showing and what he is not showing. He is showing nothing. He has been showing nothing all afternoon, with the practiced fluency of someone who has done this so many times that it is no longer an effort. You good? Dre says. Fine, Felix says. Dre holds a look for one more beat. He says, okay, and takes the tablet and goes back through the door. Felix stands at the counter. The thing about Dre is that he is not fooled. Felix knows this, has known it for months, since the first Thursday, since the conversation about playlists. Dre is not fooled. He has chosen not to press, which is the specific kindness of someone who understands that pressing only makes certain people dig further in. Felix is aware that this kindness is being extended to him right now, and that he is accepting it without deserving it particularly. He goes back to the storage room at close. He sits on the supply shelf. Ezra's posture, he notices the same way Ezra sits in here, the edge of the shelf back against the wall, and he listens to the voicemail one more time. He does not know what he expected. Some version of a reckoning, perhaps an acknowledgement, an apology, a sentence that begins with I understand now why you left. He had not expected much. He had been, in the way of someone who has survived a long disappointment, calibrated very low. And yet there's the specific feeling of the low expectation still not being met, The way a step that you know is there still catches you sometimes. Not surprise, just a reminder that you're still in a body that responds to things. Glenn is coming through the city. He is not coming to see Felix. He said so. He said it in the specific way of someone who wants to make clear that they are not making demands, who is offering without requiring. And yet he called. He used the word "we miss you." He used the word "all." Felix sits with this for a long time. He does not call back. He does not tell anyone. Not Yolanda, who would listen and then say something with a wooden spoon in her hand that would hit at the exact angle he wasn't ready for. Not Dre, who would make the right joke and then the right serious face and then push gently toward the conversation Felix is not having. Not Ezra, who knows some things now, who has been trusted with some things, who has demonstrated over months that he does not make trust cost more than it is worth. Not Ezra. He does not examine why the thought of telling Ezra feels the most impossible and the most necessary of all the options. He folds the not telling into the general management of the week and keeps moving. He rearranges the front section, not by color. He did color in a different week, a different version of this feeling, and the gesture is too familiar now to provide any relief. He rearranges by publication decade, which he has never done, which has no practical use for customers, which is purely the expression of needing his hands to be doing a logic work while the rest of him is not. He pulls every novel from the contemporary shelf and dates it and sorts it and reshelves it, working backward through the decades. And by the time he reaches the mid-century, he has pulled enough books that the floor of the front section is covered in loose stacks, and he is, for the first time all day, not thinking about the voicemail. He is thinking about the arrangement. Whether the decades should flow forward or backward. Whether there is an argument for giving readers a sense of direction, of movement, or whether the point is to flatten time entirely, to make the conversation across the shelves feel like simultaneity rather than sequence. He decides, simultaneously, all decades present, all of them next to each other, none of them earlier or later than any other in the way that matters. He reshelves them this way. It takes 2 hours. By the end, the section looks like something he would have done years ago, except that he would have done it then because he was bored, and he is doing it now because he is not thinking. At 9, his phone vibrates. He looks at it, braced, but it is Ezra. Still on for Thursday? Bringing the rest of Dre's birthday cake. Tomas claims he doesn't want any, but he definitely wants some. Felix reads the message. He reads it again. He looks at the rearranged shelves, at the evidence of his afternoon laid out in front of him in the form of a perfectly organized temporal arrangement of contemporary fiction that serves absolutely no practical purpose and that he is not going to change back. He types yes. Save Tomas some. 3 dots. Then, obviously, you okay? He looks at that question for a long moment. He thinks about the voicemail and the storage room and the way Glenn's voice has been sitting in his chest all afternoon like a stone he's carrying in the wrong pocket. He thinks about Ezra in the doorway of their shared space with his coffee and his particular quality of asking without asking, the way he creates conditions rather than demands. He types yes. He sends it. He picks up his coat. He stands in the front of his shop for a moment in the quiet, looking at the shelves. Through the wall, low, Ezra's late playlist has started up, something with a bass line, something that means he's still in the parlor, working late, the way he works late sometimes. The music comes through the brick and fills the shop's silence at the frequency Felix knows, has always known, without having said so. He should tell him. He knows he should tell him. The voicemail is the kind of thing that a person in the kind of arrangement they're now building tells the other person. Not immediately, not all at once, but he should. He knows this with the same certainty that he knows the arrangement on the architecture shelf, the books that need to be near each other in order to be properly understood. He does not go through the connecting door. He stands at the front of the shop with his coat in his hands, and he does not go through. He goes home. He sleeps badly. He lies in the dark and thinks about his mother, who he has not called in 7 years, who asks about him through Glenn, which is the only way she has chosen to ask. He thinks about what it means that she has chosen this route and not another, and he turns the question over and cannot find a comfortable position for it, and so puts it on the same shelf as everything else he has not found a comfortable position for, which is a shelf that is getting crowded. He thinks about Ezra saying, "I'm not going anywhere." He thinks, but everyone does, eventually. That's the truth that Glenn's voicemail is carrying in its ordinary, measured, reasonable voice. People leave, or they stay in ways that constitute a kind of leaving, or they call 7 years later as if the distance were weather, and none of these options are the thing you needed. He knows, lying in the dark, that this is the lie Yolanda would put words to if she were here. He knows the architecture of his own fear with the specificity of someone who has built on top of it for years. He also knows that knowing a thing and being free of it are not the same thing. He does not sleep well. He goes to Thursday. He sits at the table, his place, the middle of it, and he performs fine so fluently that only 2 people in the room notice anything is wrong. He watches Yolanda notice from across the table, the slight still of her wooden spoon, the quality of her attention that is different from watching and more like listening. He watches her decide not to press. He watches Ezra notice. Ezra does not press either. He sits at the table and he passes dishes and he says something about Tomas that makes everyone laugh, and he does not look at Felix with the particular quality of looking that would constitute a demand. He looks at Felix the way he always looks at Felix, with attention but without requirement, and he leaves the door open. He is always, Felix understands, leaving the door open, and Felix does not go through it tonight. When the evening ends and people peel off in pairs, and Tomas falls asleep on the couch again, and Felix puts a jacket on, Ezra comes to stand beside him at the door. "Hey," Ezra says. "Hey," Felix says. "You want to stay a minute?" The question is so quiet Felix almost doesn't hear it. He hears it. He looks at Ezra's face, the absence of the performance, the real version of him, the version that Felix has been given access to in increments and that he wants so much it frightens him. And he says, "Not tonight." Ezra nods. No hurt in it. Just the accommodation of someone who has decided that space offered freely is not rejection. Okay. Felix goes back through the connecting door. He goes through the bookshop. He goes home. He does not go back for the voicemail. He does not delete it either. He leaves it on his phone, sitting in the recordings, for the same reason he has not changed the fiction section back to alphabetical after the rearrangement. Because it is the true shape of the week, even if it is not the shape he would have chosen. He lets it be there. Chapter 15, The Shape of a Relapse. The second message from Marcus comes on a Saturday. Ezra sees it at 8 in the morning, before clients, during the part of his day that belongs to him. The cup of coffee at his station, the sketch pad open to whatever he was working on the night before, the particular quality of the parlor before the day begins. He has been doing this since the beginning. The morning hour before anyone arrives, working through the ideas that accumulate overnight, his hands finding what his head couldn't. The message says, "Hey man, I know you said you're out, but people have been asking. The old crew misses you. No pressure. Just, it's not the same without you there. There's someone I'd want you to meet too. Think about it." He reads it. He puts the phone in the drawer next to the tarot deck. He picks up the sketching pencil. He doesn't draw anything. He sits with his coffee going cold and his pencil in his hand and thinks about Marcus, who is not a bad person, who is, in fact, one of the people in that life who had consistently treated Ezra with the specific normalcy that he had needed then, who had looked at him and seen him without editorial, which had mattered a great deal at 26. The circuit had given him that too. Rooms full of people who didn't require explanation, community built around bodies rather than identities, which is a distinction that only matters if your identity has historically been the thing that required explaining. He misses that. He is allowed to miss it. This is a thing he has learned, over 3 years and considerable internal argument, to hold without guilt. The missing is not the same as wanting to go back. He can know that the circuit scene gave him a container for grief that looked from the outside like joy, and know that the container was broken, and still miss what it felt like to be held, briefly, without requirement. Those things coexist. He has made peace with their coexistence. Or he has made something that functions like peace and does not examine the understructure too closely. He writes, "Thanks. I'm good where I am." He sends it. He puts the phone back in a drawer and does not think about whether Marcus will accept this or push again. Rosario is his first client. She is back for her 4th session on the back piece. The botanical, the project that has been building across months now, the way the best pieces build. incrementally, each session revealing what the next one needs to be. She comes in with the ease of a regular, takes the chair with the familiarity of someone who knows the process and trusts it, and Ezra sets up with the pleasure he always has in the continuation, seeing what he left last time and understanding what comes next. "How was the book?" he says. "The one the bookshop recommended?" "The last one, about the woman and the small things. I finished it at 2 in the morning and then lay awake for an hour." She says this with evident satisfaction. "Tell him thank you." "Tell him yourself," Ezra says. "He'll be in later." This is true. Felix comes through on Saturday afternoons now. Not always, not by obligation, just with the frequency of someone who has incorporated the parlor into his habitual geography. He comes for the book pairing sometimes, and sometimes for no stated reason, and the no stated reason visits are the ones that Ezra has stopped trying to be neutral about, because the neutrality was never really convincing, and they have moved past the point of needing it. The needle starts. He works for 2 hours. Rosario is a good client, steady, communicative about her threshold, not the kind of person who needs entertainment or distraction, content to lie in the chair and exist with the process. Ezra works in the particular absorption that tattooing requires. Not thought exactly, not the absence of thought, but thought made physical, translated into the movement of hands and the incremental building of something that didn't exist before and will now exist permanently. He finds his grounding in the specific way that only a few things ground him. His hands busy, his mind quiet, the work doing what work does when it's the right work. He finishes the session. He does the aftercare rundown, wraps Rosario's shoulder, sends her off with the instructions she already knows by heart. He cleans his station. He washes his hands. He sits. The thing he's been not thinking about since 8 in the morning begins, now that his hands are still to be available. He has been in Ezra's skin for 3 years since the circuit, and in those 3 years he has built something real with his hands. The parlor, the family, the sobriety that is not a trophy but a practice, the daily choice of it. He has not been idle. He has not been unchallenged. He has moved through the world with the particular vigilance of someone who knows what they are capable of at their worst, and has decided that the vigilance is worth it. And then Felix. He is aware, has been aware for months, since the alley at 2 in the morning, since the shared doorway and the kiss, and the Tuesday that made the whole shape of his week different, that something has shifted in him that he did not anticipate. Not in a bad way. In the way of a thing that you thought was closed being revealed as open, which is not bad but is, in its own way, exposure. He has been working very hard for 3 years to be self-sufficient, to be the person who provides rather than the person who needs, to have his foundation so solid that nothing can require it of him the way that October Tuesday required it, the way Kieran's leaving required it. Felix does not require things of him. He does not demand, does not press, does not make his presence a condition. He asks for help with a book delivery and says the word help with the specific quality of someone for whom that word is an act of genuine effort, and Ezra finds that more effective than any demand. He does not ask Ezra to be more than he is. He asks Ezra, by his presence and the alley conversations and the way he says the true thing quietly and then waits, to be fully what he is. He is slowly understanding, terrifying, because the last time someone knew him fully, the griefs and the history and the white-knuckled control of it, that person left, and he got better, and Kieran didn't come back, and the lesson he took from that story was, you're only safe when you hold yourself together with both hands. That needing someone is how you lose yourself. He has been holding himself together with both hands for 3 years. Felix has, without trying to, made the holding harder. He gets up. He goes to the kitchen and finds the lunch Tomas left, labeled and dated, as always, with the calm of someone who knows Ezra will not make food for himself unless food is already present. He eats. He goes back to his station. At 3, Felix comes through the connecting door. He comes with the slight, preoccupied quality that Ezra has been noticing for the past week. The quality of someone who is managing something, who is keeping a particular section of themselves quiet and maintained while the rest of them is present. He does not ask. He has been not asking. He has been, in the way he's learned to be with Felix, specifically leaving the door open and trusting that Felix will come through when he's ready. He is not sure Felix is coming through. The wolf client, Felix says, setting a book on the front desk. The recommendation. I also pulled a second option in case the Lispector is too much to start with. Ezra looks at the two books. Which is the second option? Percival Everett. Smaller, funny, gets under your skin. Different approach to singularity. I'll tell Dre. Felix nods. He is standing at the desk with his hands in his jacket pockets. The managing something tell, which Ezra has learned as well as any of the others by now. He is contained. Everything he is feeling is inside the container, and the container is sealed, and Ezra is standing 3 feet away looking at a man he is in love with and knowing, with the clarity of someone who has been paying attention for months, that there is something wrong that Felix has decided not to tell him. He doesn't ask. He goes to the kitchen and gets 2 coffees and sets one in front of Felix, who looks at it and then at Ezra and takes it because the coffee is the language they've been speaking since the beginning, and it still works. It still means, I see you here. Take this. You don't have to say anything. Felix wraps both hands around the mug. Can I show you something? Ezra says. Felix looks up. Ezra goes to his station. He opens the sketch pad to the wolf drawing, the one he's been working on for months, on and off, the piece that stalled for a long time and then resolved and that he has been refining since. He brings it to the desk. Felix looks at it. The wolf is mid-stride, its posture forward and certain, its chest open. It is carrying something. Ezra has known for months what it is carrying, has known since the night in the alley when he closed the sketch pad without writing it down, and has been slowly building the image for it. A small constellation of objects, scattered and held, the things a person carries that don't have a name. A piece of music, a lock, a handful of earth. None of them individually explicable, all of them together comprehensible in the way of things that are true without being logical. Felix studies it. It's what the wolf carries, Ezra says. The things without names. Felix is quiet for a moment. You've been working on this since August. Since before August, technically. But I couldn't get the chest right. What was holding? And now you can. Yeah. Felix looks at the drawing for another long moment. Something in his face has shifted. The particular shift that happens when something lands, when a person receives information they weren't bracing for, and their face does the involuntary thing it does before the management catches up. Ezra watches this. He watches Felix receive the drawing and understands, with the clarity of someone who has been paying attention, that he is not the only one who is afraid. My transition, Ezra says. I haven't, he stops. Considers. I haven't told you a lot about it. Not the before. The physical process was clarifying for me. My body was finally legible in a way it hadn't been. I knew what I was doing and I knew why, and that part was straightforward, as much as it can be. Felix is very still. What I didn't anticipate was the grief that came after, Ezra says. Not about the transition, about the years before it, about the version of myself I'd had to be and couldn't keep being and was also in some ways saying goodbye to. You can know something is right and still grieve it. The two things don't cancel each other out. Felix says nothing. He is listening in the way he listens, fully, without performing it, without indicating that he's waiting for the conversation to require something from him. I handled that grief badly for a while, Ezra says. I handled it in ways that had a kind of logic at the time and that I can see now were just grief looking for a container. And they cost me things. He pauses. Not everything. Not the important things. But Kieran, that one still has weight. He says it simply. Not a confession exactly. More like the sharing of a fact that has been sitting in a private drawer and can now, for the first time, be said in a room with another person without requiring immediate management of that person's response. Felix looks at him. His hands are around the coffee mug. His face has the expression that Ezra has come to understand is Felix receiving something. Both of them, in this, doing the same thing from different angles, handing something across the space between them and trusting the other to hold it. You got better, Felix says. Not a question. Yes. And he didn't come back. No. A pause. I'm sorry, Felix says, and he says it with the specific weight of someone who means it, not as a social gesture, not as a response to discomfort, but as the actual expression of genuine care for someone's actual loss. Ezra nods. He takes that in the way he takes things that are real, without deflecting, without qualifying, with both hands. I told you that, he says, because I've been sitting on it for a week and I needed to say it to someone. And because he stops. Because whatever's happening with you right now, you don't have to carry it alone. I know you know that. I know you also know that knowing that and doing it are different things. I'm speaking from experience. Felix looks at him. You don't have to tell me, Ezra says. I'm not asking. He thinks about how to say this in the way that is actually true rather than the way that is performing care. I'm just saying the door's open. It's always open. Felix is quiet for a long moment. I know, he says finally. He says it with something in it. Something that is not just acknowledgement, something that sounds like the beginning of a decision not yet arrived at. I know it is. Ezra nods. He takes his coffee. He goes back to his station. He gives Felix the space, the same way he always gives Felix the space. Not because he doesn't want to press, but because pressing with Felix has never worked and patience has, and he has learned this about the people he loves. You don't love them into your own preferred timing. He picks up the sketch pad. He looks at the wolf. It is, he thinks, almost finished. There is something in the chest that still needs resolving. Not in the design, that part is done, but in himself, in the question of whether he can put down what the wolf is carrying without losing the wolf. Whether building something real with someone else requires him to stop holding himself together with both hands, and what happens when he does. He does not know the answer. He trusts, without being able to explain why, that the answer exists, that it is available, that it involves a bookshop and a man who reads windows and a wall that has been 14 inches thin for months and is getting thinner. He does not know if Felix will come through the door before it gets too thin to stand behind. He closes up at 8. Tomas has already gone home. Dre texted at 6 that he was heading to Marco's. The parlor goes quiet in the way it goes quiet when it's just Ezra. Not empty quiet, because the parlor is never truly empty to him. It has too much of him in its walls, but settled quiet, the sound of a space that has been full and is now resting. He goes home. His apartment is a 15-minute walk from the parlor, which he has always preferred, close enough to return if he needs to, far enough to be a different space. He showers. He makes food that Tomas would approve of, which is the bar he uses when he's being deliberate about taking care of himself. He eats at his kitchen table. He is fine. He is, in a specific and particular way that the word carries when he uses it honestly, actually fine, not performing it, just reporting it. He goes to the small table beside his bed where he put the tarot deck last week, when he'd brought it home for no reason he could articulate clearly. He takes it out of its cloth and holds it. He doesn't open it. He sits on the edge of his bed with his grandmother's deck in his hands. The worn edges, the ink bleeding at the borders, the weight of 67 years of being handled with care, and he sits with it for a while without opening it, without reading anything, just holding it the way she held it, the way you hold something that someone you loved held for a long time, because the object still carries the quality of that. He puts it back. He puts it on the bedside table where he can see it. He turns off the light. He hopes. He does not say the word aloud. He sleeps. Chapter 16. The Thing He Didn't Say. He does it on a Thursday evening when he knows the parlor is empty. He knows the parlor's Thursday schedule the way he knows his own shop's schedule. Not because he has tracked it deliberately, but because proximity and months of attention have given him the knowledge without his asking for it. Thursdays, after dinner, after the family disperses and the kitchen is clean, Ezra usually locks the front and works late in his station. Sometimes he comes through the connecting door. Sometimes he goes home. Tonight, Felix knows this because Tomas had mentioned it at dinner, the kind of incidental information that moves through the table without anyone flagging it as important. Tonight, Ezra is at a studio consultation across town with a client who couldn't make any other time. He won't be back until 9. It is 6:30. Felix has 3 hours. He does not think about this strategically. He does not plan it. He simply arrives at the decision the way he arrives at window display decisions. A certainty that appears from somewhere below thought, a knowledge that the time is right for the thing that needs doing, a thing that has been needing doing for 7 years. He locks the bookshop. He goes to the back section and the small storage cabinet he has kept locked since he opened, the one he has never called anything, the one he has never shown anyone and has told himself for 4 years contains extra supplies. There are extra supplies in it. There is also a bag. He takes out the bag. He has not opened it in 2 years. Not since the last time he took it out and held it and put it back, which he does occasionally, a practice he has never named and will not name, a form of keeping something closed without letting it be real. That fills corners, the one that is loud and generous and entirely itself, and nowhere to put it. He had a stage once in a different city before Glenn found the bag. He has not had one since. He has the bookshop. He has the dark. He goes to the reading chair and sits down. He picks up the book on the side table, a novel he's been meaning to start for a week, and he opens it and he reads aloud. He reads the way he would read on a stage, if he had one, with the full performance of it, the voice that doesn't edit itself down to fit inside someone else's comfort, the voice that has always been there and has always been waiting for air. He reads to the shelves. He reads to the empty chairs. He reads to the essay section and the architecture shelf and the window display that he changed 3 days ago, the one made of books whose titles are all questions he doesn't have answers to. He reads for 40 minutes. He is mid-sentence when the connecting door opens. He knows the sound of that door. He has been hearing it for almost a year. He knows it the way he knows the bass line through the wall and the particular drag of the back alley door and the specific sound of Ezra locking the parlor's fronted close. He knows it the way you know the things that have become part of your landscape without your permission. He goes completely still, not the retreating kind of still, the other kind, the pure, animal stillness of someone caught in the middle of themselves with no time to manage anything. Ezra is in the doorway. He is carrying a food container in one hand and a paper bag in the other, and he has the look of a man whose consultation ended early and who came through the connecting door because it was propped open and because that is what you do when a door is propped open and you're thinking about the person on the other side of it. He looks at Felix. Felix looks at him. The quality of the moment is not the quality of an embarrassment, although Felix's entire nervous system is braced for it, is waiting for the specific shame that arrives when someone sees something you've been keeping. It is not that. It is the quality of something too large to classify in real time, a moment that will need to be processed later when the adrenaline has gone and the distance has given it shape. Ezra looks at him for a long moment. His face does something. Felix watches it do something and cannot read it fast enough, cannot parse it before Ezra finishes having the expression, and then, with the specific deliberateness of a person who has made a decision, "I brought food," he says. "Have you eaten?" He carries the container to the counter. He sets it down. He puts the paper bag beside it. He does not look at Felix in the careful way, the way that would indicate he is managing his looking. He looks at him naturally, as he always looks at him, with the quality Felix has been learning for almost a year, which is the quality of seeing something and choosing to receive it without requiring it to be different. He does not make it a thing. Felix opens his mouth. He is going to say something. He has the shape of it, the preemptive explanation, the performance of unbothered that would establish this as a nothing before Ezra can make it a something. He has this ready. He closes his mouth. Ezra has gone to the reading couch, not Felix's chair, the couch beside it, and is sitting on the floor with his back against the couch cushion, the way he sits in here sometimes low, easy, his legs stretched out. He has opened his own container of food and is eating with the equanimity of someone who is in a space he belongs in and is having a normal evening. He is sitting on the floor. He is eating. He is not looking at Felix in a way that requires anything. Felix looks at the container on the counter. He looks at the dress. He looks at the reading chair, which is still warm from when he was sitting in it 40 minutes ago, reading to the empty room. He sits back down. He opens his food container. He finds what Ezra has brought. Something from the kitchen, something left over from a full cook, the specific food of a person who feeds people as a primary love language, and who did this without being asked because the door was propped open and he was passing through. They eat. Felix is in full drag. The wig is on his head, and the makeup is on his face, and the dress is a deep plum that is doing exactly what it was designed to do, which is to make a body feel like a statement. He is wearing this on his reading chair in his bookshop, eating takeout containers at 8 o'clock on a Thursday night with Ezra Voss on the floor beside him, and nobody has commented on any of it. Ezra says, after a while, fork going toward the container, "This is the second time I've seen you in here after close. The first time I was sleeping," Felix says. "I know. You looked comfortable. The couch is comfortable. I've always thought so." A pause. "What were you reading?" Felix looks at the novel on the arm of the chair, open to the page where he stopped. A book about a woman who inherits a house she never asked for and has to decide whether to keep it. Is she going to keep it? I don't know yet. I stopped mid-chapter. Ezra looks at the book, then at the shelves. He does not look at Felix's face or his wig or his dress. He looks at all of it together, the way he looked at the flash sheets on the parlor wall. As a whole, understanding the composition, not singling out any one element for assessment. "Do you do this often?" he says. His voice has the same quality as when he asked about the alley, about the milk crate at midnight. Not intrusion, just asking. Felix considers the question. He realizes, going to answer it honestly. He does not know when this happened, when Ezra became the person he answers honestly, but it has become true, and the becoming true of it cannot be unbecome. "Not often enough," he says. Ezra nods. He finishes his food. He puts the container aside and leans against the couch cushion with the ease of someone who has decided he will stay as long as he is wanted and leave without ceremony when he is not, which is the exact quality of presence that Felix has been working out the name for, and which is, he understands now, a specific form of love. "Almost went to this show," Felix says, "before I opened a shop. In a different city." He says it without looking at Ezra, looking at the shelf across the room, the essay section, the label that says The Long Interior. They wanted someone for a residency, a monthly thing. They said I was good. He pauses. "I was good. I know," Ezra says. Felix looks at him. "I've heard you read," Ezra says simply. "Just now. And before, through the wall. Sometimes when you're in here late and you're reading something out loud. I don't always catch the words. I hear the voice." Felix holds this. The specific quality of being told, "I've already heard part of the thing you thought nobody heard." Not witnessed in the moment of choosing to be seen, but witnessed through the wall, accidentally, the natural spillage of a life lived very close to someone else's. "I didn't know that," Felix says. "I know you didn't." Ezra looks at him. That quality, the one that is finally familiar, seeing without requiring the seen thing to be different. "You don't have to explain it to me." "I wasn't going to explain it," Felix says. "I was going to," he stops. Considers. "I was going to tell you about the show I didn't do. And the reason I didn't." A pause. "Okay," Ezra says. He does not lean forward. He does not change the quality of his attending. He simply holds his position on the floor and makes himself available, the way a room makes itself available, in the particular stillness of being ready. Felix looks at the dress. He looks at his hands, which are in his lap, which are open, which is his tell, the inverse of in pockets, which means he is not managing anything right now. He is just sitting in his bookshop at 8 o'clock in a plum dress with his hands open in his lap, and he is not managing, and nothing has fallen yet. He opens his mouth. "My brother found the bag," he says. "The first one. I was 22. He does not say more than this tonight. He cannot say more than this tonight. It is the lid of the box, the first sentence of the book, the beginning of the thing he has not said to anyone in 7 years. But it is a beginning. It is a word on a page that was blank before, and you cannot unwrite a word, and Felix has put it in the air between them, and Ezra has received it with both hands and hasn't moved. "Okay," Ezra says. The same word as before, but different this time. The word of someone receiving a beginning and understanding it to be a beginning, understanding that more will come when more is ready. They sit in the quiet. Felix is not. He notices frightened. He is something, charged perhaps, the way the air is charged before weather, but not frightened the way he expected to be frightened, the way he's been frightened for 7 years every time the bag has come close to a door that wasn't locked. He has been seen. He has given one sentence of the story, and Ezra has received it without editorial, without the particular quality of reception that rearranges the air in a room, and the shop is still standing, and the books are still on the shelves, and the architecture section is still there, and the dress is still the color of a deep plum, and Ezra is still on the floor. Nothing has fallen. He does not know yet whether to be terrified or relieved. He thinks both. Feel it to be both. More food, Ezra says. Yes, Felix says. Ezra refills his container from the bag, and they eat, and the lamp is on, and the bookshop holds them both. Chapter 17, Both Towers. Felix. The news arrives in the form of a text from a number he doesn't have saved on a Monday morning while he is opening the shop. He stands with his key in the lock and reads it. It is from Glenn. Not a call this time, a text, 3 lines, efficient and reasonable and measured in the way that everything from Glenn is measured. Hey, just want to let you know I'll be in the city Wednesday and Thursday of next week. Not to bother you. Just thought you should know in case we run into each other. Hope you're well. He reads it twice. He unlocks the door. He goes inside. He turns on the lights in the wrong order. Front first, then back, then the window lamps, which is not done since the first week he owned the shop, when he was still learning the sequence. He turns them off and does it again correctly. Back room, main floor, window lamps last. He stands in the dark of the shop before the window lamps come on and breathes. He does not call Glenn. He does not text back. He puts his phone face down on the counter and opens the register and begins the morning the way he has begun every morning for 4 years, which is with precision and sequence and the reliable comfort of a routine that does not require feeling. By 10, he has rearranged the front section twice. He does not feel, particularly, that he is rearranging because of Glenn. He feels, in the specific way of someone who has very good compartmentalization and has been using it for a very long time, that the front section simply needs rearranging, that there's a logic problem in the arrangement of the mid-century shelf that has been nagging at him for weeks, that the resolution of this logic problem requires his immediate attention and has nothing to do with the text on the counter or the fact that his brother will be in this city in 6 days. He works through the afternoon. He serves customers with the warmth he has practiced until it no longer feels like practicing. He makes 3 recommendations that are exactly right and 1 that is slightly wrong and corrects it without the customer noticing. He does the delivery inventory and the stock order and the social media post for the tattoo and book pairing that Dre texted him about. He does all of this with the smooth efficiency of someone who knows his work and loves it and is entirely fine. He does not text Ezra. The connecting door is propped open. He can hear the parlor on the other side of it. The hum of a machine, the low music of Ezra's afternoon playlist, Dre saying something that provokes a bark of laughter from whoever is in the client chair. The ordinary sounds of a day, close enough to touch. He does not go through the door. At 6 he closes. He turns the sign. He locks the register. He does the sequence in its right order, every step the reliable ritual of it. He goes to the storage room and stands in front of the connecting door for a moment. It is propped open, the way it is always propped open, the brick doing what it has been doing for months, holding the door ajar between their 2 spaces, and he looks at it. He picks up the brick. He closes the door. He doesn't examine this. He just does it the way you do things when the decision has already been made somewhere below thought and the body is simply following. He puts the brick on a shelf. He presses his palm flat against the closed door for 1 moment. He steps back. He goes home. He does not go to Thursday. He texts Dre on Thursday afternoon. Not feeling well. Can't make it, tell Yolanda. This is the first Thursday he has missed in 4 months, which is a fact he notes and does not examine. Dre responds, "Okay, feel better. Yolanda will make you soup. Should I bring it over?" Felix types, "I'm fine. Thanks." He puts his phone face down. He does not go to Thursday the next week either. He does not answer the shared door when Ezra knocks on it. Twice the first week, once the second, the sound of his knuckle on wood carrying through the brick in the particular way of sounds that aren't meant to be ignored. Felix is in the shop on the other side of it. Himself he is staying late, and this is simply what happens when he stays late. He does not tell himself the thing that is actually happening, which is that his apartment feels like a room that belonged to a version of himself who was getting something right, and he is not sure he can go back to it. Glenn is in the city, Wednesday and Thursday of the first week. He does not see him. He does not know if Glenn came to the shop. He doesn't know how Glenn would know the shop It's under his full name, but there are a lot of people named Felix Ardea in the world, probably, and it has been 7 years since they shared a city. He sits behind the counter and watches the front door with a quality of attention he has not had to practice since before the shop, since the early days of his departure from his family's orbit. The hypervigilance of someone who has learned that the people you love can arrive in your life without warning and leave again without warning, and both of those things feel the same in your body. Glenn does not come. Wednesday passes. Thursday passes. Friday. Felix breathes. He does not press his hand to the shared wall. He stands in front of it sometimes in the back room, in the specific posture of someone who has made a decision and is standing beside it the way you stand beside a thing you have built that you are not yet sure of. He does not touch it. He goes back to the front. He serves customers. He is fine. He is, in the way of someone who is using every technique available to them, completely fine. Ezra. The text from Kieran comes on a Tuesday night at 11:14, while Ezra is cleaning his station after the last session of the day. He sees the name on the screen, and his hands go still. Just for a moment, 3 seconds, for the length of time it takes his nervous system to register and his mind to catch up and his will to reassert itself. Then he picks up the cloth and finishes wiping down the chair. He reads the message after. Hey, I heard you're doing well. I'm glad. That's all. 3 sentences. Kieran, who could fill a room with language when he wanted to, who had a specific gift for the right word in the right moment, who had said, I need you to choose in a tone that Ezra had miscalculated the weight of. Kieran, who has been silent for 3 years, has sent 3 sentences. He puts the phone in the drawer. He finishes the station breakdown with the attention it deserves. Tubes soaked, inks capped, chair wiped, tray arranged in its exact right order. He does the close down of the parlor with the full sequence. Lights, locks, the check of the back door that he does last, the habit of 3 years that ensures everything is contained before he leaves. He checks the connecting door. It is closed. He stands at it for a moment. The brick is on the shelf rather than propping the door, which he noticed this morning and has not addressed, because Felix closing the door is information and he is not going to respond to information by ignoring it. He knocks twice, quietly, the way he has knocked for the past week and a half. Silence on the other side. He knows Felix is in there. He knows the sound of the bookshop in a way that has become involuntary. Knows when the lights are on. Knows when the register is running. Knows when someone is moving in the front room versus the back. Felix is in the back room right now, and he is not going to open the door, and Ezra is not going to knock a 3rd time. He goes to his station. He sits. He picks up the phone. He thinks about the connected door that is closed now and has been closed for 2 weeks, which is 336 hours of a door that was open for months. And he thinks about the Thursday dinners he has attended alone and the way Yolanda looked at him at the last one with the specific quality of her looking that means she has information she is not yet releasing. He thinks about Felix on the reading couch in full drag and the sentence Felix gave him, my brother found the bag, and the weight of the sentence, the one sentence, and the fact that there was going to be more and then there wasn't. He thinks this is the thing he knew was coming. Not the closing of the door. He did not predict the door. He thought about the tower and what his grandmother said, and he made a decision, in the kitchen at Cam and Ria's apartment, not to let the cards scare him into retreating. He made that decision, and he has been holding to it. But this is the part he couldn't see from there, that the tower and Felix's spread might fall not toward Ezra, but inward, back into the fortress, and that there is nothing he can do about that from outside a door that's been closed. He thinks, there it is. There is the proof he has always known was coming. Not proof of anything about Felix. He's trying to be honest. He is trying not to run the old story over the new facts. But proof of what he has believed for 3 years and cannot seem to stop believing despite all evidence, which is that the things he cares about leave when he is most in need of them. That he is only safe when he is self-sufficient. That the reaching out is the thing that causes the being left. He knows this is the lie. Yolanda has told him. Tomas, in the particular economy of Tomas, has told him without exactly saying so. He knows the shape of it as a lie, the specific outline of a thing that has been wrong for years and is still load-bearing, still running, still activating in the chest like a reflex. He sits in the dark parlor with his hands, not moving, and thinks about calling the circuit contact back. Marcus, who would be glad to hear from him, who would ask no difficult questions, who would not require him to sit with a door that's been closed and not knock a third time. He thinks about it with the specific consideration of someone who has been sober for 3 years and is not going to do the thing, but is being honest about the fact that part of him wants to. He does not call Marcus. He picks up his phone and dials. It rings twice before Tomas picks up. Tomas, who is almost certainly asleep. Tomas, who has answered every call since they were 26, who has said okay at every beginning without requiring it to be explained first. Hey, Ezra says. A pause. The specific sound of Tomas locating himself in a dark room. Hey, I think I'm in love with him, Ezra says, and I don't know how to do this without ruining it. The silence on the other end is not empty. It is the silence of Tomas processing something he already knows in the particular way Tomas knows things. Not from reasoning, but from having been paying attention for years. Okay, Tomas says. He closed the door. He won't answer it. I know. I've knocked twice this week, and once last week. I know. Ezra breathes. I think I'm going to lose him before I ever actually had him. And I think it's the same thing that always happens, and I thought it wasn't going to be, but here it is. Tomas is quiet for a long moment. Then, you're not going to ruin it. You don't know that. No, but I know you. A pause. The Tomas kind, the one that is not nothing. You've been knocking on a closed door for 2 weeks without kicking it down. That's not the old story, Ezra. Ezra sits with that. The old story is the circuit, Tomas says, and you're not being here for the people who needed you. That's done. You've been showing up. You're still showing up. Knocking on a closed door is still showing up. He's not answering. That's his part. His part is his part. Another pause. You don't own his timing. Ezra looks at the closed connecting door, at the wolf in the sketch pad, at the tarot deck that he brought back from home and is in the drawer again, returned to its station because the bedside table was too close and the station is familiar. Go to sleep, Tomas says. Come to mine for dinner tomorrow. Bring nothing. I have food. Show up, that's all. Okay, Ezra says. Okay, Tomas says. The call ends. Ezra sits in the dark parlor with both buildings quiet on either side of him. The street going about its business out front, the bookshop sealed and silent through the back wall. And he is, for the first time in weeks, not managing. He is sitting with the full weight of it. The door, the 3 weeks, the Kieran text, the love that he has said aloud to Tomas and now cannot unsay, the fear that is real and the story he keeps telling about the fear that may not be. He does not pick up the sketch pad. He does not open the drawer. He puts his phone in his pocket and sits in his parlor on both sides of the wall that has never been thicker, and he does not move, and he does not knock, and he stays. Chapter 18, Dark Night. 3 weeks is what it takes to stop counting the days. He doesn't mean to stop counting. He means, in fact, to keep counting, to maintain the knowledge of how long he has been in here and use that number as a kind of proof of something, evidence of a position he could explain if asked to. But somewhere around the middle of the 2nd week, the number becomes irrelevant because the thing the number was measuring has changed, and he is no longer in a time-limited retreat, but in the specific geography of his own head, which has no days. He keeps the bookshop open. This is not a choice, or it is a choice, but it is the kind that has been made so many times it has stopped being choosable. The shop opens at 9. He is there at 7. He turns on the lights in the right order. He makes tea. The bell above the door announces its first customer, and he is good at this. He has always been good at this. And the customers come and go and are served and leave with the specific satisfaction of people who have been given the right thing. And Felix stands behind the counter and does this and does not think about the closed door. He is fine. He is, with a consistency that has now run for 21 days, completely and entirely fine. Dre came in twice in the first week. Not for pairings. Dre texted the pairing requests, which Felix answered because the work is still the work, and the work is the one thing he is fully capable of right now, without it costing anything. Dre came in person on a Tuesday and a Thursday, with the practiced casualness of a person who has decided to check on someone without being seen to check on someone. He bought books. He talked about Marco. He said, on the Thursday, in the casual tone of someone who is not asking a thing while asking a thing, Ezra is good. If you were wondering. And Felix had said, I know. Andre had looked at him for one beat too long before taking his bag and his books and going back through the connecting door, which he opened with the ease of someone who does not seem to notice that the brick is no longer doing its job, because Dre apparently propped it back open when Felix wasn't looking. Felix let it be open. He did not close it again. He did not go through it. Yolanda has not come in person. Yolanda has done the thing she does, which is to send her love through the medium of other people. Through Cam, who texted once to say she was thinking of him. Through Rhea, who texted a book recommendation with no preamble, which is a specific form of love. Through Dre, who is a poor medium for Yolanda's love, but an enthusiastic one. Book he recommended to Ezra in the first visit, the first real visit, when Ezra came in from the connecting door and said, "I have a client and she needs something to read." The thin one. The botanical one. The book about a man who spent 30 years cataloging something beautiful that nobody else thought was worth cataloging. The second one, the one Felix had put back on the shelf, and Ezra had seen him put back and said, "I'll take that one too." Ezra has had it for months. He brought it back. There is no note. There is no receipt, no slip, no explanation, just a book on the return shelf, face down, in the specific position of something that has been placed with care. Felix picks it up. He turns it over. The cover is slightly worn in the way of a book that has been read more than once. The corners softened, the spine broken in at the center in the way of a book that has been opened flat on its face. Someone has lived with this book, has carried it around and read it in different positions and given it the kind of use that a book earns from someone who found something in it. He sits behind a counter. He holds the book for a long time. He does not know what the return means. He turns this over with the same deliberateness he would bring to a shelf arrangement, thinking about what is being communicated by the placement, what the placement means in relation to what came before, what argument the action is making. He cannot read it cleanly. It could mean, "I'm done with it. Here it is." It could mean, "I am returning something of yours because that is what you do with things that belong to someone else." It could mean something else, something that he cannot allow himself to read into it, because the reading would require him to do something with what he's read, and he is not ready to do anything. He is not ready to do anything. He is sitting on the reading couch in the dark, because it is past close, because another day has gone by in its right sequence. And he has the book in his lap, and the shop is the color of amber and late-day shadow, and he is exactly where he has been for 23 days. He goes very still. This is not the retreating kind of still. It is the other kind, or it is both, which is the first time he has admitted that the two kinds are not always separable, that sometimes the contained stillness and the retreating stillness are the same motion. He has been calling this retreat safety. He has been calling this patience a form of recovery. He has been calling the closed door protection. He sits with the book, and he goes still, and he recognizes, slowly, the way you recognize something when you stop moving fast enough to see it, that he is not waiting for danger to pass. He is the danger. He is sitting in his bookshop not because something has been done to him, but because he is doing something, the thing he always does, the thing he has been doing for 7 years with such fluency that he has stopped being able to see the doing of it, which is going quiet and waiting and expecting the thing he is afraid of to arrive. And when it doesn't arrive, he stays quiet a little longer because the next moment might be the moment, and the next after that. He has been waiting for 3 weeks for something to break, and nothing has broken, and he has stayed in the waiting anyway, because the waiting is the only shape he knows for fear. The book is in his lap. The man in the book spent 30 years cataloging something beautiful. The thing he was cataloging was overlooked. Nobody thought it worth cataloging. And at the end of 30 years, he had a record. Not recognition, not reward, just the record, the accumulated proof of his sustained attention to a thing that mattered. And Felix had put the book on the architecture shelf and handed it to Ezra, and Ezra had read it and returned it, and Felix has been sitting on a reading couch for 3 weeks. He picks up his phone. He does not call Glenn. He does not call his mother. He does not open the voicemail that he has not deleted and has not listened to again, but that sits in his recordings like a stone in a pocket, present and deferential, as if it knows better than to push. He opens his messages. He scrolls to Yolanda. He types, "I think I've been doing this wrong." He looks at the message for a long moment. It is the truest thing he has written in 23 days. It is not a dramatic truth. It is the small, reluctant truth of someone who has moved fast enough for long enough that they've finally slowed down and seen themselves mid-motion and understood what the motion actually is. He sends it. The response comes in under a minute. I know, baby. Come Sunday. He reads it twice. He puts the phone down. He picks it up and reads it again. Not because it requires rereading, but because it has a quality that he wants to hold for a moment, the specific quality of a thing being true without requiring explanation. Yolanda knows. Of course Yolanda knows. Yolanda has known since the tarot reading, since before the tarot reading, since the first Thursday, when she said you're expected with the authority of someone who had already seen the through line and was simply waiting for him to arrive at it. He puts the phone in his pocket. He gets up from the reading couch. He goes to the essays section. He stands in front of the architecture shelf. He reads the spines, The Woman Who Built a House, The Cathedral Under Construction for 200 Years, The Lighthouse Keeper, the pamphlet about building something you live in. He reads them the way he reads things he needs to be reminded of rather than taught. He already knows what they say. He has always known. He has been standing in front of this shelf for 4 years knowing what the books say and building on a bad foundation anyway, because knowing and doing are different things. He picks up the book at the end of the shelf, the one about impermanence, the one he was going to give Ezra, the one he said he would give when he was ready. He has been waiting until he was ready. He has been waiting until the eventually became a when. He has been waiting with both hands full and no way to reach for anything else and calling this patience. He puts the book in his jacket pocket. He turns off the lights. He does not go through the connecting door, but he stands at it for a moment, the closed door, the brick on the shelf, the 14 inches of wall between his space and the other space, and he puts his hand flat on it, the plaster cool under his palm, and he stays there for a breath. He takes his hand off the wall. He goes home. He lies in bed and looks at the ceiling and thinks about Sunday, which is 4 days away, which is 4 days of the shop and the routine and the fine, and then Sunday and whatever Sunday asks of him. He thinks the tower falls because it was built on something that couldn't hold. He does not think this with dread. He thinks it with the very quiet and very specific feeling of someone who has finally located the exact problem in the structure and is standing beside it, not yet knowing how to fix it, but no longer pretending not to see it. He closes his eyes. He sleeps. Not well, but better than the night before. That is enough. That is, for now, enough. Chapter 19, What Remains. Sunday arrives the way Sundays do when you have been waiting for them. Not with ceremony, just by being there when the rest of the week is cleared. Felix dresses with care. Not the drag care, not the performance care, the ordinary kind, the morning kind, the specific deliberateness of someone who understands that showing up requires the body to be willing first. He makes coffee. He drinks it standing at his kitchen window, watching the street below do whatever streets do on Sunday mornings, slower, different, the particular quality of a city that has given itself permission to breathe. He is not, this morning, managing anything. He is also not managing anything. He is somewhere between, in the particular no man's land of someone who has sent a text and received an answer and is now moving toward the commitment of both. He takes the book from the jacket pocket where he's been keeping it since Wednesday. He holds it for a moment. He puts it in his coat pocket, the outer one, where he will feel its weight as he walks. He goes to Yolanda's. Yolanda lives in a house 3 streets over from the parlor. A narrow terrace house, 3 stories, with a front door that is painted the specific red of something chosen with conviction. Felix has been here twice before, both times for Sunday readings that happened to land on weeks when nobody's apartment was big enough. He knows the layout the way he knows the parlor kitchen. Imperfectly but adequately, the way you know spaces that have received you in states of some vulnerability and therefore arrange themselves into memory. He knocks. Dre opens the door, which is not a surprise. Dre often appears in doorways without warning, as though he is standing permission to occupy any entrance. He looks at Felix. His expression, does the thing Felix has come to understand, is Dre not saying something, which is a different quality from Dre having nothing to say. Hey, Dre says. Good. Come in. That is all. Good. As if Felix's arrival is a resolution to something. He leads him through the hall to the kitchen, which smells like it has been cooking since early morning. Onions, something long simmered, the layered warmth of Yolanda's cooking, which has its own atmosphere regardless of whose kitchen she's operating in. Tomas is at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee and the specific resting quality of someone who has been here long enough to be in the furniture. Cam and Rhea are at the counter, Cam with a knife and Rhea with a phone, both of them engaged in something that stops briefly when Felix comes in. Cam says, "Hey, Felix." Warm, without anything pointed in it. Rhea says nothing, just looks at him with the quality of seeing that Felix has learned, over months of Thursdays, to receive without retreating from. He goes to the table. He sits. Ezra is in the other room. Felix knows this the way he knows things about Ezra's presence. Not from information, just from the particular quality of the air, the specific atmospheric fact of a person you're attuned to being nearby. He does not look. He sits at Yolanda's kitchen table and accepts the coffee that Tomas pours without being asked, and looks at his hands and thinks about the book in his coat pocket. "You look like yourself," Tomas says. Felix looks at him. "I look like myself. More so than lately." Tomas picks up his coffee. "I mean it as a positive." Felix thinks about this. He is not sure he agrees. He is not sure what himself looks like from the outside, or whether 3 weeks of closed doors and rearranged shelves and sleeping on a reading couch reads as more or less himself to a person with Tomas's specific quality of observation. He decides to take it as it's meant. "Thank you," he says. Tomas nods, goes back to his coffee. Yolanda appears from where she's been in the back of the kitchen, wooden spoon in hand, looking at Felix with the particular expression of a woman who has known what you needed to hear before you knew you needed to hear it, and has been deciding when to say it. She does not say anything yet. She touches his shoulder once, briefly, as she passes, and goes back to the stove. He stays in the kitchen for 20 minutes. He is aware of the other room, the sounds from it, the way the house is organized around Yolanda's living room where she usually hosts the reading, the voices he can identify. Marco saying something in his quick, earnest way, Dre responding at full volume. And under that quieter, a voice that is not those things. A voice he has heard through walls and over dinner tables, and in an alley at 2 in the morning, and in a doorway between their buildings, and in the morning quiet of a bookshop. He gets up. Yolanda catches his eye as he leaves the kitchen. She does not say, "It's time." She does not say, "He's in there." She just looks at him with the steady attention of someone who has been reading people for 40 years and knows that the moment is the moment. He goes to the doorway between the kitchen and the living room. The living room is organized as living rooms are on Sunday afternoons at Yolanda's. The furniture in its places, the space comfortably full without being crowded. Marco is on the floor with his back against the armchair. Dre is on the couch. Ezra is in the chair by the window. He is not in the chair the way he sometimes positions himself in furniture, that particular ease of a large person in a comfortable space. He is in the chair the way someone is in a chair when they have been in it for a while and are not quite inside the room's conversation, when they are present and also elsewhere. He has a cup in his hands, and he is looking at something out the window, and his jaw has the quality that Felix knows means something has been held for a while and is still being held. He looks up when Felix comes into the doorway. They look at each other. The room does not go quiet. Marco and Dre are still talking. The kitchen sound are still happening. The house is still doing what it does. But there's a shift in it, a subtle reorientation of the social gravity, the way a room reorients when 2 of its people acknowledge each other across it. Dre sees it and says nothing, which is the most significant thing Dre has done in Felix's recent memory. Felix does not say anything. He does not walk to the chair by the window. He crosses the room and sits on the small 2-person settee at the end of the armchair. 1 cushion over from Ezra. Not the maximum distance. Not the minimum. The considered middle distance of a person who has decided to try. Made without certainty, without guarantee, with the full weight of what he knows it costs. He sits. Ezra does not move away. He looks at Felix and then looks at his cup and then back at the room. And he does not make a thing of it. He does not say something or perform the not saying something or indicate in any way that the past 3 weeks are a ledger requiring settlement. He just adjusts very slightly in the way of someone making room in a space that already had room. Yolanda appears in the doorway between the kitchen and the living room. She looks at the settee, at the two of them. She does not smile. Yolanda is not. Felix has learned a person who smiles at things the way a person smiles at things they predicted. She just notes it the way she notes everything, with the unhurried quality of someone who has seen the through line and is watching the story arrive at what it was always going to arrive at. She says, "Felix, come here a moment." He goes to her. She takes him just into the kitchen, out of the main line of sight of the living room, to the counter where the long-simmered thing is doing its final work. She doesn't say anything immediately. She stirs. He waits. He knows Yolanda well enough now to know that the waiting is the point, that she is choosing not just what to say, but how much, and the choosing is its own form of care. The tower falls, she says, not looking at him, because it was built on something that couldn't hold. She stirs once more. Not because the ground is bad. Not because you are bad. Because you built alone. She puts a spoon on the rest. That's all it means. That's what I saw. Felix looks at the floor. He turns this over. You built alone, Yolanda says, and the building was the problem, not the builder. She does look at him now, directly, with those dark, unhurried eyes. You understand what I'm saying to you. He does. He understands it in the way you understand something when it confirms what you have been slowly and reluctantly arriving at on your own. The specific quality of recognition rather than revelation. Yes, he says. She squeezes his arm once, briefly, with the hand that is not holding the spoon, and then she goes back to cooking, and the conversation is over because she has said what needed saying, and everything else is his to carry. He goes back to the living room. He sits back down on the settee. Ezra is where he left him. The room has reoriented back to its normal gravity. Dre is explaining something to Marco that requires hand gestures at increasing scale. Tomas has migrated from the kitchen and is in the armchair next to Marco, looking profoundly rested in the way of someone who can sleep anywhere. Rhea has appeared from the kitchen and is in the corner of the couch with Cam, their habitual geometry. Felix looks at the room, the whole shape of it, the people and the furniture and the afternoon light and the smell of Yolanda's cooking and the particular Saturday afternoon becoming Sunday quality of this specific collection of people in this specific house. He has been in this room 3 times. He has been in some version of this room every Thursday for months, and he has been watching it the whole time with the attentiveness of someone who is not sure they are allowed to be in it and is cataloging the details in case it turns out to be temporary. He has been building alone. He looks at Ezra. Ezra is looking at him. Not the quality of waiting for something, the quality of someone who has been very patient for a very long time and has decided that the patience itself is its own kind of answer, that showing up and not leaving is its own form of speech. Felix looks at him and thinks about the architecture shelf, about building something you also have to live in, about the risk that implies, about the woman in the book who built her own house after her marriage ended, who knew the whole time that she was building a structure she would have to inhabit, that would become the container for whatever she was after that, and who built it anyway, and then stood inside it, and then opened the door. He does not say anything. He reaches over and puts his hand on the arm of the chair where Ezra's arm is resting, not on Ezra's arm itself, but beside it, on the fabric of the chair, close enough to constitute a fact. Ezra looks at his hand, then at his face. He does not move. He does not move away, and he does not make it into a thing, and he does not fill the silence with anything. And after a moment, he turns his own hand over, palm up, and Felix puts his hand in it. That is the whole negotiation. Around them, the room continues, Dre's hands reaching their maximum gesture radius. Marco's delighted response to whatever the story concluded with, Tomas's slow reorientation into something approaching wakefulness. Cam says something into Rhea's hair. Yolanda calls from the kitchen that it will be 20 minutes, and she needs someone to set the table. Dre, who has been watching everything with the particular attention of someone who has been watching and choosing not to say anything for a very long time, says, "I'll do the table." He goes to the kitchen. Felix sits beside Ezra in Yolanda's living room on a Sunday afternoon in November, Ezra's hand around his, the room alive around them, and he does not manage any of it. He lets it be what it is. He lets the room be warm and the company be real, and the hand in his be the hand that belongs to the person who knocked on a closed door and waited and knocked again and is still here. He is afraid. He is here anyway. He is going to have to tell Ezra everything. Not today. Not today. The today has been sufficient, and there is a limit to what he can ask of himself in one afternoon. But soon, before the week ends, he owes it, not in the way of debts, but in the way of things that are true and belong to the air between them rather than to himself alone. The drag. Glenn. The night he packed a bag. The 7 years of performing someone who didn't need anything. He will. He looks at the bookshop in his mind. The green shelves, the essay section, the architecture shelf with the gap at the end where the book is not, because he has it in his coat pocket. He thinks about the gap at the end of the shelf and what it means to have taken the book off it and not yet given it away. He's going to give it away. He's going to give it to the person whose hand is around as in Yolanda's living room while someone in the kitchen drops a spoon with a resonant clang and Yolanda says, "Dre," and Dre says, "It wasn't me." And it very clearly was. He squeezes Ezra's hand. Ezra squeezes back. Dinner is ready in 20 minutes. They sit at the table. Chapter 20, What the Wolf Carries. It takes 3 more days. Not because he is not ready. He is ready, in the sense that a thing can be ready before you find the nerve to do it, which is its own kind of ready, but because the right moment has a shape to it that he has been learning to recognize rather than manufacture. And the shape hasn't appeared in the 3 days since Sunday until now. Until a Wednesday evening when he and Ezra have both stayed late and the street outside is doing the particular thing that streets do in November when the weather is changing, and Felix looks at the alley door and says, "Come outside." Ezra says, "Now?" Felix says, "Bring your jacket." The alley at 9:30 has the quality that the alley always has when he needs it to be what it is. The narrow strip of sky above them dark, but not lightless. The overhang doing its work against the rain that has just started. The particular intimacy of a space that belongs to neither building and therefore to both of them. Felix sits on the milk crate. Ezra stands with his shoulder against the parlor wall, his jacket on, his hands in his pockets. Not the managing something pockets, the comfortable ones, the pockets of a person who is at ease in this alley, which he has been for a long time. They are quiet for a moment. Just the alley and the rain and the city at its night register. Felix takes the book out of his coat pocket. He holds it for a moment. The book from the architecture shelf, the one about impermanence, the one he's been carrying since Wednesday. He holds out. Ezra takes it. He looks at the cover, then at Felix, then back at the book with the particular quality of someone who understands they are receiving something that has been carried for a while. "I was going to give you this a month ago," Felix says. "I kept waiting until I was ready." "What changed?" "I stopped waiting." He looks at the rain at the edge of the overhang. "I think I've been waiting for a lot of things for a very long time. I think that's the specific kind of wrong I've been doing." Ezra says nothing. He holds the book with both hands. "When I was 22, Felix says, my brother found the bag." He has said this sentence once before to Ezra in the bookshop in the dark with the dress on and the lamp low. He said it as a beginning and then could not continue. He continues now. "The makeup, the wigs, the heels. I've been doing drag since I was 19. Not publicly at first, just in my room, because I needed somewhere to put the part of myself that didn't fit anywhere else. Then I found a scene in the city I was living in. I had a name. I was getting bookings." He pauses. He is looking at the alley wall, the brick, the mortar, the specific geography of a wall he has pressed his hands against. "I was good at it. I was genuinely, specifically good at it, in a way that you know you're good at something before anyone has told you, because the thing fits you exactly, because your body understands how to be in it." Ezra is very still. "Glenn found a bag while I was at work. He didn't call me first. He called our parents." Felix says this without particular emphasis. It is a fact, a thing that happened, a thing that has been happening in him for 7 years without resolution. "And when I got home, my mother was crying in the kitchen and my father wasn't in the room. And Glenn was there. And he said he stops, breathes. He said I thought I was helping." With the conviction of someone who still believed it. Someone who had never questioned for a moment whether the help was for me or for himself. He looks at his hands. "My mother didn't say I love you. She said I don't understand. And there's a version of that that's forgivable. I know there's a version of that's just a person who needs time and the right words and chance to get there. But she said it, and then she cried, and then she went to the kitchen, and my father left the room and didn't come back. And Glenn kept talking about how he thought this was for the best and how he was sure I'd see that eventually. He breathes. And I packed a bag. Not the same bag, a different one. And I left that night. The rain has picked up. It hits the overhang with a sound that is almost regular, almost rhythmic, the specific sound of weather that doesn't care about the people beneath it. I haven't performed publicly since that city. I haven't told anyone the name, my name, the performance name. I've been in this shop for 4 years, and nobody knows. He looks at Ezra. I do alone, in the dark. I read to the shelves, and I tell myself it's enough. He pauses. It's not enough. Ezra has not moved. His face has the quality Felix knows means things are landing at full weight, not managed, not absorbed into professional calm, just received. Glenn called, Felix says. A few weeks ago, he was passing through. He said my mother misses me. He said we all do. He said it in the same measured, reasonable voice of someone who doesn't know there's anything to apologize for. He looks down, and I close the door. I closed the actual door, and I closed everything else, and I sat in the bookshop for 3 weeks waiting to feel safe, which is what I always do, which is what I have been doing for 7 years. He looks up. He looks at Ezra directly, with the quality of looking that has always been hard for him, and that he is doing now as an act of will rather than instinct. I'm in love with you, he says. I have been for a long time, and I didn't say it, because I was doing the thing I always do, which is waiting until I'm sure I won't lose anything by saying it. And the waiting is the thing that makes me lose things. He holds Ezra's gaze. I'm not waiting. Ezra looks at him. He looks at Felix with the expression that Felix has been learning to read for almost a year. Not the public face, not the performance of composure, the real one, the one that exists underneath the capability and the steadiness. There is something in it that Felix has not seen before, has not seen aimed at him. Something open, something that is not entirely managed. I need to tell you something, Ezra says. Felix nods. I've told you about Kieran, Ezra says. Some of it. I haven't told you the shape of it. He shifts against the wall, not restless, adjusting. We were together, not just friends, together for 2 years before and through most of the circuit years. He knew me before the transition and after, that's its own thing, what that means to someone. To be known across that kind of change. He pauses. When things got bad with the drugs, he tried to get me to see it. Multiple times. I dismissed it every time. I was good at dismissing things I didn't want to see. I'm still good at that. He looks at the rain. And then one Tuesday he sat across from me and said, I need you to choose. Me or this? And I looked at him and I thought, he doesn't mean it. He's trying to get my attention. If I hold still long enough, it will resolve. It was the same story I told myself about everything I didn't want to change. He breathes. He left on a Thursday. And I got sober, not that Thursday, not that week, but I started. I started because the parlor was real, and my hands were real, and the people in the chair were real, and I had something worth doing. And because Tomas showed up with food and sat on my kitchen floor and did not leave. He looks at Felix. I got better, and Kieran didn't come back. And I spent 3 years not being angry about that, which is a different thing from having made peace with it. It's just the specific grief of having done the right thing and still losing. Felix says nothing. He holds us the way Ezra held his things, with both hands, without putting it down. When you close the door, Ezra says, I thought, there it is. There's the proof I have been expecting since before I had a reason to expect it from you specifically. There's the part where the person I'm in the process of loving does the thing that proves I should have held back. He meets Felix's eyes. I know that's not what it was. I know it now. I knew it then too, somewhere. But the story is very old, and it runs very fast. He pauses. I called Tomas. He said, that's not proof of anything. That's just 2 scared people. A beat. He was right. He usually is, Felix says. Yes. Something in Ezra's expression shifts. The particular shift that happens when something is being put down, when a weight that has been carried for a long time is being set on the ground, not without care, but with the decision that the setting down is the thing that needs doing now. I've been holding myself together with both hands for 3 years because I was afraid that if I stopped, something essential would come undone, that the self I built would break if someone held it. He looks at the book in his hands, the book about impermanence, the book Felix has been carrying in his coat. I thought needing someone was how you lost yourself. Felix looks at him. It's not, Ezra says. And then, more quietly, more directly, you're the first person I wanted to put down for. The holding. I want to put it down, and I'm still afraid to. Felix says, me too. The rain comes. They let it come. The overhang holds against the worst of it. The edge of the rain visible at the margin of the roof line. The alley wet beyond the overhang's reach. The two of them inside the shelter of it. The city is doing what the city does at 9:30 on a Wednesday in November, which is to say it is going about its business in the way that cities go about their business, even when the people inside them are in the middle of the most important conversations of their lives. Felix says, the name is Vela. Ezra goes still. The performance name. I've never said it out loud to another person. He looks at the brick wall. Vela. It means sail in Spanish, and also one of the ancient star constellations, the sails of a ship that doesn't exist anymore, the pieces of it scattered into other constellations. He pauses. I chose it at 20 because I thought I understood what it meant. I think I understand it better now. Ezra is quiet for a long moment. Then, Vela, he says. He says it like he says names, once, with attention, as if the word means something. Yes, Felix says. They stand in the alley. The rain continues. Neither of them moves to go in. Felix is aware of the space between them and the lack of it. The 2 feet, the specific distance, the fact that they have been in this alley before at 2 in the morning and said the things that didn't have names yet and then gone home to their own buildings. They're not going home to their own buildings tonight. He does not know exactly what tonight looks like from here, what the next thing is, but he knows the shape of it. It is 2 people who have put down what they were carrying in the rain in an alley between a bookshop and a tattoo parlor, and who are now looking at each other across the small distance of what they've said. He steps forward. Ezra meets him there. His arms come around Felix's back, and Felix's hands are at his chest, and the rain is at the edge of the overhang, and the city is going about its business. And Felix presses his face against the side of Ezra's neck and breathes, and Ezra's grip tightens, and he says nothing, and it doesn't need saying. They stay like that for a while. Felix feels the book pressed between them, still in Ezra's hand against his back. The book about the man who cataloged something beautiful for 30 years. The book from the architecture shelf. The thing he carried in his coat because he was working his way toward the giving. He has given it. He has given more than that. Come in, Felix says eventually, against Ezra's collar. It's raining. I know, Ezra says. I've been in the rain with you before. Felix laughs. It is quiet, reluctant, surprised, the Real laugh, the one that arrives without warning. He pulls back enough to look at Ezra, and Ezra is looking at him with a real smile, the one that changes the whole architecture of his face, and the rain is at the edge of the overhang, and the alley is the alley. Come in anyway, Felix says. Yeah, Ezra says. Okay. They go inside, not to Felix's side or Ezra's side, through the shared door, through the connecting hallway, into the bookshop where the last lamp is still on and the green shelves are the color of something right, and the architecture section is 1 book short, and it does not need to be filled tonight. Felix turns off the last lamp. In the morning, there is coffee. There is coffee in the thin winter light through the back window, and 2 people in the bookshop at 7 in the morning before anyone else is awake on Marceline Street. And it is the best morning either of them has had. Not borrowed joy best. Not the kind of best that knows it is temporary, the other kind. The kind that does not have a deadline. The kind that has been built on a better foundation. Felix presses his hand to the shared wall. He does not pull back. Chapter 21. The Softest Architecture. Dre has been organizing this show for 6 weeks. Felix knows this the way he knows most things about the parlor's rhythms now. Not because he tracks them deliberately, but because proximity and the particular porousness of a shared wall and a shared family have given him the information whether he wanted it or not. He has heard Dre on the phone with the venue. He has heard him at Thursday dinners describing the lineup with the specific full-body enthusiasm of a person who has taken on a project that has become, somewhere along the way, a cause. He has heard Ezra say, more than once, "You've taken this very personally, Dre," and Dre saying, "Yes, because it is personal to benefit Ezra. It's meant to be taken personally." The benefit is for a local LGBTQ plus youth organization, specifically their arts programming, which has been running on partial funding for 2 years, and which Dre had learned about through a client, and then made everyone he knew aware of in the week following. The show is a drag performance night at a small venue 2 blocks from Marceline Street. A Wednesday night booking, 20% of the door to the organization, the performers doing it for the exposure and the cause, and because Dre had asked in the specific way he asks things, which is loudly and with total faith in the answer. Felix had been at the dinner when Dre first described it. He had listened to the lineup, the names of the performers, the details of the venue, a small stage, good acoustics, capacity for about 80, and he had said, when asked, "I'll come to support, probably, if I can get coverage for the shop," which was not a yes and was not a no, and was, he had known even as he said it, not actually the question Dre was asking. Dre had looked at him, just looked at him, with the specific quality of someone who knows something and is choosing not to say it yet. And then he had moved on to talking about the playlist for the intermission and whether Tomas could work the merch table. That was 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks that have contained, in order, the Wednesday in the alley, the conversation in the rain, Ezra's hand around the book about impermanence, the word Vela said out loud to another person for the first time. 3 weeks that have changed the geography of his life so thoroughly that he keeps finding himself in places he expected to be alone and discovering he is not alone and being something other than frightened about it. He calls Dre on a Monday morning. Dre picks up on the second ring. Bookshop, he says, the way he says it, like it is a title. The show, Felix says. Wednesday. A pause. Not a surprised pause. A waiting pause. The pause of a person who has been expecting this call. Yeah, Dre says. Is the lineup full? Another pause. Slightly longer. There's a slot, Dre says. 15 minutes. Second from the end. I may have been holding it. Felix closes his eyes. He is standing at the counter with his hand on the register and the morning light coming through the front window and the bookshop very quiet around him. And he is standing at the edge of the thing he has been standing at the edge of for 7 years. He is aware of this. He is also aware, for the first time, of something on the other side of the edge that is not the drop. A surface, a ground, a place to put his feet. Okay, he says. Yeah. Dre's voice has something in it. Not triumph. Dre is, under everything, genuinely kind. Is closer to the quality of someone receiving news they have been hoping for without knowing they were allowed to hope. Yes. Text me the details. I already have the details saved in a draft text to you, Dre says. I've had it saved for 2 weeks. Dre, don't, Dre says, make me feel things about this. I'm at work. He sent the text 30 seconds after they hang up. Felix does not tell Ezra. This is not the same as the old not telling. Not the strategic withholding of someone managing their own visibility. Not the locked cabinet. Not the 7 years of dark bookshop and empty chairs. This is something else. The particular not telling of someone who wants one thing to be his first before it belongs to the space between them. He has been giving things over, lately, with the slow courage of someone learning to trust the ground under their feet. He wants this one to arrive on its own terms. He does tell Yolanda. He goes to her alteration shop on a Tuesday afternoon, between his lunch hour and the after-school rush that sometimes brings him customers who are younger than he expects and more literary than the age suggests. He sits in her back room on the small stool she keeps there, and he says, I'm performing Wednesday. The benefit show. Yolanda looks at him from where she is pinning a hem. She doesn't stop what she's doing. She says, good. I haven't done it publicly in 7 years. I know. He stops. Starts again. I'm something. I haven't worked out what. Yolanda pins the last inch of hem and straightens. She looks at him with those dark, unhurried eyes, the ones that see the through line and don't require anything from you except that you be honest enough to let them. You're ready, she says. Not as a question. He considers arguing with this. He considers offering the evidence for the contrary. The 7 years, the locked cabinet, the 2 times he took the bag out and held it in the dark. He considers explaining to her that readiness is a complicated thing that he is not sure he has arrived at yet, in any complete sense. "I think I might be," he says instead. Yolanda nods. She picks up her pincushion. "Where's something good?" she says. "The plum one is nice, but I've always thought the blue." Felix stares at her. "I've known about the bag since your second Thursday," she says without particular emphasis. The specific tone of someone reporting a fact that was never secret, just an unremarked truth. She turns back to her work. "Go. You have a shop to open." He goes. He stands outside her shop on the sidewalk for a moment in the October moving into November cold and thinks about what it means to be known before you've consented to being known, and finds, somewhat to his own surprise, that it is not what he expected. He expected the quality of exposure. What he finds instead is the quality of having been held by something without being asked to acknowledge it, the specific warmth of a care that didn't require his participation to be real. He goes back to the bookshop and opens the locked cabinet and takes out the bag. The venue is called The Lantern. It is, as Dre described, a small room with a stage at one end and a capacity that could comfortably hold 80 people, and is at 9 on a Wednesday night, holding roughly 75. The lighting rig is modest but functional. Someone who knows what they're doing has set the stage wash so that it gives warmth without washing detail. The sound system is better than the room suggests it should be. There is a bar along the back wall. There are people everywhere, the particular density of a small queer space on a good night. Layered, loud at the edges, the specific feeling of a room that has claimed itself. Felix arrives an hour before he's meant to go on. He goes in through the back entrance, which Dre has arranged, because Dre has arranged everything with the thoroughness of someone who has been planning this for other people's benefit for so long that he knows all the details without being asked. Dre is backstage when Felix arrives, already in conversation with one of the other performers, a tall person in a silver bodysuit whose makeup is 3 hours of work made to look effortless. Dre sees Felix come in, and he crosses the room, and he puts his hands on Felix's shoulders and says, "You're here." "I'm here," Felix says. Dre looks at him, at the bag in his hand, at the fact of him standing in the backstage of the Lantern, and something moves across his face that is not nothing. Not the comedy, not the running commentary. Something underneath all of that, something that knows this costs something. "You look like you're about to do a thing you've wanted to do for a long time," Dre says. "Yes." "Good." He squeezes Felix's shoulders once, releases. "Go get ready. I'll come check on you in 40. Felix finds a small backstage mirror in the fold-out table that has been designated as space, and he opens the bag, and he begins. The wig first. He has brought the dark one, the blue-black, the one he handled in the bookshop on the Thursday that Ezra came through the door with food, the one he has been maintaining for 4 years in a locked cabinet, because some part of him always knew he would need it eventually. He settles it onto the form, checks the hairline in the mirror with the careful attention of someone who knows exactly what they are doing. The makeup. He works with the precision of 7 years of practice done in private and the muscle memory of a body that is not forgotten. The stage light in the mirror is different from the bookshop lamp, kinder to some elements, harsher to others, and he adjusts accordingly because he knows how to adjust, because he has always known how to do this. The dress. Not the plum. Yolanda was right about the blue. He had known she would be right. The dress is the deep blue of a sky at the edge of dark, fitted through the body and dramatic at the hem, designed for a stage. He had bought it 3 years ago from an online shop with a name he still remembers, because he was always working his way toward this even when he was pretending he wasn't. He looks at himself in the mirror. The person looking back at him from the backstage mirror of the Lantern on a Wednesday night in November is someone he has been tending to for 7 years in the dark. Is someone he took out the bag for twice in the bookshop's back room and then put back. Is someone who read aloud to the empty chairs and the green shelves and the architecture section with the voice he has always had, the one that does not edit itself down to fit inside someone else's comfort. He is Vela. He has always been Vela. He is also Felix Ardea, who runs a bookshop on Marceline Street and gives book recommendations with uncanny precision and laughs very quietly, like he's surprised by it each time. These two things have always been the same person. He's just been allowing a 7-year gap between them. He stands at the backstage mirror and breathes. Dre appears at his shoulder in the mirror. He looks at Felix for a moment. Then, "There you are," he says quietly. Not for effect, just the specific observation of someone who has been looking. "Here I am," Felix says. The fourth performer finishes to genuine applause, and the room shifts into the brief reorientation of an intermission that has decided it doesn't need intermission energy, that it will keep the momentum and see what happens. Dre is at the side of the stage managing the transitions with the understated competence he applies to everything when something actually matters. Felix stands in the wing. He can hear the room, the layered, warm sound of 70-some people who have been given a good night and are prepared for more, the specific quality of an audience that has committed. He can hear the bar sounds, the particular register of conversations pausing and resuming, someone laughing at full volume near the back. He cannot see the found family from here. He knows they are out there. Dre had told him, carefully, not looking at him when he said it, that Yolanda had organized the attendance the way she organized Thursday dinners, without asking whether people wanted to come, simply telling them when. "I may have told everyone what time the show started," Dre had said. "I did not tell them everything," which meant they were there for the benefit show, for the general event, for Dre's organizing, and not, yet for him. He's going to walk out there. He's going to walk out there in the blue dress with the wig settled, and the face done, and the voice that does not edit itself, in front of 75 people in a small room in the city where he has lived for 4 years without performing under any name anyone could connect to him. In front of the people who are his people, his table, his Thursday, his found family that he came to because it was raining and Yolanda knocked on a door and he had not known it would become the shape of his life. Ezra is out there. He has not seen Felix yet. He does not know. Felix breathes. He thinks about the architecture shelf, about the book he carried in his coat until he handed it over in the rain, about the gap at the end of the shelf where the book had been, about the woman in the book who built her own house after everything fell, who knew she would have to live inside it, who built it anyway. He thinks about the wall between their buildings, about the times he pressed his hand to it and what that meant and what it means now, which is different. He thinks about the lamp on the other side, still on. He thinks about the morning light in the bookshop and coffee that hadn't gone cold yet, and Ezra on the edge of the reading couch with his hands around his cup. He thinks about the word Vela, said out loud in the rain, received. He is afraid. He walks out. The lights change when he hits the stage, the wash going warm, the room's ambient noise dropping by the specific increment that means attention has been paid, that the room has noticed. He walks to the center mark that is indicated by a strip of tape on the stage floor. He stands there. He looks at the room. 75 faces in the warm stage wash, the back of the room half dark, the bar lit separately. He takes in the room the way he takes in everything, with the full attentiveness he applies to things that matter, which is to say he sees all of it, and then he begins to find the people he knows. Yolanda, in the third row, with the particular composed expression of a person who is precisely where they expect it to be. Cam beside her, Rhea on Cam's other side. Both of them with the look of people who have registered something unexpected and are in the process of revising their understanding of an evening. Tomas at the edge of the row, unhurried in the way of someone who has been told something and is watching it arrive. Marco next to Dre's empty chair because Dre is still at the side of the stage, and Marco is looking at Felix with an expression that is working its way toward delight. And Ezra. Ezra is 4 rows back, slightly to the left of center, where the sight line is good and the room has a clear geometry. He is sitting forward in his chair, not dramatically, just the natural lean of someone who has been paying attention and is paying more. He is looking at the stage. He is looking at Felix. Felix watches him register it, watches the moment, the specific moment, when Ezra's understanding of the evening reorganizes itself around the fact of Felix standing on a stage in a blue dress with a performance name he said out loud in a rain-soaked alley and the voice that has been coming through their shared wall late at night for almost a year. He watches Ezra's face do the thing Felix has learned to read and still is not always prepared for. The thing that is not the public face, not the composure, not the capability. The thing underneath. Ezra looks at him the way he looks at things he is choosing to receive. With both hands. Felix finds his face in the audience about 2 minutes in. He does not look away for the rest of the set. He does not perform spectacle. That is not what this is, not what it has ever been. He is not a spectacle performer, has never been. What he does is what he has always done in the bookshop after hours when the shelves were his only audience. He fills a space. He takes up exactly the amount of room he occupies, and then he makes that room legible, makes it into a thing that the audience can receive and understand and sit with. He reads a poem, one he has chosen carefully, a queer poet whose work he has been recommending for 3 years and has wanted, privately, to perform for longer. He speaks to the audience the way he recommends books, with the sense that he has already read them, that he knows something specific about what they need from this. He tells a short story, not personal, not the autobiography, just a story with a voice that does not edit itself. The room listens. The room is very quiet in the way that rooms go quiet when something true is happening in them. Someone near the front is crying quietly in the way that people cry at things that have been said exactly right. He is not afraid anymore. He understands, in the middle of doing the thing he was made to do, with his chest open and his hands visible and the room arranged around him not as a threat, but as a place to put the thing he has always had. The voice, the presence, the full self that comes out in this, the one that is loud and generous and entirely itself and has been waiting for air. He has air. He finishes. The room comes back together. The applause it is not loud in the way of spectacle. It is the other kind, the warm kind, the kind that arrives when the room has been held by something and is releasing it. Someone near the back calls out something appreciative in a register that belongs to genuine feeling rather than performance. Felix stands at the center mark on the stage and breathes. He looks at Ezra. Ezra is applauding. His jaw is not tight. His hands are not in his pockets. His face has the expression that Felix has been learning for almost a year and is still not prepared for, the one that exists underneath everything. He is looking at Felix like he is seeing the whole map at once. The alley after. Always the alley. It is where they have been when the things without names needed naming. And it is where they end up now, Felix's coat over the dress, because the November night has the bite of something that means it's soon, and Ezra behind him, the parlor door closing behind them both. The overhang is doing its work. The alley is still and dry in the shelter of it. They're quiet for a moment. Just the alley and the city at its night register and the distant sounds of the venue emptying back onto the street around the block. I had no idea, Ezra says. Felix looks at him. He has taken off the wig backstage. He is himself again, the version Ezra has been seeing across dinner tables and shared doorways and milk crates at midnight, except that the makeup is still on and the dress is still there under his coat, and both of those things are part of him too. I know, Felix says. I wasn't ready for you to. A pause. He feels the weight of what needs to be said. Not an explanation. The story has already been told in the rain, in the alley, 2 weeks ago, and a year of smaller moments before that. What remains is not the telling, but the arriving. I'm ready now, he says. Ezra looks at him with the expression that changes the whole architecture of his face. He steps forward into the space between them, and his hands come to Felix's face, the careful touch, the one that confirms before it commits, and Felix, without deciding to, tilts his head into it. Just slightly. Enough. The kiss is not brief. Not the first kiss brevity of the shared doorway, which had the quality of something arriving at the time it was always going to arrive. This is a different quality, the quality of something being claimed. Two people who have put down what they were carrying and are choosing deliberately, with full understanding of what they're choosing, to stand here. When they pull back, Felix looks at Ezra in the low light of the alley. Dre organized this, didn't he? Ezra says. In terms of tonight. In terms of all of them being there. Dre organized the show. Yolanda organized the attendance. Yolanda, Ezra says this with the specific quality of a man who has known Yolanda for years and has stopped being surprised by her, and still is regularly surprised by her. She's known about the bag since my second Thursday, Felix says. Ezra is quiet for a moment. Then, that tracks, actually. Yes. Felix looks at the alley wall. The brick, the mortar, the geography of a wall he has pressed his hands against. She told me to wear the blue one. The blue is, Ezra stops. Starts again, with the quality of someone choosing words. You were extraordinary out there. Felix takes this in. He takes it in without qualifying it, without deflecting it to the shop or the organization or the cause, which is its own small act of will, its own continuous practice of letting things land. Thank you, he says. Ezra's hand is still at his jaw. Barely. Just the warmth of contact. Come back in, Felix says. It's cold. The alley's cold. You're going back to the venue. Felix shakes his head. To the table. He looks at the alley door to his shop, the narrow strip of Marceline Street visible at the far end. Dre will have gotten there first. Yolanda will have a plan for where we're eating. Tomas will be asleep in the car by the time anyone makes a decision. Ezra looks at him. The real smile. Where are we eating? I have no idea. That's Cam's problem. She's the planner. She'll have already texted everyone a location, Ezra says. Almost certainly. Felix steps back from the alley wall, adjusts the coat over the dress. Come on. They go. The restaurant Cam has chosen is a 15-minute walk from the Lantern, and it is exactly the kind of place Cam chooses. Genuinely good food, enough tables for an expanding group, not precious about accommodations. By the time Felix and Ezra arrive, the table has been extended twice. Marco had brought 2 people from the show whom Dre knew, and there is now a count of 13, which requires the 3rd extension of the table's leaves and the philosophical commitment of the waitstaff. Felix walks in. He is still in the blue dress. He has the coat over it and the makeup still on because the restaurant is exactly the kind of place where this is not a problem, and because it is cold enough outside that removing the coat is not immediately appealing, and because, and this is the part he lets himself acknowledge, quietly without fanfare, he is not yet done with tonight. With being here with these people. Dre sees him come in and makes a sound that is not a word but is extremely communicative. Yolanda is already seated and she looks at Felix and nods, once the slight nod of a person who predicted an outcome and is satisfied. Cam has her phone out and is not looking up from it. Don't worry, I confirmed the reservation for the extended count. We're fine. And Rhea is looking at Felix with the expression of someone who is processing something and is going to cry about it later in the specific way she cries, which is sincerely and without apology. Tomas is in his chair with his arms crossed, and the specific quality of someone who is awake enough to be present and comfortable enough to not demonstrate this aggressively. Marco says, at full volume, "You were incredible." Felix says, at a different volume, "Thank you. Seriously, I'm texting everyone I know. Please don't." I already did. Felix sits down. He sits down at the table. The full extended table. The version of it that accommodates 13. The version that is louder and more complicated and more alive than any iteration he has been at before. He sits at the center of it. Not by design, just by the geometry of arrival and the way these people naturally arrange themselves. He has been placed here by the physics of belonging, by months of Thursdays and shared doorways and alley nights, by the slow accumulation of being let in and not leaving. He understands, in the middle of something. Ezra sits beside him, not across, beside the one cushion over of the considered middle distance, except that tonight the middle distance has collapsed entirely. He sits beside Felix and picks up his menu, and his arm is against Felix's arm, and neither of them does anything about this. Under the table, Felix finds Ezra's hand. Ezra's hand turns over, palm up, the same as Yolanda's settee. The same negotiation resolved the same way. They hold hands under the table, while Dre argues with Marco about the appetizers, and Cam tells Rhea something in her hair, and Tomas orders the thing that required the most translation from the menu, and Yolanda, who has been watching all of it with the unhurried quality of someone who sees the through line, picks up her water glass. She does not make a speech. She is not a speech person. She simply raises her glass, slightly, in the direction of no one in particular, in the direction of the table and the people around it, and the specific Wednesday night that the table has become. Then she drinks her water and picks up her menu and says, "Someone should order the bread before Dre gets us started on the appetizer argument." And we forget. Tomas raises his hand. "I'll get the bread." "Tomas," Dre says, "this is not a classroom." "The bread," Tomas says without inflection. Cam signals the server. Felix looks at the table. He looks at all of it. The people and the light and the menus and the specific layered, ordinary noise of 13 people who have become each other's. He is not watching from the outside tonight, not cataloging it from the window shopping distance. He is at the center of it. He is not managing any of it. He is just here. Ezra's thumb moves across his knuckles. Once, absent and easy, the touch of a person who is thinking about something else and whose hands know where they are without being directed. Felix looks at him, at the profile, the jaw, the close-cropped hair, and the tattooed forearms on the table's edge. Ezra turns his head and looks back. His face has the expression that Felix spent months learning and is still not prepared for. The real one, the one that changes the whole architecture of his face. He says nothing. He doesn't need to. Felix looks at him and thinks, "So, it's you. It's been you." He has thought this before. He has thought it in the early morning, in the cold coffee and the bass line through the wall, and the 2 coffees in the doorway, and the blue dress in the backstage mirror, and every alley night, and every Thursday dinner, and every book he has ever wanted to give someone and found the right person for without knowing he was doing it. He thinks it now with the full weight of it, without the management, without the footnote. Ezra holds his hand under the table. The room is loud and warm and entirely real. The bread arrives. Dre immediately takes 2 pieces and is immediately told by 3 separate people that he is a criminal. Tomas has somehow fallen asleep in the 4 minutes since he ordered. Rhea is telling Cam something that makes Cam laugh, full and unguarded, the laugh she saves for the things that are genuinely, unexpectedly funny. Felix is in the middle of all of it. He has been afraid of this for 7 years. He has been building alone for 7 years, making the fortress walls thicker, making the curated life more precisely curated, performing contentment so fluently that he had half convinced himself. He has been standing at the edge of this, the this of a table of people who know him, of a hand in his and a shared wall and a name said aloud in the rain, and calling the edge the answer. He is not at the edge. He is here. He is at the table, in the middle of the noise and the warmth and the bread that Dre has somehow already finished and is trying to take a second helping of before anyone else has started, and Ezra's hand is in his, and the restaurant is doing what restaurants do, and the found family is the found family, and Felix Ardea is not performing any version of himself tonight. He is the version. He squeezes Ezra's hand. Ezra squeezes back. The bread arrives. They eat. Chapter 22, Cartography of a Soft Thing. Note, this chapter moves backward through time. Begin at the end. Work your way to the beginning. Now, the card is on the counter when Felix opens the shop. He doesn't touch it for 20 minutes. He makes coffee, turns the sign from closed to open, runs his fingers along the spine of a new shipment still in its box. A local press run he's been waiting on, the kind of small publishing that requires patience and faith in equal measure. He carries the first of the boxes to the supply shelf and sets it down and straightens up and does not look at the counter, except that he has been looking at the counter since the moment he saw it, which is the thing about not touching something. The not touching is its own form of contact. He carries his mug to the counter and looks at it properly. The tower. Reversed. The card has the water-stained edges, the ink bleeding at the borders from decades of handling, the specific quality of an object that has been held by the same hands for years until those hands were gone, and then held by different hands that knew what it was and why. Felix knows this deck. He knows it the way he knows the sound of Ezra's playlist through the shared wall at 6 in the morning, the way he knows the particular quality of the connecting door, and the 2 coffees, and the hands that turn palm up in rooms where negotiations are being made. He knows this deck because Ezra told him about it once in the alley, at 2 in the morning, with his elbows on his knees, and his voice going careful the way it goes when something matters. "She read me with it the week before she died," he'd said. I didn't start believing in it until after. Felix picks up the tower reversed and turns it in his hands. He knows what it means. He has known what it means since Yolanda sat across from both of them on a Sunday afternoon and laid the cards and went quiet in the particular way she goes quiet when something true is too large to immediately say. He has been learning what it means through the architecture of the year that has happened since then, through the alley and the rain and the shared doorway and the Wednesday night at the lantern and the blue dress, the applause, the table, the hand is under the restaurant linen, the full weight of the real smile. Reversed, the tower doesn't mean destruction. It doesn't mean the collapse of everything you've built. Reversed, the tower means the thing you feared would break you didn't. The crisis passed through you and left something standing. What remains is what was real. He sets it back on the counter, face up. Through the wall, he hears the low sound of Ezra's playlist starting up. Something with a bass line. Something that means the parlor is opening for the day, that Ezra is moving around in there with his coffee and his steady hands, that the 14 inches of brick and plaster between them is the thinnest it has ever been. Felix picks up his phone. Types, I found it. The reply comes in under a minute. I know. I slid under the door at 6 a.m. Couldn't sleep. Felix types, you could have knocked. A long pause. Then, I didn't want to wake you. Also, I was nervous. Felix stares at that word for a moment. Nervous. Ezra, who walked into a room of 200 people at a circuit event and moved like the room was made for him. Ezra, who had climbed into his own skin so deliberately and so hard that the scars he carried had become a kind of architecture. Ezra, who had gone through the connecting door with food and sat on the bookshop floor without making anything into a thing. Nervous. He types, come through the back. A pause. Shorter this time. Yeah? Felix looks at the card on the counter. At the tower reversed. At the thing that didn't destroy them after all. Yeah, he types. Bring coffee. Mine's gone cold. 7 months earlier. The dinner table fits 11 people if 2 of them are willing to sit on the cooler. Tonight, Dre is on the cooler by choice because the cooler is next to Marco, and Marco has been making Dre laugh so hard for the past 40 minutes that it seems physically necessary for them to be in contact. Yolanda is standing at the stove, even though she's technically a guest, and has been told to sit down 3 times. Cam and Rhea are arguing about something in the doorway between the kitchen and the hall. The specific low-register argument of 2 people who have been in love for 9 years and have stopped feeling the need to have their arguments at volume. Tomas is asleep on the couch with his boots still on. Felix is at the far end of the table, nominally helping to shell peas, actually watching all of it. He has been watching all of it for 3 months now, since the night Yolanda knocked on the bookshop door because it was raining and she needed somewhere to wait out the downpour. And he let her in, and she'd said, "Oh, you're the one for next door, come Thursday," and that had apparently been enough. He has been adopted into something he doesn't have the vocabulary for yet. Something that has the shape of family and the noise of family and the specific texture of family. The layered history in every inside joke, the shorthand, the way they move around each other in a kitchen, but that he didn't inherit. That he was handed. He doesn't know what to do with being handed something. Ezra drops into the chair across from him, reaches over, and steals a pea from his pile. Felix looks up. You're doing it again, Ezra says. Doing what? The thing where you go very still and watch everyone like you're trying to memorize it in case it disappears. Felix opens his mouth to deny this. Closes it. Looks back down at the peas. Ezra doesn't push it. That's the thing about Ezra. The thing Felix is still adjusting to. He says the true thing clearly, and then he lets it sit, and he picks up his fork, and he doesn't make you feel bad for needing a minute. I don't know how to do this, Felix says. Quietly. Under the noise. Ezra steals another pea. None of us did. Dre showed up to his first Thursday because he owed Yolanda $20, and she said dinner would make them even. Cam came because her apartment had a mold problem, and she needed a couch. I came because, he pauses. I came because I was 3 weeks out of the worst thing I'd done to myself in years, and Tomas told me I had to eat with other people, or he was coming to my apartment every night, and that sounded worse. Felix looks up. Ezra shrugs. Not dismissive. Just honest. Nobody comes to their family knowing it's their family. You figure that out after. Down the table, Yolanda is telling Marco to stop making Dre laugh while she's trying to carry hot dishes. Cam and Rhea have resolved their argument in the doorway and are now holding hands. Tomas has woken from the couch and is shuffling into the kitchen, demanding to know if there's bread. Felix looks at all of it, then back at Ezra. After what? He asks. Ezra smiles. Not the public smile. Not the one Felix has seen him deploy in the front room of the parlor for clients who need to feel at ease. The real one. The one that changes the whole architecture of his face. After enough Thursdays, he says. 5 months earlier. The tarot reading happens on a Sunday. In fairness, it always happens on a Sunday. Yolanda reads every Sunday for whoever wants it, in the back room of whoever's hosting, and most of them treat it the way they treat horoscopes. Something between entertainment and a weather report, useful for framing but not for deciding. Felix had never had his cards pulled before. Ezra had, once years ago, by his grandmother, and he had told the story of that reading in pieces over the months until Felix had almost all of it. The week before she died, the deck with the water-stained edges, the cards she'd pulled for him, and the things she'd written in the front of the deck in her own handwriting. They sit across from Yolanda at the same time, by accident or design, because they'd both been in the kitchen and she'd gestured them both over, and neither had thought to leave. She reads Felix first. She lays out 5 cards, one by one, in the spread she uses for what she calls threshold readings. Readings for people standing on the edge of something. Felix looks at the cards. A lot of cups. The lovers, which makes Marco cackle from across the room until Dre elbows him. The high priestess. At the center of the spread, the tower upright. Yolanda looks at the spread for a long time. Her face doesn't change exactly, but something moves behind it. What? Felix says. Give me a minute. Yolanda. I said give me a minute, baby. She reads for Ezra next. A different spread, shorter. 3 cards. She turns them over and the silence in the room sharpens. The kind of silence that has weight, that is made of something. The tower again. Same position. Center. Yolanda looks at both spreads side by side. Well, she says finally, not to either of them specifically, to the room, to something she's turning over privately that she will carry for months. That's not nothing, Dre says carefully. No, Yolanda says. It's not nothing. Nobody asks her what she means. Everyone understands what she means. The tower. Disruption. Rupture. The thing you built falling. Twice, in 2 readings, in the same Sunday afternoon, for 2 people who are already threading through each other's lives in ways they haven't named yet. Felix looks at Ezra across the table. Ezra looks back, and Felix watches him make a decision. Something in the set of his jaw, the way he doesn't look away. Not defiance exactly. More like, I'm not going to let this scare me into retreating. It scares Felix instead. Both the cards and the way Ezra looks at him. He retreats into the bookshop for a week. 3 months earlier. The first time Felix hears Ezra's playlist is at 6 in the morning. He has been sleeping in the bookshop for 4 days. Not because there is anything wrong with his apartment, but because his apartment is the kind of quiet that isn't restful. The kind that has a sound of its own, the sound of someone who has been very careful for a long time about who they let know anything about them. He has been sleeping on the reading couch in the back. Under the blanket he keeps there ostensibly for customers on cold afternoons, and it is the best sleep he has had in 6 months. This is information about himself that he is not ready to look at directly. He hears the music through the wall and sits up. Bass. Low. Something with a heartbeat underneath it. He presses his hand against the brick without deciding to. Through the plaster, through the 14 inches of shared wall, Ezra's morning finds him. He does not know why he cries. It is not sadness exactly. It is something else, something without a clean name, the feeling of being near something warm when you have been cold for a long time, the complicated pain of that. You do not realize how cold you have gotten until something changes. Then you realize all at once. He takes his hand off the wall, gets up, makes coffee, opens the shop. At 10, there is a knock on the shared door, the door that connects the parlor's back hallway to the bookshop's storage room, which they had propped open with a brick once, in a moment of practicality about a shared gas line, and never fully closed again. Ezra leans in the doorway with 2 coffees. He takes in the reading couch with its rumpled blanket and Felix's face and the careful arrangement of Felix's expression over whatever had just been on it. He does not say anything about any of it. He holds out one of the coffees. "I'll make it strong," he says. "Tell me if you want me to water it down." Felix takes it. "I don't." Ezra nods, leans against the doorframe, doesn't push, doesn't explain his presence, just drinks his coffee in the connecting doorway between their two buildings, in the early morning, in the quiet before either of their days properly begins. It is the first time Felix thinks, without language, without forming the words, "Oh, it's you." The beginning. The first time they speak, it is raining. Felix is in the alley behind his shop at 11:30 at night, sitting on a milk crate, reading. He reads in the alley, sometimes when the bookshop feels too much like his own head. The overhang keeps off the rain if he stays close to the wall. Ezra comes out the parlor's back door with a black bag of trash and stops when he sees him. They look at each other. "Hi," Felix says. "E." Ezra does not move. He seems to be recalibrating. "You're the bookshop." "I'm Felix." "Ezra." He nods at the bag. "I was gonna... the dumpsters." "I know where the dumpster is." "Right." But he doesn't move yet. He is looking at the book in Felix's lap, or maybe at the way Felix is sitting, or maybe it's something else. It's almost midnight. It is. "You do this often? Sit in the alley in the rain?" Felix considers the question honestly. "Often enough." Ezra looks at him for another moment. Then he goes to the dumpster, tosses the bag, and comes back. He does not go inside. He leans against the building 2 feet from Felix's milk crate and looks up at the overhang. "Decent cover," he says. "It holds if the wind stays low." Neither of them says anything for a while. The rain continues. Someone somewhere is playing music, something distant and warm, bleeding through a window. "I saw your window display," Ezra says eventually. "The one last month with all the spines facing outward." Felix looks at him. Nobody ever notices the window displays. He works on them for hours and nobody ever says anything. "It was the chapter titles," Felix says. "I wanted people to read them out of context. See if they could. Guess the books," Ezra says. "I tried. I got 2. "Which 2? He says them. He is right. Felix looks at his book, then back at Ezra. "You could come in," he says. "Sometime." There's a whole shelf that's essentially a continuation of that display. Ezra smiles. Not the public smile. Already, something realer. "Yeah. You don't have to. It's just the offer." "No," Ezra says. "I want to." The rain keeps going. They stay in the alley another half hour, not saying much, occasionally saying something, and when Felix finally goes back inside, he presses his hand briefly against the interior of the shared wall, an impulse he doesn't examine, before turning off the lights. On the other side, Ezra's last lamp is still on. In the front of his grandmother's tarot deck, in her handwriting, in ink that has bled and faded over decades of being held. "The tower does not fall to punish you. It falls because it was built on something that could not hold. What remains is the foundation. Build again. Build better. This time, let someone help you carry the stones." Now again, Felix hears the parlor door, the back one, the alley door, and then the familiar drag of the connecting door, the specific sound that has become part of the landscape of his mornings. He is still at the counter with the card in his hands. Ezra comes through the storage room and into the main floor of the bookshop. He is carrying 2 coffees, one in each hand, and he has the particular quality of a person who left home at 6 in the morning to slide a tarot card under a door and has been waiting since then, and who is now here in the bookshop in the morning light, with the evidence of a night spent not sleeping in the particular carefulness he brings to everything he values. He looks at Felix. Felix looks at him. "Morning," Ezra says. "Morning." Felix sets the card on the counter, face up. "You kept the deck in the top drawer." "Always keep in the top drawer." "I know." Felix has known this for a long time, has known it since the chapter title window display, since the first Thursday, since the alley at midnight when Ezra said she read me with it the week before she died. He has known it the way he knows the things that have become part of his landscape without his permission. Why this one? Why this morning? Ezra looks at the card on the counter, at the tower reversed. He is quiet for a moment in the way he is quiet when something is settling, when he is letting the weight of it distribute evenly before he speaks. Because I wanted you to know, he says, that I'm not afraid of it anymore. The thing it says. He looks at Felix. The thing we were afraid of. Felix looks at him across the counter. At the tattooed forearms and the close-cropped hair and the dark eyes that are harder to read than his face suggests they should be, except that Felix has been reading them for almost a year and is still learning but knows more than he did. You were afraid? Felix says. Of this. Ezra's mouth moves. Not quite the public smile, not quite the real one. Something in between, something new. Yes. Felix comes around the counter. He takes one of the coffees, because his has gone cold, and Ezra brought it, and this is the language they have been speaking to each other since the first morning in the connecting doorway, since the food container on the counter, since the 2 coffees that meant I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere. He takes it and holds it with both hands. They are standing in the bookshop in the morning light. The green shelves, the warm wood, the essay section and the architecture section and the window displays and the organization that is a personal essay and the gap where the book about impermanence had been and is no longer because Felix has given it away. He has given it away. I press my hand to that wall, Felix says. He nods at it. The shared wall, the 14 inches of brick and plaster, the thing that is the thinnest it has ever been. The first morning I heard your playlist, and I didn't know what I was doing. I just did it, without deciding to. I know, Ezra says. I heard it from my side. I thought it was the pipes. Felix laughs. It is quiet, reluctant, surprised. The Rayal laugh, the one that arrives without warning, the one he has never been able to entirely contain around this man. Ezra is smiling. The real one. The one that changes the whole architecture of his face. It wasn't the pipes, Felix says. I know that now. The morning is coming through the front window in the specific thin light of November that means the day will be cold and clear. The shop does what it does in the morning, the quiet, living quality of it, the specific atmosphere of a place that has been built by someone who loves what they put into it. The bookshop that Felix has run as a fortress, as a controlled performance, as a curated life at the distance of a window. He is not at the window. He presses his hand to the wall. He does not pull back. He looks at Ezra over his shoulder, at the man who waited, who knocked, and came back and brought coffee, and sat on floors, and leaned in doorways, and slid tarot cards under doors at 6 in the morning because he was nervous and didn't know how to say it any other way. The man who looked at a plum dress in a bookshop after close, and said, "Have you eaten?" and sat down and ate. The man who listened to Vela said out loud in the rain, and said it back like it meant something because it did. The man who is here, now, in the bookshop, in the morning, with 2 coffees and the reverse tower and the patience of someone who understood, from the beginning, that some things take the time they take. You're staying, Felix says. Not a question. I'm staying, Ezra says. Felix looks at his hand on the wall, then at the card on the counter, then at the bookshop around him, the thing he built alone and has been learning, slowly and painfully, and in exactly the right order, to build differently. He looks at all of it. He turns away from the wall. He goes to Ezra. They drink their coffee in the morning light of the bookshop before anyone else is awake on Marceline Street, before the city has fully committed to the day, in the particular quiet that belongs to the space between 2 people who have put down what they were carrying and are standing in what remains. The lamp in the parlor is still on through the wall. The lamp in the bookshop has been on all along. Yendi,